jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbin sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kó lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ṣí mi lọ́nà o mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o àgbà ẹ foríjì ni ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí oníkọ́ tó yọlá ní ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀kọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Forí orí kìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹni forí wọ́rí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ́ àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé o nílé ayé o àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́. Ṣòkòtò wọn múra wọn sáré kẹrù sọkọ o àyànmọ ògbóògùn o wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí mórí lọmọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣòkòtò ohun rẹ lágbo Ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò orí mi gbé mi níjà o olórí làlá bàrò làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o àmì nílé ayé wa ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn ṣọ́wa nínú ọ̀pá wọn kìnìún ejò olóró àkekèé ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o mọ́sádì ọba bá lókè o mọ́sádì ọba bá lókè o mọ́sádì ọba bá lókè mo máa sádì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa gbé wa níjà o. Mọ́sádì ọba bá lókè o. Kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mọ́sádì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mọ́sádì ọba bá lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Bí wọ́n ti ro ti wá sí nínú ilé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kó jẹ́ tiwọn.
Kò pẹ́ dì kó wáyé pẹ́ dì kò pẹ́ dì ní máa nà pẹ́ dì. Maganar malin za o da ake shai a Kano ya ce mana kar mu sake. Abdullahi Aziz kaka a galakar ka muke. Political advisor na shiga keke. Ka kula mu kwarai dan kar ka sake. A gidan zagaba mai mana alfarma. Gen Continuity to number one, two. Continuity to number one, two. We say continuity to number one, continuity to number. Hey, 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 hey. We love you to number, we love you to number. We thank you to number, we thank you to number. Continuity.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be deep. It's once again, everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, chopper. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love it. The refinery, the contract, but you won't pay me some more money. They can't bring I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my mirror, I will show them fire. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you want, but you must pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Let me be the master. I hear you. You know, when I came here earlier for the sound check, I didn't check the sound because I didn't have any interest in checking any sound. I know the sound will come.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn.
Sure, I'm hearing myself twice over, but there it is right there. Oloma Pada Lenye, the DKC Mba of Anambra State, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the DKC Mba of Anambra State. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading into yet another session. That friendly neighborhood, or you are laughing man, one man went to mow. So one man went to mow the eagle lands again. The eagle lands and he perches on his, whatever it is that he's perching on his branch. So good day to you and all that. Good to be your company. Apologies for yesterday. I couldn't come out, but today I am out. We will try to maintain some sort of consistencies. There will be days that will dip out, but there will be few and far between. I don't like to mix too many sessions. I want to keep the strength of the momentum all the way into the next election so that we have punching power when we get there. So that's the plan. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so. Click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. Like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, oh, I've not even sent the hyperlink. So I will send the hyperlink into the comment section now. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on this hyperlink right here that will appear momentarily in the comment section just as soon as, yes. So if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. As soon as I finish fleshing out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, then I'll invite your thoughts. So a conversation ensues. This does work. If you look to the left of your screen, by the way, there's a new innovation then showing the comments. So as people comment, then it will be showing right there on the screen. So I'm not sure if you want that to be a fixture or not. So let me know in the comment section. One, if you can see it, you should be able to see it. Let me check actually. You should be able to see it. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just check. Oh yeah. Okay, I can't see it. Okay, so there it is right there. So what's showing so far? At the hyperlink. So actually say something in the comment section so we can see. So we can see if that actually works. And tell me if it's something that you'd like to see as a fixture. So click on the like button. Like I said, if you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink is right there. Say StreamYard. Click on it. Come join. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. All of those things that I request, I'm requesting them yet again. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to become and be part of the conversation. Super chat towards the stream. All those. So all those. So yes, shall we just get started, shall we? Let's just get started. No long winding dilly. Maybe this. I'm not quite sure if I'm going to keep or remove this thing. The screen might be too busy if the comments are rolling right along. We'll leave it for this session, and then we'll see what the feedback is, and then we'll see if it's something we're keeping or not. All right. So that's Lato Rich right there. Good to see you, Lato Rich. Agbado Tinubu. You don't. There's no gainsaying what his politics are, where his political allegiance lies. There is no gainsaying that. It's quite frontal. Agbado Tinubu, and that's Lato Rich right there. Say hello as you're coming in, so I can say hello back to you. So I don't really need to be highlighting the comments if they're already showing in the. Yeah, so yes, let's just get started, shall we? Let's get started. So let's get started. So we're getting into the thick of it, actually, the politicking, and there'll be a lot of pardon me, I just had to go for water. There'll be a lot of posturing, there'll be a lot of chest pumping, and there will be a lot of braggadocio. All of that coming out within the cycle. There'll be a lot of people acting macho and people trying to be alpha. All of that will be in play. 2027 coalition, we held a very important meeting at 8 p.m. to ensure President Tinubu goes back to Lagos. The mini-me from Kaduna, that's the person in play, El-Rufai. 2027 coalition, we held a very important meeting at 8 p.m. to ensure President Tinubu goes back to Lagos. The short little man from Kaduna State punching above his weight. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai on Wednesday disclosed that the coalition movement towards the 2027 elections remains fully on course. The former governor, who spoke on Wednesday at the Arewa Tech Fest in Katsina. Why would something like a tech fest be holding in Katsina? Katsina is not known for many things, and certainly not known for technology. They're not the two things that we know Katsina for is religious extremism, barbarism, terrorism, banditry, and cattle. So why would anybody go and hold a technology festival in Katsina State? That is then just to tell you then that it was nothing other than just a political meetup that they were trying to give a fancy title. Just how ridiculous is that idea of all of the, even if they held it in Kaduna, you still argue that Kaduna is not suited, but they seem to have some sort of intellectuals there. But Katsina, why would they hold a tech fest in Katsina? Pardon me, 2027 coalition, we held a very important meeting at 8 p.m. to ensure President Tinubu goes back to Lagos. Little man from Kaduna State, El-Rufai. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai on Wednesday disclosed that the coalition movement towards the 2027 election remains fully on course. The former governor, who spoke on Wednesday at the Arewa Tech Fest in Katsina, revealed that the coalition movement held a very important meeting on Tuesday night as part of efforts towards unseating President Bola Tinubu and the All Progressive Congress APC during the 2027 election. He added that the Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, will be retained because he's doing a good job. Well, if you are retaining people doing good jobs, then you have to retain Dave Umahi, you have to retain Festus Kiyamo, you have to retain Yemsin Wike. In fact, you probably have to retain the whole of the Tinubu cabinet. So why not even retain the person that employed them? Just look at the rank idiocy of that. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru, I'll go through it at speed this time. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai on Wednesday disclosed that the coalition movement towards the 2027 elections remains fully on course. The former governor, who spoke on Wednesday at the Arewa Tech Fest in Katsina, revealed that the coalition movement held a very important meeting on Tuesday night as part of efforts towards unseating President Bola Tinubu and the All Progressive Congress APC during the 2027 elections. He added jokingly that the Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, will be retained because he's doing a good job. And by the way, the fact that they're holding this meeting is quite pointed in Katsina is quite pointed because, of course, that is the ancestral home of the Fulanis within the Nigerian space, and that, of course, Buhari's home as well. Our entire team came to Katsina yesterday, not only to work with the Katsina state government to carry out the preparation for this event, but they had come because yesterday at 8 p.m., there was a very important meeting of the coalition we're putting together to ensure that President Tinubu goes back to Lagos. Thoughts, that should be though we will still keep Bosun Tijani, we will still keep the minister because he's doing a good job, El-Rufai said. Correspondents report that the disclosure comes a few hours after it was reported that top opposition leaders in Nigeria have reportedly concluded the discussions on a coalition for the 2027 presidential election targeted at unseating President Tinubu. So now let's see now, there's a hyperlink here that takes us to something else. So let's see what this takes us to. It says, we'll just have a look at this. It says, Article Peter Obi El-Rufai conclude discussion about 2027 election choose political party. So we know that they are going to the African Action Congress or something. So let's just capture this one and then we'll go back to that one. Top opposition leaders in Nigeria have reportedly concluded discussions on a coalition for the 2027 presidential election targeted at unseating President Bola Tinubu. It is understood that foremost opposition figures, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar of the main opposition People's Democratic Party (PDP), Peter Obi of the Labour Party, and former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai of the SDP, concluded months of discussions about unifying on Tuesday. This was made known in a report published by Bloomberg on Wednesday, quoting sources familiar with the discussions amongst the coalition leaders. According to the report, the coalition movement has agreed to adopt the African Democratic Congress ADC as the political party to achieve its mission. The sources who spoke on condition of anonymity because the decision has not been officially announced, however, could not provide details on who will be the coalition's presidential candidate or the power-sharing agreement. The platform also quoted the spokesperson for the PDP and Labour Party to have said their respective candidates were free to engage in discussions about uniting, but the discussion did not involve merging of the political parties. Meanwhile, Peter Obi has opined that his involvement in the coalition ahead of the 2027 elections is focused on fighting against bad governance, hunger, and poverty. Obi made this known whilst responding to a question. All right. So that gives us the backdrop to that. So let's go back to this one now. So this is now essentially El-Rufai coming out to give us the outtakes of those discussions that they are having. So it's still very fuzzy, by the way. It's still, there's no clarity, or it's just hints and inferences, nothing officially taking place yet. But what we do know is that they are starting to synergize somewhat. So Obi is not distancing. Obi is not distancing in language regarding the coalition anymore. So his language, the language that Obi is using to engage with the political space now, with the Nigerian space, is no longer distanced from the coalition. So he's not saying I'm not in any coalition. He's actually even saying I am involved in discussing a coalition to fight bad governments and whatever it is that he adds the appendage that fits to his audience. But Obi has admitted that he's in that coalition talks. Atiku, of course, is in the coalition talks, and El-Rufai is skirting around the edges of it all. So we can see it coming together. But what are they agreeing? What formula does it take? We don't yet know. All right, one more time for luck. 2027 coalition, we held a very important meeting at 8 p.m. to ensure President Bola Tinubu goes back to Lagos. Little man from Kaduna State, El-Rufai. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai on Wednesday disclosed that the coalition movement towards the 2027 election remains fully on course. The former governor, who spoke on Wednesday at the Arewa Tech Fest in Katsina, revealed that the coalition movement held a very important meeting on Tuesday night as part of efforts towards unseating President Bola Tinubu and the All Progressive Congress APC during the 2027 election. He added jokingly that Minister of Communications and Digital Economy Bosun Tijani would be retained because he's doing a good job. Our entire team came to Katsina yesterday, not only to work with the Katsina State Governor or government to carry out the preparation for this event, but they had come because yesterday at 8 p.m. there was a very important meeting of the coalition we're putting together to ensure that President Tinubu goes back to Lagos. Though we will still be keeping Bosun Tijani, we will still keep the minister because he's doing a good job, El-Rufai said. Correspondents reported that the disclosure comes hours after it was reported that top opposition leaders in Nigeria have reportedly concluded discussions on a coalition for the 2027 presidential election targeted at unseating President Tinubu. It is understood that the foremost opposition figures, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar of the main opposition PDP, Peter Obi of the Labour Party, and former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai of the SDP, concluded months of discussions about unifying on Tuesday. This was made known in a report published by Bloomberg on Wednesday, quoting sources familiar with the discussions amongst the coalition leaders. According to the report, the coalition movement has agreed to adopt the African Democratic Congress as the political party to achieve its mission. So that's that. Because we're getting very much now into the business end of politicking now. So what am I repeating, Niger man? So we're getting now very much to the business end of the politicking now. Everybody now has to take whatever shape or form that they are likely to take, and this is what we're seeing playing out now. So that's that. There was a piece actually that there was a piece where yes, here it is. There was a piece where Prince Adebayo distanced the SDP from El-Rufai's shenanigans. SDP is not involved in any coalition led by somebody else. Adebayo dismisses El-Rufai's moves. So what we're actually seeing is not even a coalition of parties. Do you understand? It's not a... What we're seeing is not a coalition of parties. It's a convergence of individual political interest. So once their interest, once they can align their interest to some sort of synergy, then they will pack that interest into a political vehicle. So there's no coalition taking place, because for you to coalesce politically, then political parties have to come together. PDP has distanced itself from the coalition. Prince Adebayo is distancing SDP from that coalition. So, and by the way, El-Rufai doesn't have any authority to speak on behalf of SDP. He's barely there 2 weeks. And Atiku Abubakar has no authority to speak on behalf of the PDP. He's not the party chairman or anything. So all these coalition talks that they're essentially politicians trying to pull their interests together in order then to land on an agreement and then join a political party. So that's what's going on. But let's go to this one. SDP not involved in any coalition led by somebody else. This is Prince Adebayo. And this is a subplot to what is going on actually, because they're starting to we're starting to see the green shoots of internal wranglings within the SDP, with Prince Adebayo wanting to assert his preeminence and El-Rufai trying to usurp the party. So there's that internal, you can see the little frisson happening on the sidelines of the SDP right there. So El-Rufai now self-appoints as the spokesperson for the SDP, and Prince Adebayo often then comes out to say, no, I am the authority here. SDP not involved in any coalition led by somebody else. Adebayo dismisses El-Rufai's moves. The 2023 presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, Adewale Adebayo, has dismissed insinuations that the party is involved in a coalition represented by former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai against President Tinubu. Correspondents recall that El-Rufai dumped the ruling All Progressive Party APC for the SDP in March and has since been campaigning for an opposition coalition to wrest power from Tinubu in 2027. El-Rufai has also been wooing other opposition politicians and political leaders to join the SDP to form an alliance against the APC. However, in an interview on Channels Television on Wednesday, Adebayo distanced the SDP from El-Rufai's coalition campaign, stating that the former governor is not representing the party in any coalition talks. He added that the leadership of the party has not assigned anyone to speak or negotiate on his behalf. He said, the SDP is not involved in any coalition led by somebody else, but I can tell you, and the SDP that should be that I can tell you, but I'm not sure. Pardon me. Pardon me. He said the SDP is not involved in any coalition led by somebody else, but I can tell you, and the SDP is led by Alhaji Shehu Gaban and Olu Agunloye. He has not given me an assignment to do coalition on his behalf. He is not giving any assignments to my senior brother El-Rufai. El-Rufai is not representing SDP in any coalition. When asked if the SDP is entering a coalition, Adebayo said the party is waiting, planning, and considering options. He added, the SDP is waiting, is expressing its own understanding of how best it will come together and remove this person and cause the APC a non-performing president called Bola Tinubu. The SDP has plans, and we're looking at various options. And we realize that at the end of the option, we would need a political party that is viable. So I'm not quite sure what all of that means, but what this image, man, I'm not quite sure. It's just so nasty. I'm not quite sure what all of that means, but what that does tell us, is that there's internal wranglings within the within the SDP already to see who has preeminence. So that's that. Let's go on from that to this. Half of Nigerians now live in poverty as minimum wage lags behind inflation. This is the World Bank raising the alarm. The World Bank has said that nearly half of Nigeria's population is now the World Bank has said that nearly half of Nigeria's population is now living in poverty as inflation continues to outrun the purchasing power of the country's minimum wage. This was stated in the World Bank's May 2025 Nigeria Development Updates released in Abuja, disclosing that 46% of Nigerians, about 107 million people, were living below the international poverty line of $2.15 per day in 2024, even as the country boasts of being Africa's largest economy. The report reads, successive years of rising inflation and sluggish growth has increased poverty and hardship levels. Since 2018-19, an additional 40 million people fell into poverty, and nearly half of all Nigerians, 46%, measured at the international poverty line of $2.15 based on the 2017 PPP, are estimated to have been living in poverty in 2024. Labor incomes have not kept up with inflation, depleting the purchasing power of Nigerians. Poverty has deepened and broadened, especially amongst urban Nigerians. The World Bank report emphasized the disconnect between economic data and lived realities, highlighting that whilst Nigeria's GDP may be growing on paper, the wealth is not reaching the ordinary citizen. So this is something we've often spoken about here. Are we safe from this? Okay, okay, let's just, okay. All right. Hold on. There's a character here that. Just hold on 1 second. All right. Don't worry. You tell us all about it in a moment, Niger nigga. All right. All right. So where was I? So yes. So that's the World Bank being alarmist as always. So that's alarms from the World Bank right there. Let's go from alarms from the World Bank to other matters. So now I saw this just as a headline. I don't even know what the body of it is, but I saw this just as a headline, and it struck me as somewhat curious. Nigerians are now approved to earn in dollars in 2025. So what does this mean? What does this mean? I will just have a look. If it doesn't mean anything, we'll abandon it quickly. The year is coming to an end. What's this even? What does this mean? I'm not sure if this means anything. I saw the headline, but it doesn't look like a government position. It looks like just an opinion of somebody. So let's just let's move on swiftly and quickly from that. So we move on swiftly and we move on quickly. Traders lament as demand for rice remains low, even as price crashed by 22,000 naira again. So yes, I was going to actually wrap a session right around this. Actually, the price of food, especially, is far fast as coming about the price of rice almost on an hour because the price of food is dropping quite drastically in Nigeria. Traders lament as demand for rice remains low, even as prices crash by 22,000 naira again. Nigerians can now expect more reprieve in the coming weeks as market surveys show that prices of key food items are still going down. Rice, touted to be one of the most commonly eaten food in Nigeria, is becoming more affordable again. Reports show that the price has crashed by up to 8%. According to a report by S&P Global, a 50 kg bag of rice now sells for about 58,000 naira in some parts of Nigeria, particularly in remote areas. This is a major drop from the 80,000 naira it sold for in March and the 65,000 naira it sold for a couple of weeks ago. The price of rice began its steep ascent in 2016 following the decision by then President Muhammadu Buhari to ban the importation of rice through landed borders. This policy aimed to boost local production, but inadvertently created a supply gap that drove price up. By 2017, a 5 kg bag of rice was selling for about 18 to 20,000 naira. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic further strained the supply chain. Restrictions on movement and border closures disrupted the importation of essential goods, including rice. By the end of that year, the price had began to climb to 30,000 naira. So it's going on and on. So it's telling us the journey of rice then. So even long before Tinubu came in, so it jumped from what's even that price trajectory again? You think it just suddenly made a quantum leap on that Tinubu did go on. So in 2017, so here it is. Although a Kenya will come here and tell you that I was selling for 5 naira, that was in 2017. Then in 2020, it made a quantum leap to 30,000 naira. The situation wasn't in 2021 due to a combination of insecurity in the rice producing regions, flood, and the continued devaluation of the naira. These factors pushed the price to 50,000 naira by 2022. So by 2022, even long before Tinubu even before Tinubu became president, never mind long before he removed subsidy on it was selling for 50,000 naira in 2022, long before Tinubu became president, and it's now selling for 58,000 naira now, even though the naira has been free floated. So do you see? Do you see now? So it's pushing it back to affordability. So there it is right there. With the absence of duties on the commodity, the country is massively importing the product into West Africa, with warehouses in the Republic of Benin reported to be filled. Reports show an import of 2.11 million metric ton of parboiled rice from India to West Africa in Q4 2024, nearly 200% increase from the 720,000 metric ton imported in Q4 2023. So yes, I think they opened that window, didn't they? Is it not a 6 months window? Agricultural and processed food production Export Development Authority reports that for the whole of 2024, India exported 5.3 million metric ton of parboiled rice to West Africa, a significant increase from 3.9 million metric ton in 2023. Meanwhile, Nigeria's government is set to introduce national agribusiness policy mechanisms to boost agricultural output, stabilize food prices, and stimulate economic growth. Traders speak about the price drop. The traders have attributed this drop in price to a high influx of commodity from neighboring countries, including the Republic of Benin. A Togolese rice beyond Nigeria countries in West Africa. As Nigeria continues to import rice from the Republic of Benin, both legally and illegally, the price of local and import rice remains on decline. The traders explained that local rice now sells between 58 to 60,000 naira for a 50 kg bag, whilst India imported rice sells for around 80,000 naira per bag. So there it is. For border communities like Ogun State, the price of a 50 kg bag of rice is below 50,000 naira due to the influx of the Republic of Benin. A survey of Bariga and Moshi markets have revealed that the product still sells between 75 and 80,000 naira for a 50 kg bag. One trader who simply gave his name as Shooks said, "It could be true that the price has reduced, but we will wait for those importing to sell to wholesalers and then to us before we can sell at a lower price. There is no way I can sell something I bought for 70,000 naira at the rate of 50,000 naira because I heard the price has dropped." Amidst the price drop, demand has remained low, raising concerns about the decline in the purchasing power of Nigerians and their inability to afford good food. A recent report suggested that Nigerians may be currently spending all their income on food, with some families now skipping meals to get by. So that would be a tragedy, wouldn't it, if they were having to skip meals? When you guys are throwing food away abroad, people cannot even eat in Nigeria. So that's the never-ending saga that is the price of rice in Nigeria. So now, what did Peter Obi go to do in Rome? You wonder. You think he went there for to go and visit the Pope, Abi? He went there to go and beg Tinubu not to shut down his business. That's what he went there to do. Here it is. Peter Obi went to Rome to plead with Tinubu over Fidelity Bank's 225 billion naira debt, not for people's inauguration. Just a few paragraphs from this. Contrary to claims suggesting otherwise, former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi's recent visit to Rome was not a ceremonial religious trip, but a high-stake political move aimed at saving Fidelity Bank PLC from financial collapse. Sources familiar with the matter told correspondents that Obi, a former chairman of Fidelity Bank in the early 2000s, who still holds a significant stake in the institution, traveled to the Vatican to meet President Bola Tinubu over the bank's looming 225 billion naira judgment debt. The debt arose from a long-running legal battle with Ibadan-based Segacom Concept Limited. A recent Supreme Court decision upheld earlier rulings that held Fidelity Bank jointly and severally liable alongside construction firm G Kappa PLC for massive special damages tied to rental income losses on luxury Ikoyi property. What has this got to do with Tinubu, though? That's the thing. With daily compound interest of 19.5% per annum, the debt has ballooned to $139 million, equivalent of 224 billion naira as of May 2025. According to insiders, Obi had earlier attempted to build consensus on the issue by meeting key Nigerian political figures, including Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Ooni of Ife, and the former Ekiti State Governor Fayose and Kayode Fayemi. Fayemi eventually agreed to accompany Obi to Rome in a last-ditch effort to arrange an interface with President Tinubu. Peter Obi's visit to Rome was to meet President Tinubu to help intervene and prevent the bankruptcy of Fidelity Bank over the issue, one of the sources said. Prior to visiting Rome to meet President Tinubu, Peter Obi had met Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Ooni of Ife, former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose, and eventually former Ekiti State Governor Kayode Fayomi, who accompanied him to Rome to solve the problem. However, the presidency reportedly resisted holding such a meeting behind closed doors, insisting that any interaction with the president must take place in public view. That was the reason why Obi met President Tinubu at the Vatican, the source said. This prompted the strategic appearance of both Obi and Fayemi at the installation mass of Pope Leo XIV on Sunday, where they greeted Tinubu during the global event attended by dignitaries and world leaders. So apparently, allegedly, this falls under apparently allegedly, but that's that a lot of people actually saying that. So it looks as though people are well interested in that. So that's a big cutting shadow. Let's go. Who doesn't know that Obi is a shady character? That person then there is having some sort of brain dysfunction. DSS was not involved in Nnamdi Kanu's arrest in Kenya, witness tells court. So who snatched him then? A Department of State Services DSS operative identified as BBB told the Federal High Court in Abuja on Wednesday, May the 21st, that the agency had no role in the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra IPOB in Kenya. We did not arrest Kanu in Kenya, BBB said during cross-examination by Kanu's lawyer, Paul Erokoro SAN. DSS did not kidnap Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya. So how did he get to Nigeria then? Somebody must have kidnapped him. Did he come to Nigeria via his own free will? Is that what the suggestion is? By the way, where are the super chats? I'm not seeing anybody super chat to the screen. Super chat to the screen, that needs to be happening. Testifying as the second prosecution witness before Justice James Omotosho, the DSS officer stated that the service deals strictly with internal security and does not conduct foreign operations. We are not involved in foreign operations. So this is not to suggest that the Nigerian state did not kidnap her. No. You know, this is how they embed words into your head. Or they didn't even kidnap him. This is not to suggest that the Nigerian state did not capture and rendition him from Kenya, but this is to suggest then that the agency that did it was not the DSS. So this is so it's just making a thin distinction. So it's not exonerating the Nigerian state, it's excluding its own agency. Testifying as the second prosecution witness before Justice James Omotosho, the DSS officer stated that the service deals strictly with internal security and does not conduct foreign operations. We are not involved in foreign missions. The DSS operates within Nigeria, he added. On whether Radio Biafra was still operational, BBB said he was unsure, but confirmed. Kanu told us he is the founder of Radio Biafra. He emphasized that the DSS operates under the office of the National Security Advisor. So this is where the thing is, because when he was exonerating the DSS, that is not to exclude the National Security Advisor or office, which can move. I think it probably more came from the that would be Yusuf Bichi, by the way. That's the role that Nuhu Ribad occupies now. So it's throwing the baton back, it's throwing the whatever it is back in the direction of the National Security Advisor, which would be the Yusuf Bichi office. at that time. He emphasized that the DSS operates under the Office of we are not supervised by politicians or the Attorney General. The DSS can receive letters from government offices like the AGF, but with our code of conduct. When asked whether he personally participated in Kanu's alleged arrest in Kenya, he responded, "No, I was not part of any such operation." Erokoro questioned the legality of Kanu's arrest, referencing previous court rulings. Are you aware that several courts have held that Kanu's arrest and detention were unlawful? He asked. The witness replied, "I read it online and newspapers." The defense, so there it is right there. So essentially, the guy just exonerating DSS, said it wasn't us. That's not to say it wasn't done by the government, but it certainly wasn't done by my agency. So that's what that tells us. So what's this now? Next piece. Yes, is this still this Lagos is smelling thing that these people are doing? I received threats for saying Lagos is smelling. A comedian a cappella cries out. So if Lagos smells, why don't these people just fuck off back to wherever it is that they come from? If Lagos is so disgusting, then you're welcome to leave. I'm not sure that they're being held hostage there. So if they're not being held hostage in Lagos and it's not quite up to the standards that you're used to, then go back to those standards that you're used to. So go back to the South or Edo or wherever it is that you come from. All right. Have you had enough of the readouts? I wonder. So this was going to be yesterday's session. This is the white flag of surrender by Jandor, the PDP candidate in the Lagos State gubernatorial 2023. Sanwo-Olu's gentle style defeated me in 2023. Jandor confesses after return to APC. So, the People's Democratic Party, PDP governorship candidate in the 2023 Lagos State election, Dr. Abdulaziz Olajide Adediran, popularly known as Jandor, has admitted that Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's calm and gentle disposition was a key reason he lost the election. Speaking to journalists on Tuesday after a closed-door meeting with the governor at Lagos State House in Ikeja, Jandor described Sanwo-Olu as warm, composed, and difficult to provoke, even during the heat of campaign. So you find that a little bit with Tinubu as well. It's very difficult to rattle these people. So it's very difficult to draw them into a street fight. That's what we're saying. He said, Mr. Governor was very warm. I have said it before and I'll say it again. He is truly a gentleman. There was nothing I didn't do to provoke him. I poked and poked, but he remained calm throughout. This is one of the reasons he retained the governorship of Lagos State. So not according to Chinedu Rosevivo. According to Chinedu Rosevivo, he won the election in the way that Peter Obi won the presidency. It must be an Anambra thing. It's Chinedu Rosevivo, not from Anambra. It must be an Anambrarian thing that a loss actually means a win in Anambra. So sort of upside down mindset. Jandor, who recently joined the All Progressive Congress APC, said the visit was to officially inform Sanwo-Olu of his defection from the PDP and to discuss strengthening the APC ahead of the 2027 elections. I am sure it's no longer news that Jandor has returned to his original political family. We had a formal declaration at the local government level last Friday, and today's visit is to inform the state's #1 citizen officially, he stated. He also expressed strong support for President Bola Tinubu's re-election 2027, saying his return to the APC will help unify the party and mobilize youth support. We are joining our numerical strength with that of the party to bolster its chances of winning. The House was divided in 2023, but now we're united again. Our goal is to ensure Mr. President gets a second term so the baton can be passed to the next generation. And by the way, you see this sentence right here. You see this sentence right here is central to everything. It's not the first half of it, but the last half of it. So the House. Okay, let me just start. Where's the? Our goal is to ensure Mr. President gets a second term. So of course, so that doesn't really raise any eyebrows. Of course, what else? So that is his job. That's what he has. So forget that. But this is the bit that I really want you to take note of. Our goal is to ensure that the president gets a second term. That's fair enough. So that the baton can be passed to the next generation. So what we're going to see post Tinubu in 2020, in 2031, what we're going to see post Tinubu in 2031 is not only there's going to be a generational shift because the country now is fed up. Tinubu is the last hurrah of this sort of politicians. In 2031, the names that will come out will almost certainly surprise you. None of these chancers that we're mentioning at the moment, none of these chancers in play at the moment, none of them will be in play in 2031. There'll be a paradigm and a generational shift in 2031. And that is somewhat what Jandor is concluding as well. Our goal is to ensure Mr. President gets a second term so the baton can be passed to the next generation, he added. Jandor emphasized the need to avoid another generational reset in leadership, stressing that a united APC is the best path to continue stability in Nigeria. So that's Jandor then looking then to recoup his looking to recoup then his expenses from the last election. Hold on. All right, so that's Jandor looking to recoup. Let me send the link again. Nobody in the studio at the moment. If you want the conversation, you have to hop on. So that's Jandor looking to recoup. So now this one right here. Hungry Nigerians, not defecting politicians, will determine 2027. This is Seyi Makinde. So there are so many moving parts happening in politics at the moment. So let me tell you, let me break it down for you so you know where you're looking. So there are so many factors that will come into play. There will still be a three-pronged race in 2027. So hold that first as a sacrosanct. There'll be a three-pronged race in 2027. So there'll be a three-pronged race, but how would those three prong? So the first prong of the three will be Tinubu Shettima bill. No controversies there. Nothing to be surprised about, caught off guard there. So there is that. Then there will be a PDP prong as well. Of course, the PDP will be in play in 2027. So there's that as well. But then there'll be a third factor. So that third factor then will be the amalgama of El-Rufai, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, with Abubakar Malami using some of the stolen funds of the Buhari administration to fund that space. So that will be the third prong. So the Labour Party of 2023 will be ADC now, or Action Democratic, whatever it is that they're going to. So they'll all move in there and do one more push. So now, Atiku is not going to be the PDP candidate. I think everybody is already that's already taking shape, and everybody is already realizing that. So Atiku is not going to be the PDP candidate. Atiku will announce his defection from the PDP imminently. So that will happen, and then it will move along with the stragglers, the deplorables that are tagged along with him. There will be El-Rufai, etc., and they go and park in some special purpose vehicle in the similarly to how Peter Obi used Labour Party as a special purpose vehicle in 2027. So stay with me. So we have the APC already. So that's standardized. There's nothing to say there, no controversy there. That doesn't come as a surprise to anyone. Tinubu Shetima, we know they'll be on the ticket. Now we know PDP will be on the ticket also. Now, with the PDP, as soon as they are able to get rid of Atiku, which is imminent, is sooner rather than later. He's even left already in body, in spirit, but so the body soon to follow. So he's already shopping around for where next he'll park his ego. So he's gone. So now what happens to the PDP? So within that space, then there are two contentions. There's Bala Mohammed, and then there is Seyi Makinde. So either of those two men will be the candidate for the PDP 2027. It's not going to be Atiku Abubakar. He would have long left anyway. So either of those two spaces will be the candidates 2027. So the argument that Wike is putting forward now is that the party should zone its ticket to the south because of what happened the last time. It was meant to go to the south. They tried to play fast and they got burned. So it's telling them that, announce very quickly that this ticket goes to the south. But they're saying it's not yet time and they're still trying to play games because Bala Mohammed, of course, he still wants to throw a hand somewhat. But Bala Mohammed, if Bala Mohammed runs, he won't win. If Seyi Makinde runs, so what they are essentially trying to do is to, and this is Seyi Makinde, by the way, coming into play in that presidential space. So now the contention then in the PDP is going to be Bala Mohammed if they want to counterweight against Tinubu, or Seyi Makinde if they want to let the South play out and then play to the North in 2031. So here is Seyi Makinde. What he's saying essentially here is to announce himself still that I am still in play for that presidential ticket. So this is it's essentially a kite. I hope that makes sense. It sounds more convoluted the way I explained it than you probably understand. But I hope it makes sense what I just said. But just to break it down, there'll be three strands in 2027. There's the Tinubu Shetima, of course, APC. There'll be the PDP. It'll be either Seyi Makinde or Bala Mohammed on the ticket and one other. It could even be Saraki, but I think Saraki may well be halfway between the party and Atiku. So it'll be either Bala Mohammed or Seyi Makinde. So one of those two. And then there'll be a third factor, which will be an Atiku Obi ticket. So that's how sort of that will play out. So that's how 2027 will take shape. But the other factor that will still change stuff is how so choose to sway. So the only now last bit that needs to fall into place is Kwakwanso. How is Kwakwanso going to play out in this whole menage a trois? You know, so it's not even a menage a trois. It's more than a threesome. It's more than a yes. Yes, it is a menage a trois, and it is a threesome. So how would Kwakwanso play in all of the goings on? So that's the last final. So Kwakwanso is the last final bit. We know what's happening with everyone else, but Kwakwanso, we somewhat know what Kwakwanso is likely to do as well, but he has not yet formalized the position. But sadly, Peter Obi, El-Rufai, Atiku, they will go and pack into some basket of the deplorable sort of political vehicle and do their and cannibalize each other. You know, because look at those egos anyway. How can those egos coexist? The ego of El-Rufai, who thinks he's superior to all of them. The ego of Atiku, who thinks he's gaming everybody and he has a right to the presidency, and Peter Obi, who tries to play, who he thinks he's playing sleight of hand, trying to play simple-minded, but scheming and so they will cannibalize each other ultimately. That's just what will happen in that space. The last one, and then we'll see if somebody turns up. If nobody turns up, we call it a day. 2025 UTME results error. I almost resigned. Oloyede. So that is the czar then of JAM telling us just how pain the was by what happened. So that's that. So that's that. All right, let me send the link again. Actually, see if anybody will come in. So that's the link right there. So let's rattle through the. Oh, look at that. That's not even showing. Oh, all right. So let's rattle through the clips that we do have, and then we see where we land. So let's rattle through the clips. All right. So in this one, okay, they say Lagos is smelling, but why would Lagos not smell when the people who live there do this? It's unbelievable. What sort of mindset even? What sort of mindset considers that to be a normal thing to do? You know, these savages, man, they just come into Lagos and this is why I said though, people should be getting visas to come into Lagos. They should be going through an orientation to be able to live in Lagos, and that just enhances that mindset. So just all manners of savages in Lagos. This is El-Rufai saying in audio visual what I just read to you earlier on.
It was a very important meeting of the coalition we are putting together to ensure that President Tinubu goes back to Lagos, though we still keep the 20%. Alright, we still keep the minister because he's doing good work, okay, but I'll come to that. So I had to attend that meeting at 8 p.m. and the Katsina airport does not operate after 8 p.m. So I couldn't come until this.
So that's El-Rufai right there, just saying Bola Balu, some gobbledygook, whatever nonsense he was saying. Okay, this one I've not titled, so we watch it together and then I'll run commentaries afterwards.
And I want to thank.
This is Dangote imploring then that all these people looting their money, at least keep it within the country.
And I want to thank all our political leaders that are here to also plead that please, we are ready. We will not go anywhere and invest. This is home. We want to remain at home. We want to keep investing in Nigeria. We want to keep creating jobs. And nobody will take a dime to his grave. So if nobody will take a dime to his grave, what will give us the satisfaction of even being human beings is to make sure that we impact the lives of other people. Impacting lives of other people is by massively creating jobs. We'll keep creating jobs, and jobs. Thank you.
So that's Dangote right there. They say speak and do in Nigeria. Speak and do, speak and do. He's actually leading by example, you know. a good chunk of his wealth is invested in Nigeria. So he believes in the Nigerian project and is inviting his fellow looters to join him in that belief. So here is Dino Melaye calling time on Buhari.
It is very, very funny that President Muhammadu Buhari has gone to London to attend the Global Education Summit. It is funny and it is putting Nigeria in a very bad shape because I'm wondering what will President Muhammadu Buhari be discussing in a Global Education Summit. This is President Muhammadu Buhari that is a school that has a certificate, secondary school certificate, a school cert failure. And unfortunately, that certificate is even missing. We have not seen it. There's no copy of it. And you are going to a global education summit where you have professors emeritus, where you have intellectually mobile characters, where you have people with very high global intellectual IQ. And Buhari is going to sit down and discuss what in a global education summit. I was even thinking that they would send somebody like Professor Yemi Osinbajo, his vice president, to go and interact. Because I don't know, except the president will be deaf and dumb during the summit, except he will just go there and be an observer. I am imagining what Buhari will go and discuss, where global intellectuals are going to be dissecting intellectualism. It's a shame Nigeria is not represented in this global summit because we have a president who have nothing to offer, who is intellectually stagnant, who have...
So that's the Melaye right there. He re-released that particular piece to say that, look, I was criticizing this guy even in the throes of his importance. How come nobody is criticizing Tinubu equally? So I think that's the message he was trying to put across there. Do you want one more? Let me give you this last one. This is somebody calling Godswill Akpabio to order.
I remain Senator Peter Onyekachi Ebonyi with the golden crown of Ebonyi senatorial zone of Ebonyi.
That's not actually somebody calling. That's not somebody calling Godswill Akpabio to order. So this one is quite interesting, actually. That's Senator Umwabonye of the Natasha Akpoti fame, and he's telling us then in this particular clip that they should get rid of our poor people from Abuja because they make the place look untidy. So that's what he's saying. Get rid of poor people from Abuja because they are too smelly and they make the place untidy.
I remain Senator Peter Onyekachi Ebonyi with the golden crown of Ebonyi senatorial zone of Ebonyi State. Mr. President, I rise to support this bill, and I'm doing that considering what I can describe as total infrastructural transformation that is ongoing in FCT today. It therefore requires the cooperation of the Parliament to enable the Honorable Minister, Nyesom Wike, to continue his good works. Mr. President, digesting further the budgetary provision, we can see that much provisions are made for the infrastructure development of the capital city, which is the citadel of power for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Another area I would like to use this medium to draw the attention of the FCT Minister is the people living within the Abuja airport. Mr. President, I want the FCT Minister to extend his infrastructure development of the city within the surroundings of the Abuja airport. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, if you are descending into Abuja airport, the inhabitants, the type of infrastructure within the environs, Your Excellency, does not represent the good image of this country. And I think that the FCT Minister should capture in their next budget, if not incorporated in this, to either relocate the inhabitants of the people within the airport or renew the area, at least, because that is the mirror of the country as we are descending into Abuja airport. Some of us, if you take into account to view the environs of the airport while descending into Abuja, you will agree with me, Excellency, there is an eyesore. It doesn't give good image of the nation, and I think something has to be done about it. So I urge you, all my colleagues, to support this all-important bill, all geared towards transforming completely the FCT of Nigeria. Thank you.
So, no, let's, if you are coming from the airport,
if you are descending,
the first place you see,
if you are descending,
let's take it gently.
Yes, let's see.
The first place you see on the right is the presidential wing. Thereafter, you come across a very beautiful flyover,
yes,
which is almost like a boulevard. You understand? And you now descend towards the road that comes to the airport. Then when you get to the airport road, you now see 8 lanes,
yes,
complete with street lights,
yes.
particularly in the night. Very beautiful.
Yes.
And all that. So, which part gives you cramps in your stomach?
It's the back of the airport, yes, let's say. At the back of the airport.
That when you are inside the plane.
Yes, let's say.
That is somebody's village, oh.
Yes, let's say. But it's within the capital territory.
No,
and there is no how, if you are landing.
The owners of that village, those are their houses. That's what they can afford. But are you saying that we should go to those villages and evacuate them so that when your plane is coming down, what you will see high rises?
Your Excellency.
No, I want to understand.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You are talking about when you look out of the window.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You want to see beautiful Chinese infrastructure.
Yes, Your Excellency.
But that is what that place belongs to people.
No, Your Excellency, this is the capital territory of Nigeria, and we are talking of the image of the nation.
Okay, so the image of the nation starts with when your plane is descending.
Your Excellency.
And then you look at what happens in a place like Akwa Ibom. When you descend, you see water, and you see creeks. So we should eliminate the creeks and close.
No, Your Excellency.
So that it will not spoil your eyes.
Your Excellency.
That is the image of the nation.
Your Excellency, everybody that uses Abuja Airport will agree with me, sir. But the issue is, what do we do?
Yeah.
What do we do?
Okay. Distinguished colleagues, all those that use Abuja Airport, all those that use Abuja Airport, do you agree with him? Those in support say aye. No, those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The nays have it. So there's a lot of disagreement. This is Senator Abiru.
So there it is right there. The Senator Nwaboye, he doesn't want to see poor people in Abuja. So that's where we are now. And I thought it was a man of the people, you know. And the way he came out on that Natasha something, you would have thought it was you had thought it was more inclined towards the people than that. So that's Senator Nwaboye right there that doesn't want the hoi polloi in his company. The hoi polloi.
No matter the justification, this Senate sitting down and directing that a particular military facility be established, in my view, is overstepping the power. We are encroaching on the powers vested on the President of the Federal Republic, who is the Commander-in-Chief. That's why he's Commander-in-Chief. So I just wanted us to, if possible, rephrase it by saying that they should take appropriate actions. But to direct that, go and establish a military formation in so place, go and do so in another place, is an infraction of the President's power of command and control as Commander-in-Chief. We cannot do so. We can only say they should take appropriate actions, but to say in so specification, so location, go and do this, then we will be the Commanders-in-Chief. Which is not what the Constitution has given to us. So I just wanted to express that caution.
All right. So that was Senator XYZ calling the Senate President to order that is overreaching somewhat his constitutional powers. So overreaching. There is one more clip that I want to play you, but that clip is still uploading now. So I'll just I'll play you a little musical vignette as we wait for that to load. So I'll play you a 1 minute musical clip whilst that one is uploading.
Political advisor na shi kake ka kula mu kwarai dan kar ka sake a gidan zagaba mai mana alfarma ke rara yake da continuity Tinubu kwantu we say continuity Tinubu hey. We love you, Tinubu. We love you, Tinubu. We thank you, Tinubu. We thank you, Tinubu. Continuity. Our nibet, Tinubu. Our nibet, Tinubu. That's what I do, Tinubu. That's what I do, Tinubu. Continuity, Bola, Mama, Azuazu. So, what will okay.
So it was until that girl said, "So what we read," that then you then had the doubt that she looks to all intents and purposes like some Aisha from Upper Middle Street, Up Market Street in the north, and then suddenly saw what we're in. You don't get more Ibadan than that accent. So who exactly is that girl is the question. So I'm just waiting for this now last clip. So this clip now is one of the most viral clips on social media today. This next clip that I'm about to play you is an international one, by the way, but it's one of the most viral, one of the most talked about clips on social media today. So it's a case of ambushing. An ambush took place in America, and somebody was caught off guard. But is this the right way to do things? Is where the question is. I'm just waiting for it to pack itself up. So now watch this.
We have thousands of stories talking about it, sure. And we have documentaries, we have news stories, and that is Natalie here? Somebody here to turn that? I could show you a couple of things, and I have to. It has to be responded to. Yeah, sure. Let me see the articles, please, if you would, and turn the lights down. Turn the lights down, and just put this on. It's right behind you, Johan.
There's nothing this parliament can do, with or without you. People are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land. Yeah. South Africa occupy land. That's who we are. We don't ever want to do. We can withdraw my membership from this useless parliament.
Yes, honorable member. Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act. Shoot to kill, Namaza, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer, pa, 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 to kill, Namaza, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer.
The mayor of DA in PE is a white man. So these people, when you want to hit them, go after a white man. They feel a terrible pain because you have touched a white man. Not because Mashaba and Sodi will not be touched. They will be touched, no one. But we are starting with this whiteness. We are cutting the throat of whiteness.
Shoot to kill, Namaza, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the brewer, the farmer, shoot to kill, the master, kill the brewer, the farmer, kill the brewer, the farmer,
I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm saying to you, was not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. I can't guarantee the future.
Yeah, but I mean, you understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter, they freak out. It sounds like a genocide on Twitter.
Who will expropriate land without compensation, whether they like it or not. If they object, they can seek refugee in America.
Now this is very bad. These are burial sites right here. Burial sites, over 1,000 of white farmers, and those cars are lined up to pay love on a Sunday morning. Each one of those white things you see is a cross, and there's approximately 1,000 of them. They're all white farmers, the family of white farmers. And those cars aren't driving, they're stopped there to pay respects to their family member who was killed. And it's a terrible sight. I've never seen anything like it. Both sides of the road you have crosses.
So that was Elon Musk's surrogate Donald Trump presenting his white supremacist agenda to the president of South Africa. Do you know that the majority of the white South Africans, they are actually from the German Socialist Party after the Second World War. German Socialist Party, of course, being the Nazi party. So the Nazis that escaped after the Second World War, a good abundance of them escaped to South Africa and a lot of them to Argentina. So the backdrop of white South Africa is from that German Socialist Party, which is of the Nazi stock. And even Elon Musk, his father told us that their family backdrop is from the Nazi stock. You know, so that's fascism right there in full glare. Let's play the Kegite music. We'll see if anybody turns up for the conversation.
Only water, where is Sima? Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o, ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o, ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀, ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà àgbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko ni real Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us are Tony. Always a delight when Tony's here. There's Ola right there. Always a delight when Ola is here. I thought I saw Emeka just now. Emeka, you just dropped when we just about to kick. I was going to start with you as well, by the way. And that's rational mind right there. That's rational mind right there. So good to have you, gentlemen. More people hop on so that the conversation is even a lot more expansive. Let's start it off, kick it off. Let's kick it off with Tony, who has been here all the way through. Tony, you're up first. Tony.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
How body?
Dadani. I love you. How far? You okay? You don't. So your house don't finish the renovation exercise.
It don't finish. It don't finish at last.
Yeah. Now dirty job, no be small thing. Now dear new, and small you did one. Okay, sir. Yeah. Meanwhile, please, I don't write you before. Make you tell this guy, make it unblock me.
Who?
Thomas. Because
you are not blocked anywhere now. I've checked all the.
No, but I can't. My comment doesn't show, because one thing you have to tell the people that are appearing here is that if they want to be respected, if they are that old, that they are old people, they want to command respect, they shouldn't come to the international space like this. You know what I'm saying? They should remain at home, not to come to here and then be speaking and talking jargons. You know what I'm saying? Because people are here to counter them.
They don't respect people in international spaces.
No, yeah, but they don't respect people because you see how Trump was just doing just now, like so it was so aggressive. You know what I'm saying? So if you can't take it, if you can't smell the heat or you can't take the heat, then get out of the kitchen. Let people defrag and they give you for your palo or whatever. So you can't say that because you want to protest people that are old. If you are old enough, you want to command respect, you better remain at home. Because if you go to any international or any YouTube space or international or internet space, you are going to see what you did the bargain for. You know what I'm saying? So that is what we need to tell people. Me myself, I'll be insulted here. I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? So if I attack anybody at the comment section, the person can attack me back. You should rather than say that okay, let us be giving preferences to some people here. No sacred goat. I'll be waiting the recording. I've been a sacred cows here. So if you know that you are old enough, a man or a woman, you don't want anybody to
Tony, I'm just checking as you're speaking now.
You have to ask Thomas. Because most of the time when I'm not appearing, I would start to make comments so that you know that I'm around. You know what I say? But at the end of the day, I will check it, then it's not appearing. Yes, sir.
Tony, I'm having a look now. Your name is not banned.
Yeah, but you have to ask Thomas. Probably there's a special way that he banned me to do that for you not to see.
Well, how can he do that? It's not
okay.
possible.
Okay, I will try it later.
One man. You remember that I had that similar problem for a long time until you said you had to reset the whole thing. I don't know how you did it. Because I was banned at some point too. I could not comment for maybe more than a whole year. Remember that? Until you told me that I should try it now. And I tried it and then it worked. So
yes, there are two spaces you can be banned. You can either be banned in the comment section, which will then ban you on YouTube. And I'm on YouTube now. There's only one banned. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting echo from somebody. There's only one banned name. And it's not Tony. And that name, of course, will remain banned because the guy's just a. You know how I detest banning people because it stifles free speech.
Maybe you change my name to Nwachukwu.
One man, this one, since everyone is complaining, let me complain too. I noticed that your night moderators, when they don't like
the comment, not comments, the opinions of not generally opinions, even facts. They try to shut you down. It's not okay. Oh. You know, now I'm experiencing what was my very good friend I just spoke briefly now.
Tony, rational mind.
Rational mind.
Yeah.
I'm now in the rational mind camp. I'm experiencing the pains he goes through, try to express his opinions. I think you should talk to them. Oh. It's not a good thing. They try. It's not sounding like an echo chamber. When someone is trying to say this is the fact, they want to shut you down because they don't like it. It's not okay. You don't need to like.
And the woman's channel is the best. You know, you don't ban nobody.
It's not
unlike other platforms where they just they try to suppress you.
Yeah, it's not looking. It's not nighttime. Is resembling that. Was that Niger Watch, right?
No, I don't know. I don't even know. Many channels.
Can you cut down one of your? Maybe you have two of your.
So it's resembling Niger Watch, and I don't think it's a good thing.
The Niger Watch don't ban me. They don't ban me. They have banned me once on Niger on the WhatsApp group. One woman there, and then I was released by the moderator later, the owner. You know, so.
Well, Tony, you have to just wait. Maybe until when one man figure it out. Because I think the same thing was what I experienced. Somebody banned me here, and
okay, my brother, rational mind, motivo, I should go on.
Yeah, see, one man is not here, but can we just get something straight and let's stop being pretending that we have been getting shot? The point is this: the fact that you are coming online and you are contributing doesn't give you express permission to come here and insult people. There are ways people can be banned online. Yeah, the moderator can ban you, and YouTube can as well aggregate when you receive a ban like that, and I can as well aggregate what you've done in the past and put you in a mood mode for a while. So it's not a function of someone banning you here alone. If you are banned for something,
I don't agree with that.
one man wants to know it's an objective.
We have used
platform. So if you come here to submit to make any submission that is against the general public of Nigerians, the poor people, where you are, we are going to counter you.
Hold on now. Emeka, we're bouncing back from you again. Mute the YouTube.
It's not Emeka, it's Tony. It's Tony.
Is it? It's not.
Are you sure?
It's Emeka.
Oh, is it me?
When your bounces back.
Okay, can I try now? Yeah, it's not me. You can see it's not me. Yeah, like as I was saying, sorry, like as I was saying, if you come to the platform, like one man went to move, where it's 50-50. You know what I'm saying? It's the most objective platform owner, on on our, on the entire planet. I like the way he moderates his show. It's not arrogant. He let you submit whatever you have. Then, but you should be ready to be countered. You know what I'm saying? And then we don't want anything like anti-people submissions here. Just because you belong to one or you want to be friendly, or I don't know, what kind of, when people come here and be saying that, Nigeria is a good place, we shouldn't be spoiling the name abroad or whatever, what a stupid submission is that when the things are not working. Look at what the World Bank was telling you today.
All right, Tony, that's not the tone we wanted to start on, but let me
okay, that's it.
Hold on, you can't insult people just because they don't share your political views. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that. You can't, you either disagree with them with the counter argument or you just let it go. You can't say because they don't share your views, then it's a torrent of abuse. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that.
Yes, you don't need to tell me that because but one thing is that I'm here, on behalf of the poor masses of Nigerians, and then Africa in general.
Everyone else is here for those.
No. Some are here to as witches and wizards.
Well, that's your view, isn't it?
Bloodsuckers.
Hold on, let me tell you one thing. Everybody here, everybody platform, myself, Emeka, Rational Mind, you, etc., Ola, we are all here for the betterment of the country. So how that betterment takes place is subject to your own, to how you see it. You know, nobody wants, we all want good for the country, but how we see that good is what we discuss. So you're not here.
But Emeka is a very perfect example. It's a very perfect example. Like he was supporting Tinubu at the beginning. Okay.
So that's it now. You are not for the people any more than anybody else here. That's just what I'm saying.
No,
so
I'm much more. I'm much more. And then right now, Emeka also. I mean,
opinion,
you know, I really, you can't, you can't imagine how I value this guy we call Emeka. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm even sorry that for insulting him, but you see, back in the days, because that is exactly what I want people to be doing. So when you support somebody and this man or woman is not doing the right thing, then you just piss that person off. That's what Emeka is doing right now. You look at his analysis, of the whole system. I mean, how it affected. It's always, the concern, the plight of the ordinary man, the woman, the child, the Nigerian child. You know what I'm saying? Because we are living in a civilized society where people start to get benefit right from their mother's wombs. And then at the end of the day, you see people come here to talk nonsense. Make a begin to measure people when I know you want to see. Simba, all this Remy, when they come, one man, you already gone. They are just coming here to counter people like a rational man that is rational in his submission. That's always rational. You know what I'm saying? And objective. And then they start to shut him down. And then look at the way they have tried to corner Olana into their camp. This is what is troubling me. You know what I'm saying? But we should agree that Nigeria is not functioning. So people that are in charge, to listen and make that change.
I know. I don't want it to extend beyond.
We are not quarreling.
Sorry, Ola, I don't want that to be the conversation. Sorry, Ola. Take us to the politics, Tony.
Yes, okay. I greet everybody, including Ola, my brother. So yes. Yeah, the World Bank have just said it now. And then let me just go to this. I don't remember if you presented. Yeah, the president about to be on the Tinubu meeting in Rome. You know what I'm saying? You know what? The money when they just use there now, go the charter plane, go the entire private plane, go the waste their money, go the do all those nonsense. That should be able to build a road from Lagos to Onitsha. You know what I'm saying? The whole money, they just went there to just burn that money off by going to see Pope, who is the owner of the World Bank, this IMF. You know what I'm saying? These are the people that are terrorizing you. These are the mosquitoes that are chopped, those rats that are eating and blowing you. Breeze, you are going to celebrate them when they die. The other time the Queen died, they waste our money. The other die. You know what I'm saying? So this is crazy. What are they going to do there? Nigeria is not a religious country. What are they going to do there? Wasting the money they spent now, on that trip would have been enough to make the life better for the people of Nigeria. Crazy people. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm just. It's difficult for me to make any commentary about the Nigerian politicians. Or those legislators. You just imagine the kind of motion that guy was trying to bring to the floor just now. That about this Satanas that guy from Ebonyi State, he really disappointed me. It's only to talk about the problem. Look at the houses in Ibadan, in Oyo State, Edo State, Odo State, Onitsha. All this is state Ebonyi. Apart from the capital city, he's going to be talking about Abuja. That means it's like. Now we say Agolowo and then Chief Nauru, they went to England to be fighting for Nigeria independence so that they can go to develop our place. And then all of a sudden, they're going to say, oh, please, as we're coming, we saw Manchester was not okay, let us maintain the infrastructure. Why can't you talk about the Southern Nigeria infrastructure? You are talking about the Northern Nigeria infrastructure. Well, you know that today, many Northern EDGs, they say that now they get Abuja. You didn't play that video today. You know what I'm saying? I probably haven't got a grip of that video yet, So the certain politicians, they are so useless. It's not to talk about how to develop their place. They're going to develop the colonial masters city of Abuja. It's a crazy something. I don't know what's wrong with our people. Sultanas. They are mad. You know what I'm saying? That Abuja, that's a colonial masters headquarters. It's what that guy was fighting to be wasting money on. And then they are using Wiki and all those people to take our money from the oil and gas and the port facilities in Lagos, etc., and they're going to waste it there on the colonial masters' headquarters. And that stupid guy will say that now if they are coming down from the plane, they want to be safe and fair places. So that's what Awolowo did do. What he did, he went back and replicated all what he saw in England, and hence all those UCH, the free education for my people, my father, my uncles, all of them, my grandfather, and my mothers and all of them. So, but in the case of the present day Satana, they are useless. Going to be, instead to talk of how to separate that country, you know what I'm saying? They are talking about going to develop a colonial master's headquarters. So take me to the other politics, sir.
Okay. We were also talking about the coming together now, because it looks as though now there's the broad agreement that El-Rufai, Peter Obi, and Atiku Abubakar will come under one umbrella in 2027. So we're looking at how the politics of 2027 is taking shape, and who the candidate of the PDP will be. We almost know for certain now that it's not likely to be Atiku Abubakar, because he almost sat into the camp within the second quarter of this year. So how is that taking shape? And El-Rufai hinting then to meetings held in the dark shadows of the night and what they are concluding. So what are you making then of this coalition taking place between El-Rufai, Atiku, and Peter Obi?
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. As far as I'm concerned, you know what I'm saying? This people is just efforts in futility. You know what I'm saying? This people, they ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? They're just wasting their time. You know what I'm saying? Because Tinubu is already there right now. Although I don't consider Nigeria to be having a government, but what I'm expecting Tinubu to do is to restructure or whatever, the separation of the country. So they already know that they're just roaming around. They're just crazy. They're just playing. I mean, I don't know. They joke now. When Tinubu was not a president, he was not even a commissioner or a minister. He was able to, to get this presidency. You know what I'm saying? Even though that they were people that he supported say that they went against him, he said they should wait for me. That Emilio can't or something. And then this body they crazy. Tinubu is the INEC chairman. Tinubu is the general army commander. Tinubu is the minister for everything. So I've been look when they just go sit down. Tinubu don't let them. Yeah, they just waste time. You know what Tinubu start doing now? As of next year, we start to arrest all of them. You go put all of them in jail. Then nothing will happen now. Unless they're able to remove him there. Otherwise, by force. Otherwise, no way. They just waste their time. You know what I'm saying? So it's these people, they are so shameless. You know what I'm saying? They are so shameless. People like El-Rufai that eliminated a lot of people. As a governor, is that the guy that will be try to form a partnership with? As a people that known criminals. Look at the guy that will kick him out of a PDP. He's going to a partnership with him. It's just like out of desperation, but it's going to lead them to nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Because Tinubu is now the chairman, like as I said earlier on. You know what I'm saying? Tinubu it's more than a military dictator. You know what I'm saying? He will start to arrest them very soon. They just waste their time. You say?
Tinubu is nothing. It's nothing. It's going nowhere. 2027.
That, my brother, if you want to, no, Nigeria don't get any institution or grant to do anything. So Tinubu is the head of everything. What are you telling me? Me myself, I don't feel go try go and bring a European Union or go and bring Angela Merkel, go and bring Tony Blair or those or Basajo. May they go from party with everybody, with God. Tinubu will see defeat them. I tell you now. Not be say defeat now, it's not when you see your votes are counted, then they count your vote. You know what I'm saying? My brother, make una get the thought through. Now get institutions of grant. You don't have anything like institutions of, in Nigeria. That's why you have no light. That's why you are paying for darkness. You know what I'm saying? So a country where you pay for darkness, a country where you don't, you have no ministries of work that will be, doing things. A country that you have no army. Burkina Faso army can come and strike Nigeria within a day. They will defeat Nigeria army. You know what I'm saying? If Nigeria ever get army itself, that can continue. So Tinubu is the Lord. Is the warlord of Nigeria. He's a warlord. You know what I'm saying? He's a warlord because the oil money, He has right to do whatever he like or he defeat. I mean, you guys are just wasting time. Tinubu will not give any chance at all. Go and bring all the whole world. Go and bring Trump. Say, make come be chairman of any party in Nigeria. Tinubu will just use this bulldozer to level them. It will turn them to, is it manure or being fertilizer? Not just a joke. They will let the hard way. Woman, you didn't see VDM today. He went to Bayelsa. You see how if that guy compete, if that guy want to be president, they will put him there.
Who will put him there? The people of
the masses now. The
which masses? The South people. Is he not an Edo boy?
I said if you go to Lagos, may go to my city now for Ibadan, may go to anywhere, and I go to Benin, go to everywhere. I said that they go to Bayelsa today, everywhere. People troop out now. Like said, their Messiah don't come, just because things are not working. You know what I'm saying? In the country, that's why people are just so desperate.
It's an online personality now. That's just all it is now. It's just
it's not a known personality. It's just like he's doing what a government
online personality.
No, not online. No, we are talking about offline. You know what I'm saying? Do you know that? Have you not been seeing how you go to universities, campuses, giving them water and all those kind of amenities? I mean, there is no government in a place, so you have warlords. You know what I'm saying? People, warlords now. Warlords, they control those opium farms or whatever. They control oil wells, like in Iraq, in Nigeria. Nigeria is a warlord country. All this Adamu Aliyu, A.K. Ushomole is a warlord, so he controls the oil that is coming out of Edo State, all those Okowa and all those Udwagan, all of them. It's too crazy. The system is so crazy. That's why I want us to be, to be speaking with one voice here. Like, we all should be saying that, okay, we should keep hammering on that, the fact that things are not working.
We can't speak with one voice now because we're not of the same view.
Yeah, okay, but at least 80% should be, should agree that things are not working. That we ought to be at home.
No, that would defeat the whole thing now.
You want World Bank to come and tell you how to feed your people? World Bank? That means your system is not working.
Where is World Bank telling you where to? What are you even? I don't even.
Yeah, like today now, your reader today, you said that the World Bank is say that so that people are good. Or sometime I don't know. Last time people in 2027 there will be 90 million people that will be.
No. What World Bank actually said was that that inflation has pushed half the country into the poverty line. So the poverty line then is $2.15 per day per person. But because of inflation, it has tipped the at least 46% of the population into that poverty threshold. So they're just presenting data. That's all.
And they are the one cutting it too, and they are the one telling you also. So that means there's a government vacuum. Because if you have a government, you don't have to wait for a white man to come and tell you that your people will be falling to the poverty level or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So assuming that I'm the president, I'll make sure that my people they can go to the farms and then feed themselves. That I will encourage the people to build factories and whatever, so that people can be able to work and then pay taxes. And then right now you are taxing people that are selling pure water. Oh, one man, you have to. I mean, you should see the reason why sometimes I throw some shit at some people here. You know what I'm saying? When people, they will say that IGRO, the internal generated revenue. Where are they? A country with no power, a country with no industry, a country with no working, no employment, and then you are taxing people that are just, hey, my God, look at the condition at which those people they are living in. And then you see, oh my God, you go and tax them, pure water seller. That is what we call drinking blood of people. They are fly. They are fly. Those kind of mosquito now, big one when they suck blood. You know what I'm saying? Now this Nigeria bunch of rollers be.
All right.
Yes, thank you. Enough. I just say I come before people know who come, make go close. Now make me just come in.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Tony. Let me move the conversation on, unless there's anything else you want to add.
Thank you, sir. No, nothing more, than to say thank you to everybody, and then I'll make make all of them stay steady. Make they think of the poor people. You know what I'm saying? Because all of us cannot go abroad, and then even for the fact that we have to go to white man's country before we can, so that we know we die of hunger, should be a very big concern. Thank you very much, my people.
All right, brilliant. That's the inimitable Tony. So it's a one of one, and thank God for that. So it's a one of one. So thank you, Tony. So that's Tony kicking it off in a manner only he can. So thank you, Tony. We go on from Tony to Emeka, who hopefully has sorted out the bounce backs. So let me rattle through what we're talking about, and then you can just take a pick and we do 5 minutes monologue. There are not that many of us, but I don't want people held for too long. We do for 5 minutes monologue. We open it all up. El-Rufai talking about the convergence of political ambitions of himself, El-Rufai and Peter Obi, telling us now that they've come to some sort of an agreement. What that agreement is, we don't know. We're also talking about the World Bank telling us then that half the population are now living officially in poverty by the matrix of $2.15 per person. So that they say is a result of inflation. The price of rice is falling quite drastically, but people still cannot afford it. Now 50 something thousand naira per bag. So there's that. And then there's this exclusive from Sahara Reporters that Obi's visit to Rome was actually to plead some debt owed by Fidelity Bank to Tinubu. So a lot of people actually sent that in. DSS tells us that they're not involved in the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya. That is not to say the Nigerian state was not, but to tell us then that they, as an agency, were not the arrowhead of that space. So there's that. You can just take it from there, and then of course, Trump ambushing the South African president, the King Emeka, were in the presence of royalty, ladies and gentlemen.
So good evening, woman. Thank you very much. Well, good evening to the panelists and viewers at home, and also those at the comment section. I saw the media statement from El-Rufai, and I laughed really hard. Why I laughed was, and I think also Babachi Alawa, I think he was also going around the media and supporting the coalition. They are going to fail. And if you ask me, I think, in my opinion, I might be wrong. I think El-Rufai might be the Trojan horse. Why do I say so? You know, it appears there's a history of him being unhappy with the president not getting support for his ministerial appointment through the Senate confirmation. But then again, I remember during when the president won, he said he wanted to go back to school. The president was begging him to stay. And all of a sudden, the president did not intercede during his Senate hearing. I started reading in some, behind the scene, my own opinion behind this. And I think El-Rufai might be the Trojan horse that might go into that coalition, obtain information, and feed it back to the president or the presidential campaign team in preparedness of what the ADC may be trying to do. They are now, like what we predicted, Obi is going to leave the Labour Party. And as you can see, just like the political prostitutes that he has left the Labour Party and abandoned them alone. So he has completely embarrassed my governor, the Abia State. He has embarrassed him when they were trying to look for peace. So he has left that man now. That man is now on his own. The other faction is also fighting. Obi has bounced. Article 2, the chairman of the political prostitutes in
What evidence do you have
Nigeria.
that he has bounced? What evidence do you have that he has bounced?
They said he has signed the agreement with Article. They are all going
So
Article,
they signed
El-Rufai.
They said
and
they signed what's it called? Whatever you said they did.
written agreement.
Have they announced any political party that they want to run?
Oh, they say ADC that they are going to go to the ADC.
Well, that's
They are,
all. That's
they
just
are, they are, they are in discussion with the ADC,
they're in
right?
discussion with AGC.
ADC,
So
yes.
did you hear what Obi said, that it's just part of whatever coalition that will move the country forward? So he has not.
Obi has been, Obi and Lies are 5 and 6, right? No, Obi will never admit to truth. When Obi sees truth is like a shadow to him. This is not the first time we have the Rational Mind. You've been here. You've also provided your own opinion on this matter, and you've provided strong opinions. But we've analyzed it here and said Obi is going to leave. Obi is forming a coalition with Atiku.
Emeka, why you like to lie? Emeka, stop lying. Obi still in Labour Party. Stop lying. Eh? Why are you talking nonsense all the time? Obi is leaving. Leaving where? Eh?
I'm not the one who said it. El-Rufai is the one who said it. El-Rufai said it today. Can I speak? You are echoing, so you are echoing. We can't hear you very well. El-Rufai is the one who said it.
But El-Rufai is in the SDP now. Why would they be saying that?
He is leaving the SDP and he's going to. He said they formed the coalition. One man, you didn't show them the publication. You didn't get it out.
I read it out now. There was even a clip of him saying
yes, he gave the press. Yeah. That's why I watched the press statements that he is not written. He said it himself. He was talking to the media himself, Atiku, and P2B. They form a coalition. They've written agreement, and they are in discussion with ADC party. So Obi is going to leave the Labour Party. Atiku, technically, Atiku is not in the PDP.
Both your governor will leave. Alex will leave too.
Let him go. Let him finish.
Patrick, fix your speak your
is
mic.
That Patrick?
No, that's Patrick Uche, not Patrick Canada. Sorry, carry on, Emeka.
So he said it, but we've known that Obi has been having secret meetings with Atiku. We've discussed it here. The media have also provided insights, despite the fact Obi denying it. He denied it in multiple occasions, but there've been secret meetings going on. Now Atiku has clarified. His media aide has clarified. Many of his media aides, or those who work closely with him, they've all said it. It's on social media everywhere. Atiku will do 1 term. P2B will be his VP, and hopefully P2B would run as president in the next election cycle. Well, I don't. So when I looked at it, I didn't just want to analyze it because I know it's dead on arrival. They are all losers and they are going to lose. So I just didn't want to analyze the possibility of P2B running or the possibility of Atiku backbiting P2B in the future if he wins. So because I know they are not going to win. They only win in their dreams.
Talk us through how that is sold to the calculations of P2B is what I'm really interested in, just as an academic exercise. So now, if P2B decides to run as Atiku's running mate, that is his most viable route to power. So, and I think he knows that as well. If he decides to run, it will hemorrhage quite a lot of his followership, but then he will gain the followership of Atiku as part of it, So it's a calculation, isn't it? It's going to hemorrhage from the obedience space, but what Atiku brings into it, would it compensate to push him all to where he ultimately wants to get to?
You're right, one man. That's his the probability of him, becoming president is tied to that ticket. Then again, if you go back to most of his press statements or media chats, you would find him echoing that he's not. What is the key word that he was using? That it's not like a do or die affair for him to be president. So that was what he was selling. Then again, if you
No, he
monitor,
said he's not desperate for
yes,
power,
thank you.
but
That's the right word.
him aligning with Atiku is a clear indication of desperation for power.
Yes, that's the right word, keyword. He's not desperate for power. So if you also watch the social media space, you will notice that these social media influencers, a few of them, especially those who are close to him, have started selling that possibility, the coalition possibility. And what will happen when they now give an official statement? Because so far so good, each and every one of them, or through their spokesmen or aliases, are just speaking they are not speaking authoritatively, but we know what's going on behind the scene based on body language. But when they now probably maybe they have a good agreement with ADC, they release a public official statement, you will see the ramp up on social media by these influencers trying to sell that coalition to the obedient. And the prediction that I'm going to say is that obedience are going to buy it. They are going to buy it. Why do I say so? Some, like the ones who are closer to Obi have started selling it. And some people are looking at it, even those who are in the southeast, and saying, okay, this looks like a good possibility. So if there's an official statement, there will be a ramp up from these influencers when they've collected the money to do their job, and they will sell it to obedience. Many obedience would buy it. A few may not agree, but many of them are going to buy it. So they look at it as the possibility for Obi to become the president after Atiku runs for just a single term. That's just by the way. Anyway, I wish them all the best of luck. I know they're going to lose, and they're going to lose woefully.
But Atiku is a notorious backstabber now. What level of guarantee can he guarantee to if Obi doesn't know? Even Kwakwanso tells us that guy can never be trusted. Obasanjo said the same. Everybody that's worked with him tells you that is a narcissistic, self-interest sort of a person that will throw you under the bus at the blink of an eye. So everybody knows that. So what level of assurance would they assure that will make Peter Obi come on board with him?
No, Peter Obi is already on board. It's not they've signed an agreement.
Yes.
He's already on board.
It's going to be played in the
So, but
anyway.
why, like I said earlier, I just don't want to analyze it because they are going to fail. So we can only analyze something that has a realistic chance. And we can now say, I don't think Atiku would honor that agreement. He's definitely going to renegade because his history has shown that pattern consistently, right? So, except his health is going to fail him, which I don't think. He seems like someone who is still in good shape for his age, and his health is still looking good. So, if they win, perhaps they win. I think Atiku is going to run for 2 terms. I think he's going to run for 2 terms. That's just the way it's going to look like. But the reason why I say I don't want to use energy to analyze something that is not going to be realistic. The chances for them winning the 2027 election is as good as is as good as throwing it to the wind. They won't win the election. The chances for the president winning the election is just so high. It's in the 90% range. The Southeast governors are pledging their support. Yes, not. I'm not saying the entire Southeast are going to vote for the president, but they will improve on his previous result for 2023. That number would go up, right? Then he already has the South in the bag. He has the Southwest in the bag. He now has Abuja in the bag, and some states in the North Central in the bag.
The Northwest also.
He has the Northeast in the bag. The Northwest, I think he has it in the bag. because the people who are making noise from the Northwest are those who are aggrieved that they didn't get any juicy position or they were ignored. These are nonchalant, disgruntled politicians. So the president in all the geopolitical zone is going to do very well in 2027 election. And then we've not even included the power of incumbency into it. We've not also included the influence of using the Nigerian police, as well as the influence of using some electoral rec into the election. So what Atiku would do well in his states? Yes, he controls that place, Adamawa. He's going to do well. Peter Obi would do reasonably well in the southeast. He probably would be, that ticket would be, if the coalition is successful, that ticket would do well in the southeast. But the president would eat into the numbers. I don't see how. That's why I'm saying that. What's his name? El-Rufai is the Trojan horse. I don't see he has completely lost Kaduna political structure. He's lost it. So, what influence is it coming to bring into that coalition? I don't know, but I think it's the Trojan horse that will be feeding the APC on what the ADC, or maybe if the ADC doesn't work, the new political party they are going to join would the information and their strategy. I think that he will be the one that will be leaking the news. So, like I said, I wish them all the best of luck. Losers, there's no harm for them trying again, but losers will continue to will. And let's see, maybe after 2027, Atiku could throw in the towel. So let me just briefly move to your report on the World Bank. Two nights ago, I said it. 50% of Nigerians are in poverty, and today the World Bank is releasing that to reflect the fact that 50% of Nigeria are currently in poverty. Nigerians are really suffering, and just before joining the platform, I was reading where the Minister of Information is saying that the economic policies of Tinubu is going to make Nigeria great again, and Tinubu is doing well. And I'm wondering, why are these people gaslighting us? Why are they trying to twist the story, the realities of things in Nigeria? Why are they doing this? It's not okay. Nigerians are finding it very difficult to buy bread and to buy the rice that is now 56,000 naira. Is challenging, and it appears that the president is not willing to adjust. I think 2 nights ago when we were arguing, and I was telling the platform people, the members of the platform, that what is Tinubu doing that is different from what Buhari has done and Goodluck Jonathan has done. That is his economic policy. Apart from the removal of the fuel subsidy, which has made Nigeria more poor, and the flotation of the naira, what policy again have they done? Our NPR has always been going up. We've been transferring value to foreign to foreigners who only invest in our foreign portfolio FPIs. And to let you know why I'm saying this, because when I say this, some people come in here to come and argue with me, to tell me stories, to try to launder or whitewash or wash things that are not right. And I'm wondering, are these people not following the news? Are they not seeing the indicators? It's written. Who is the highest investor? Who brings the more capital, foreign remittance into our economy to invest in our FPIs? The United Kingdom, 66.5%. Followed by who again? The US, 9%. And then South Africa. Where are they buying this stuff? Banks and other finance houses. That's where they're putting the money. Short term. Shares, bonds, money market instruments like treasury bills. And after 3 months, they collect their investment income. And I was saying this 2 nights ago, and people were beginning to say things that are not true. Why am I saying this? This is something, this article that we have prepared and published. Good Lord Jonathan, the same thing. Buhari, the same thing. Tinubu, the same thing. Nothing changed. We are only encouraging foreign investors to bring in funds for short term, make money for themselves, take interest income, and bounce. The latest PwC report showed that, okay, if inflation is going around in Western countries and they decide to cut rates, foreign investors would not bring their funds to Nigeria, right? Because we have a real negative economy. Our inflation rate, at some point, our inflation rate is higher than our MPR. But now, our inflation rate is now lower than MPR. Inflation, MPR and I predicted that Cardoso will hold MPR at 27.5. Yesterday, Cardoso had MPR at 27.5 because inflation has dropped marginally. I won't call it marginal drop, just 0.52% to 24%. So they are leaving it for another 3 months, and within that 3 months, the guys in the UK will collect money and smile. If they reduce it, the guys in the UK will begin to shop around. So whose interests are we serving? It is clear. That question I was asking because I just didn't want to say it, but it is clear. We are serving the interests of Westerners, mostly the United Kingdom. They are actually the owners of Nigeria. We are going to show our report card very soon to them so that they can continue to bring in and invest in our FPIs. Not even FDIs. FDIs fell. Just $70 million came in. $70 million. They are not interested in making Nigeria better. Nobody's bringing funds into this country. They're only here to rip us off. Take our funds, transfer value, and move. Then, just within a couple of hours, these guys, the operators of private market, criticizing the MPR rate, reduce this rate so that we can try to borrow funds. No, they won't reduce it. It's not for local Nigerians like myself and you. Their interest is not for us. It's for the UK, the United Kingdom, and probably other people. So when I was saying this, and some people are coming to, I just look at them. I was highly irritated that two nights ago. It's like, you can see that it is night time, but somebody is telling you it's afternoon. And you're telling that this is night. When the president is saying he wants to grow the economy by $1 trillion, and I said, let's come back in 2 years' time. It's not possible. There's nothing Tinubu is doing that is different from what Buhari has done. The only two things, the things I did, he actually made Nigeria more poorer by removing fuel subsidy, and Nigeria can't afford things again because now they are buying fuel at a higher price, and then the fluctuation of the dollar.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So, having said all what you just said now, can we say that removing this fuel subsidy that probably would have cost us $10 billion annually? Let's just assume that's the amount that they pay for just to subsidize Nigerians when it comes to that fuel. And he had not floated the naira like he did. That has bring about the devaluation, even though he himself did some devaluation by the borrowings he did, and also by floating the naira. The market forces determine the price, which that's another controversy. Another area that I can argue about, but I don't want to go there. But now, looking at these two policies that he did, is it worth the consequence that we are facing in terms of our naira? The purchasing power of our naira is down. Our manufacturers cannot afford to produce. A lot of people are out of job, and our naira to dollar, the purchasing power is just down. So if he had not done all of this, don't you think it's worth if he had maintained status quo than having to do this? The cost. That's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to ask you now is this:
I get your question. I get your question. The challenge is because we've been stealing our revenue, we know we cannot even afford the subsidy. If we're generating sufficient revenue, right? That was the major problem. There was no money to continue to pay for fuel subsidy. In the past, there was money, but the money is no longer available, so they had to get rid of it. And that's the reason why they started owing the oil marketers. If the money was there, they would keep it, but the money was no longer there. And you cannot continue to owe oil marketers to the point that you can no longer pay them. Even the savings from the fuel subsidy, 50% goes into the savings from it, the cost savings. That's what NNPC is remitting. The other 50%, they say they are using it to pay backlogs for oil marketers that they are owing. So there's no audit to confirm that. But what we know is that according to the national Nigeria economic update done by the World Bank, is that report is done twice a year. It says that only 50%, that they should try as much as possible to clear off the backlog and begin to remit the 100%. So my main concern is, yes, we have removed fuel subsidy, we can't afford it. We have floated the naira. I would have suggested that the president should have staggered that fluctuation instead of completely removing it and still trying to, because it's not full flotation. They are still defending the naira at the moment. So they did it. It went haywire. They tried to manage the whole thing. So what would I say? They would have done it in batches and see how the effect would look like.
But Emeka, and to what Rational Mind was saying as well, if they remove the subsidy and then they make that savings and then they put that savings into the economy, is that not, even though the economy might go through a temporary pain period, is that not a better strategy than either this staggered float that you are saying?
But the next rule, the naira fluctuation is different. The fuel subsidy is only 50% that is coming into the reserve that they are sharing now. The federal government, the state government, they are all sharing.
No, I'm talking about the removal of the subsidy from.
That's it now. The savings from the fuel subsidy. The savings from the fuel subsidy is what has increased the allocation.
So having said that, now my question is so this is what I'm saying. So you okay, you're getting subsidy. I mean, you're making savings. You devalue the naira, or you float the naira, and the naira is a worthless piece of crap.
Let's just say he devalued the naira. Yes.
So my point is this now. Even though he increased the so-called IGR we're talking about, so what's the value of that money? That IGR, what's the value? Now, say for example, post pre Tinubu. The value of a billion naira, it's like
if we convert it to dollars, right?
Let me land this point so you can answer it. Say pre Tinubu, when Bubu was there, let's say a billion naira is worth, say 500. Let's say it's worth, let's say $500,000
dollars. Yeah.
Let's assume like that. And now when Tinubu there is now. $1 billion is worth $1 million. So and now he makes $1 million. I mean, he makes let's say give $1 billion. I mean, billion naira to a governor. That $1 billion. I mean, $1 billion naira is worth 500,000, as opposed to $1 million, $500,000.
That's a wrong question. Anyway,
Rational Mind, you are right, but I will not say. I won't say it. Right? Let me quote the World Bank. They said, "Why did our revenue improve? 3 things: cost savings from removal of fuel subsidy, the devaluation of the naira, and efficiency in remittance. That is improving custom duties. That's ensuring that customs remit what they are supposed to remit, right? With the custom duties and the rest. That's why our revenue increased. So those three factors were the factors that improved our revenue. Now, if we're not going to look at it for dollar to dollar value, I will try to do that over the weekend. I think the devaluation of the naira, which increased our revenue that's devaluing the naira, which increased our revenue. If we convert it back to dollars, the change is marginal. The increase is marginal. That if we are not going to be comparing revenue improvement to that of the Buhari regime, I think is marginal from that data input alone. Okay, so when I say that Tinubu has succeeded in putting Nigeria into poverty, him floating the naira, which does not improve Nigerians' life because we are in an import-driven economy, but it only makes those guys, the Westerners, especially the guys from the UK, the financial guys in the UK, it will only improve their value of funds coming in, the pounds, when they bring it in. Yes, the naira has devalued. When we bring it in, our money will be huge. And when we are taking interest, everything will look okay for us. So all these economic policies, the indicators, and the outcomes only serve the interests of the Westerners. So my view is the president would, yes, inflation went up because things, when he did the fluctuation things and as well as fuel scarcity, the prices of things went up. But now I can actually admit the economy is stable. The naira is actually getting stable. It's not going up, off and on. We can all agree to that. When we compare it with November, December, and January this year, it's not stable. Companies cannot make good prediction of the value of the naira. He should reduce MPR. He should reduce MPR. That's just it. So that we can go into the market and borrow and try to produce.
All right, start to bring it up, Emeka, so
Yes.
that we can move it around.
My other discussion, I think you mentioned something that I wanted. Which topic did you mention again? Oh yes, so the South Africa Buhaha. You see, Trump knows how to whip people. The guy is he doesn't hide his mouth, and Ramaphosa did not expect the shredding he got today. He thought he could go and explain himself to the president, to President Trump. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Trump has decided to play a fast one on him. Even though the information Trump is getting is not actually correct, it's not fully correct, right? So there's a lobby group, a South African lobby group, who have gotten the mouthpiece of Elon Musk, and they are now using that to convince the president to do something about the farmland in South Africa. But if you watch the interview in full length, you'll find out that the richest man in South Africa also accompanied the president, that's the South African president, and he explained to Trump that actually the issue is not a racial issue, it is a crime issue that cut across the divide. Everybody is feeling it. So that guy too, that's the richest man in South Africa, both him and Trump, they've shared the same apartment before, I think in the 70s. In New York. So he explained, he said it's a crime issue and we need technology. They need the US to help them. And also, he told Elon Musk, if Elon Musk can bring this Starlink and put it in every police station so that they can get access, and likewise drone, that he was trying to invest in drones. But the predecessor of Ramaphosa said the US will be spying on them. And they didn't encourage that drone investment. So Trump listening to him, I believe they will have a closed session and they will discuss the full length of what is going on.
But what are you making of that sort of ambushing something? He did that with the Ukrainian president as well.
Yes.
When he and Vance launched at him, Is this the new format now that if you go to the White House, you get
that one was a mishap, right? You know, what's that his name? Zelensky. Zelensky was very stupid. The way he was communicating, maybe I don't know. Probably English might be is not his native tongue. So he snapped at the vice president, and Trump didn't like that. So, but this one was.
Are you sure you watched that thing?
I did watch it. Yes, I watched the full interview, and I watched it twice.
It's okay.
So,
it never snapped. Never snapped.
He actually insulted Vance.
How so? How so?
He actually tried to correct him on a detail. Like,
he insulted Vance. He insulted Vance in his language. That's why I said maybe English is not his native tongue. He was frustrated.
You might have a point there, but to this MAGA lunatics, which is also this idiot in the White as the vice president himself, you know, they just they're so steep in this their conspiracies and all of that. That was what this guy was trying to correct him. You know, these people, it's alien to them to correct them. Correction, they don't take correction. These MAGA lunatics. I mean, the president, his vice, and all of those is MAGA idiots with them. They just don't take to corrections. So anything that you try to, if you like, look at what happened at Oval Office with Ramaphosa. You know, look at how he was just going off, and then he wouldn't even accept. Even when a reporter was even asking him question, she was asking him question. I was trying to put him straight. It just push off whatever. You see, that's the thing they do. When you ask them a question, he will dance around the question, and it will just divert, and they just. Trump is very good at that thing too. I mean, he's very good at when you ask him a question, he will start off like he was about answering that question, and we just totally derail and just forget the question and even not even talk about the question anymore because they know the truth is alien to them. They don't like saying the truth. When it doesn't go in line with their whatever.
What truth? You are not citing examples.
I just gave an example of. Did you watch that? I mean, this one that the woman played was. I don't know. Maybe.
Oh no, he was. The president was completely misinformed.
That's what I'm saying. So misinformation ramps. I mean, look at what he was saying. I mean, when Zelensky said, "Oh, even Trump was saying that. Oh, it was Ukraine that started the war first." Oh my goodness, Ukraine started the war first. That is the same misinformation that was good, and that was what Zelensky was trying. You know, the way they all came against that guy at that when they visited.
Actually, Trump is right. Ukraine actually started the war in 2014. They started the war in 2014. They were going about killing Russian ethnic groups. Right, so that was why Crimea. Crimea. Don't worry, let's not pivot so that other people can.
Leave it at that. Okay.
Yeah, let's not pivot so that other people can come in. Let me not be the center focus. So anyway, the president Trump was misinformed. I will also blame his staff for not doing deep research and finding out the truth. But I believe they will all try to discuss this matter at length and look for a solution. That's why the South African president is there, and he brought a huge entourage with him for them to also express their opinion. But before I leave, one very solid point. Yes, it is true that Peter Obi went to see Tinubu in Rome because of Fidelity Bank debt. So, and you know, when you begin to hear these rumors about bank having issues, there's an iota of truth. Today, the CEO of Fidelity decided to increase her shares. She increased it to 26%, buying, I think, 8 million shares or 18 million shares, thereabouts, over 300 million. Why is she doing it? Because there are rumors going out that Fidelity is having debt issues. She's trying to see how to boost confidence within the market. But Fidelity has bank issues. And hopefully, it's just time. I hope they will release their annual report and we will see how geared they are and what provisions they've made for their bad debts. What's really giving them that issues that they are so leveraged. If time permits me, if I can lay hands on their statement, I will try to speak more on that. But let me not take so much of your time. Thank you very much. And to those who are saying, they are saying opinion. I am not quoting opinions. The economic issues that I discuss are not opinions. I've cited reports. There are so many publications on this. If you can go on CBN, it's all there. So many of us do not have the time, I know, but go to CBN website. That's the first source I'll refer you to. If you don't like that of the World Bank, go there. Go to, if you like Cardoso, you say Cardoso is working happy, go to CBN website and go and download it and see it for yourself. Then also, you can Google who is the major capital inflow remittance into Nigeria and where do they invest it on. You will see it there. It's not hard. It's not cho. I know they come talk abracadabra. I give you the facts. I don't express opinion over economic matters. Thank you.
All right, we're done. So that's the excellent Emeka, of course, the inimitable Emeka. So thank you, Emeka. Stay with us.
I'm sorry, one more, an opportunity to respond. I just went to the comment section to make some commentaries. They didn't appear.
All right. I'm not sure what I. Let me show you something. Just stay there. Stay. If I. All right. Let me show you. Let me show you this. Is that showing on the screen?
Yeah, somehow I will screenshot it then.
No, we cannot. I cannot see. We cannot see.
Okay.
Oh, is it one on the side?
Oh, hold on. Let me show you this. Is that showing on the screen now?
No. What is showing there is exclusive as well. Something exclusive.
I want to show you the studio on the.
Okay, you can check it later. I don't want to let you know, sir. That's all.
All right. Can you see the studio on the screen now? Oh, it's not letting me. If I show you the studio, there's your name. If you see the band list, your name is not there. The names here are. There was a guy that used to come here to pound spam. Do you remember that guy that used to come and do porn on the? So he's the one under all of its incarnations that is banned, and one other character. So, but your name is not banned. That's just.
Yeah, probably he banned this, with a special method. I don't know. You want to ask, It just be like say we just waste our time because the Buhari mystery is not solved, and then we are just wasting our time.
Ask Choma. Choma is the one that bound you.
Emeka, I said, make we solve Buhari's mystery. Now they say Buhari don't go to England. Which of the Buhari? Is it Jibri, Abi, Al Maludu? Huh? The country is not going nowhere until we solve that Buhari mystery. How can an old man become so young? And then we expect the country to move forward. We need to solve that. If that same Buhari that Obasanjo is going to meet at national state, executive meeting.
Sorry. How are we getting to Buhari? We're not even discussing Buhari.
No, there was Buhari's something caption today that they said that he went to England. Which of the Buhari from his graveyard? Allegedly.
No. That's not from now. That's a throwback. That was Dino Melaye bringing that. He did that under the Buhari something, and he was saying, "I criticized Buhari then. How come people are not criticizing Tinubu now?"
Okay, I get you. But meanwhile, we still need to solve that mystery. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, well, that's not my mystery. That's Nnamdi Kanu's
that is a Nigeria mystery. If you don't solve that Buhari mystery, because
don't worry, nobody cares about any of that. Rational Mind, you're up next.
Okay.
Yeah, woman. What a go on.
Yeah, good things are going.
Okay.
When did you learn patois? Good things are going.
Good man. Yeah, my brother from Ekiti State. What a guana.
I won't answer you now. I know that you were taught in a received pronunciation, so why should I just answer one kind of a ghetto language?
No, my man. It's I'm speaking patois. Even though I don't
know. I don't want
it's
to.
It's okay.
Ekiti is a Winston.
Yeah.
Have a spliff. Have a spliff.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, woman.
You don't know what a spliff is? Do you know what a
I don't
spliff
know.
is?
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Do you know what a spliff is, though? You don't know what a spliff
No,
is?
I don't. No.
You've lived too sheltered a life. You don't know what a spliff is.
Well, it's gonna take me time for me to start brainstorming on that.
That's Gogiame's daily diet, a spliff. That's how he
Okay.
wakes up. We will tell you what it is.
All right.
Yes, Floyd
Yeah,
Jones.
woman. Let me. I have some topics here. I will just rattle them through them real quick for me to talk about those ones you have here. First of all, I want to talk about this Okowa issue in the other states. I don't know if you saw that video of how he was humiliated today when he was, like he said, before he defected to APC, and he was saying something about, oh, we have consulted with our local. I mean, how do they talk about how do they say that thing in English?
Stakeholders.
Yeah, stakeholders, they're local stakeholders, and they've all come to an agreement that they should move. Then the same local stakeholders, they went to talk to them, the market women, and look at how they humiliated him today. They said, no, we know they follow you go, those kind of a thing. So, and like Babachi Lawal said today, the people that will determine the election is not, even though you are a governor, whatever you are, you can hijack the party primaries. You're a president, you can hijack the party primaries and put your stooges there to run for your ticket. But invariably, it's going to be the electorate that will be the one that would determine who goes in there. If they don't do their mago. We saw that with how so many governors could not even help their candidate, not even Okowa himself, even though he was the candidate for PDP. I think he lost his state to Labour. So that tells you what you need to know, that it's not about whoever is defecting to APC that is going to determine it, except if Tinubu uses mago and use the state might, the Nigerian might, deploying his thugs and the military and the police to make sure that people don't disenfranchise from voting, except that. So, or they do what they did in Edo State. So, to me, I just think that's just to tell you, I think that's kind of like supports what Babachi Lawal was the point he was making today. That is the electorate that would determine. We saw that like even Peter Obi that never had one single senator, one single whatever, and he had 6 million votes, and he was able to bring in a lot of people. When I mean a lot of people won on that platform of Labour. They rode on that wave of Obi. I mean, that's a feat that not even Tinubu can even boast of that. Tinubu came in, he inherited the structure of Bubu. He had state governors, he had senators, but still, look at what Obi achieved. PDP has structures, they have senators, they have other, but this guy came in with nothing, and so it's a feat that, I mean, that guy, I think that's the reason why a lot of people cannot stop talking about him. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying he's some kind of a godlike person. I don't pedestalize people, but my point is just I look at that guy as a feat that has never been done in Nigeria. I mean, maybe the only person that did it somehow was
in time of what rational mind. You feel like what?
I mean, he was able to. He garnered 6 million votes. And that's why some people
in 6 months.
Okay.
At the last election, I'm saying. At the last election, I'm saying. I mean, the last.
Now, rational mind.
Within 6 months, yes.
Let me throw this one. Let me throw this one.
If you actually pause to think about it, it's a phenomenal achievement. If you,
it is.
Whether you like him or not, it's a phenomenal
achievement. He flogged Tinubu in his own state.
To ask you something, rational mind.
Woman, don't get enamored by what Rational is saying. There's nothing phenomenal about it. What is phenomenal?
No, but
are you kidding me? No,
Prince, as a standalone, it's to you actually, Prince. As a standalone, is that not phenomenal? So, somebody comes out within 6 months and he agitates the political space with so much fervor that he was able to, it shakes the paradigm. What Peter Obi achieved it's quite phenomenal, though. I'm not Peter Obi fan.
You would think, you would think it was, but if you look at it, there was nothing unique about what that guy did. LP was existing, right? Okay. Most of the voters came from PDP. That's why Jandor, for example, in Lagos, they got like abysmal results. So, I mean, the constituent for Peter Obi already existed, right? There was nothing magical about it, not at all. And one man
They existed in what paradigm? In what paradigm did they exist?
were they organic voters? When it just PDP voters that switched over and voted for Peter Obi?
Well, there it is. So it was able to grab votes from existing. And once upon a time, PDP was the biggest party in Africa. So if it was able to snatch their votes, then is that not an achievement?
It did not snatch anything. There's this fervor in the country that the power must go to the south. That was kind of well established and accepted by a lot of people, the voters, right? And a lot of people, and that's why many of the Southeasterners, that leaders were talking about microzoning. That's the first time I heard that phrase before, microzoning. So it was either going to be a Yoruba person, one man, or an Igbo person. There's nothing magical about it. And Peter Obi happens to be the Southeasterner, the Igbo man, on the platform. So there's nothing. And by the way, a rational mind. The platform, the platform that Tinubu ran on, the APC, right? He built it, okay? Don't talk about it was already
Stop that misleading information. That's misinformation.
It was established by Bubu.
He did not build it by himself. Okay, I will educate you.
He didn't say he built it by himself. Well, Bubu was there. He ran with 3 times.
Well, he built it now. We all saw those meetings in London. We all saw those meetings in London now.
Let's stop this misinformation. This is a misinformation.
We saw those meetings in London 2013, 2014.
Rational mind is not misinformation. It's not misinformation.
It's okay. Let me put it right. It's not totally true what you people are saying. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's falsely, flatly untrue. But it's half truth, half lies. People are trying to portray.
But you made a categorical statement that you didn't believe it. You said I heard you.
So let me set it straight. Let me set this straight.
Okay.
He brought in his own ACN from the southwest. This guy brought in CPC from the north, and some fractions of.
I beg, don't waste our time. We all know that.
You spoke.
We don't need to share about it. The power behind it, the person that sustained the party was Tinubu. We all know that. Don't give us some community stories. We don't want to listen to that.
We don't know that. Apparently, you don't know that.
No, Prince Daddy, let him talk.
That's why you're giving this misleading information that you're giving here. So he came with his own factions. Faction, whatever I call it, or his own group from Southwest. This guy came from CPC from the north, and Abga, some faction of Abga from the southeast, and we saw a chunk of PDP from Bola Saraki and the rest of them, Tambua, Atiku, all of them, Kokonso, all of them. They joined, they merged, they all formed that party. So don't give me that crap of he formed the APC. Yes.
Let me play you.
It was one of their big donor financier.
Let me play you a clip. Let me play you a clip, Rational Mind, that will maybe realign your thoughts.
Tí o bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn. Pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀. Wàá dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní.
Well, what do you think it meant there?
You see, this is part of the propaganda and the crap that these people always do. People. Can I just say something without you interrupting me, please? And then you can interrupt me later if I'm done, please. Because when you interrupt me, I'll just forget my line of thought. Now, it's true that I've said it here on this platform that Boo, I was in Lagos before I came back. I was in Lagos before on the day when he went to see the INEC to collect his certificate of return. Tinubu was by his side, and he stood up. Bubu stood up, and exclusively he thanked Tinubu. Say, without him, I wouldn't have even been able to be president. I agreed that Tinubu had a major role to play, but Tinubu would not have been able to do it all alone by himself. If the CPC they never contributed, if the PDP never contributed, the faction of the new PDP, they never contributed. If some part of the APGA never contributed. So don't give me this crap. But yes, Tinubu played a major role. So you see, sometimes people blow their words down what it is. I know. Maybe I go to Abeokuta and say all that crap that he said there.
Yeah,
You might say
from no role to major role.
He was
Nice. At least you change your
a major
position.
financier and the arrowhead of how Buhari came. But he alone could not have done it all by himself. So don't give me that crap that he did it. Oh, he did some kind of bad. Why did he not? Why did he why didn't he make Ribadu?
Peter
Hold
did
on.
not do it by himself either.
Why didn't he make Ribadu or Atiku when they ran on his own platform? Why did he make them president? When was that? If other faction from other group never joined his party, they never merged together. So don't give me that crap.
Rational mind. Rational
let's
mind.
not try to be. I mean, downplay or water down history.
Let me ask you a simple question, because you just said something now. Now, is your understanding of building is just about putting people together, or the major block that sustain and make that building successful? So who build? You understand? Someone that just carry people together just to form and wins nothing. You understand? Wins nothing. And someone that carry people together, they win and they assist sustaining. Who actually builds?
Ola, you say some certain questions when you ask me.
Straightforward question. I didn't even
you see, when I'm talking the way I'm talking like this, it's just because I don't answer your question the way you want me to answer it. So if I give you the answer, I don't want you thinking maybe I just don't want to answer your question. So that's why I'm giving you that caveat that yes, it's a certain question I don't like. It's misleading. I mean, it's a leading question which is going to be misleading at the same time. So my point is this: is that yes, I did not deny the fact that Tinubu did not have a role, not even he had a major role. I said it that Bubu exclusively thanked him in front of the world when he went to collect his certificate of return. So I'm not denying that fact that yes, he never had any major role. But you people make it sound like he's beyond and be all, like he has some kind of conjuring power to just
without APC won't be in power. That's what we are saying.
Yeah.
Without
leave me alone. You love to be right. You love to be right for no reason. But
without Bubu
okay, you win. Let's move on. You win.
We'll move on. But without Bubu too,
this is to one man very quickly.
Let me say this to you. If El-Rufai, when El-Rufai was still in play, when it was relevant, like when it was during Bubu time, when he was a state governor and he was a powerful one among the APC governors, if El-Rufai had not joined that bandwagon, forget it. Tinubu probably would not have been this president.
Rational mind.
Yeah. So let's not do this like some kind of master strategies that you people portray.
After buying his way with all the money, after buying his way with money, he paid for it.
No, rational mind.
Can I just move on to other topic, because I have other topic. When I get stuck in this topic, I know I'll be able to. I have so many other topics.
No. You have to agree that Tinubu, deserves what he got because he paid for it.
I'm not. Yeah, he paid for it, but I'm not going to give him because he paid for it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
No, let's forget that. That's for the fact that he paid for it. Does not make him some kind of superhero or some kind of hero. Who does that? How does that put food on the table of the common man? We just hear.
He's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. Very smart man.
You people are so always carried by these powerful people, some kind of superhero crap that you people do here.
You're a good teacher.
I don't go by that. I don't go by that. I go by people who can put food on the table for the people, the common people. You just had Joma Benujo, you just had somebody said, he read to us here that World Bank said 50%, which I even believe is more than that. 50% of Nigerians are in poverty.
Guy, just discard that data. I want to talk on that data. Discard that data. See,
let him have his thoughts on it now. Then when
let Eginefo talk. I know
no. He was saying you should discard the World Bank data, but
so if he has,
I want to debate that data with rational mind. That's why I say discard the data.
Okay, maybe we'll just talk about it later. So let me quickly go to this. So I'm looking at the 2027 calculus here. I'm seeing what is going on in Labour Party. I don't know if you people saw what today they did. I wanted to counter our friend from Canada, Emeka, when he was talking about this guy jumping here and there and he wants to go and use it. It might be true to what you said, but as far as what we saw today with Namandi, or what is his name, Namdi or whatever that lady, that is the acting chairwoman for Labour. I think he got the endorsement of NLC today, not Abure. And if you hear what Ajero was saying, he said they have the certificate of incorporation. Is a certificate of incorporation of Labour Party. It's with them. It's not with Abure or with the whatever. Whatever they have is a photocopy. So that's to tell you this: the real stakeholders, they are already gathering now to really prop up their party and wrestle it out of the hands of the I won't call them criminals, those wannabe Labour Party people.
The original owners. You cannot come to my house to rent a room and take over my house.
What's the point? What's the point of what you just said now?
Yeah, because Abure is the owner of the house, the landlord. And then Obi and others, they came in to rent a house.
It's okay. Apparently, you don't understand what I'm talking
I understand.
about.
I understand. Like I'm going from Sulere to Ojota, and then somebody enter my bus, and they want to take that. He will come take my steering to begin to drive the car.
Tony.
Yeah.
Who incorporated, or if I use the word incorporated, who formed that? I would want you to go and listen to what.
Now them Araba Bina, them Makwapa, them Makwapa and Abure, now they get the party. Obi just came there to come and borrow a seat.
It's okay.
That's it, and that's the truth.
Okay, that's the truth.
Abure now, Oga.
Hold on. Go and listen. This Larry Jobapi, they can special points, Go and listen to. I said maybe Ajero is also misleading us with what he said. Ajero today spoke. Is member of the
Ajero is playing the tribal card. Hold on.
Guy, just stop it.
Okay, sorry. Let me just say it very slowly. Do you know that Governor Otis, brother?
You don't even understand what he's saying. So what is he saying? Just tell me what the rational mind is saying.
Yeah, okay. That is he's trying to say, he's trying to doubt the credibility of Abure being the chairman of the Labour Party.
So that tells us you don't understand what he's saying. It's telling us that the certificate of incorporation of the Labour Party, so whoever owns the certificate of incorporation owns that party. The certificate of incorporation of the Labour Party is with the NLC, which is the Labour Congress. So the party actually belongs to the Labour Congress. So the ultimate decision of that party is actually at their behest. So that's what he's saying. So understand what he's saying. I'm not saying don't interject, but be consistent with where the conversation is.
Okay, I'm sorry, yeah, but I don't want to simplify it that Abure is the rightful owner of that party right now. No matter who formed it or whatever.
You didn't hear what how can you be the rightful owner of something you don't own?
Rational mind.
No, as a chairman, he's a chairman.
You have the COO of your property. You put tenants there, and then you appoint somebody as chief tenant. Is the chief tenant the owner of the house, or the person that owns the house?
Now who get I get now? My tenant now take over my house now.
Well, so that's exactly what you are saying. So yes. It doesn't belong to Ajero or Julius Abure or whatever. It belongs to and according to what our rational mind is saying, it belongs to the NLC.
Rational mind,
which is not they're just partnership. Partnership. Okay, Alex, thank you. No, I don't begin to speak German here.
All right.
Rational mind, before you leave there, let me ask you one question. If you're to contest under Labour Party and you have two factions, right? And one of the faction is being supported by NLC and another faction is recognized by INEC, which one of them will you want to go with?
Yeah, so that's where I was going before this friend interjected me and just make me just lost that thought I'm trying to build on. Yes, but so my point is that if you listen to Ajero and the group from the NLC itself that convened today with Nama, that lady, the so-called factional for the OB and this guy, Abia State Governor, that lady, that he sat down with them and they kind of like recognize her as the acting for now. But I understand that the INEC on their portal, it's this guy that is still there. Depending when they would, they said they would have to review the judgment from the
No.
Hold on. Let me land you. Let me land the point.
They
I
made
think
the
I'm asking.
decision yesterday on that already.
Oh, they already made. So what's the decision?
Yeah, so they recognize Abure's faction, and that's why the governorship candidate in Anambra, it's the Abure faction candidate that is recognized.
Okay, so now for them to have recognized, like you're saying, then so I would want to see how the Ajero and the NLC will play that, because they said they want to move forward.
They are already protesting.
Who are protesting? Okay, protesting to INEC.
Yeah, they are protesting to INEC, the OT faction.
Okay, so we see how that all played out. But my point is that I listened to what that lady was trying to do, because this guy, they don't seem to want to move that party forward. That's Abure. They want to continue using it as a transactional thing that they've been doing every time. Like we've had stories about, if you one of those displaced, internally displaced politicians, that maybe your party, you lost in your primaries or they just excluded you out. You can just go and buy their own Labour Party. Before Obi came in, you go and buy their whatever. So they use it like, and they get money from federal government for some party inactivity. So that's how some of them, they Abure and the rest of them, that's how they make their money. They sustain their lives. But now these people wants to move that party because they saw the potential there that the party can move forward. They want to register more people. And if you listen to what the great ideas that this lady championed, that she wants to, but let's just even say you people are the faction, you are the recognized. So the question is, what is Abure doing to really promote that party right now? Let's even assume that he has some legal issue that is, but everything is over now. Are you growing the party? They just want that party to remain the way it is. So NLC said we want that party to move on. It's the party for the for workers. So we want people to enroll en masse. So we are going to see how that plays out. Like, since they are protesting, we'll see how that plays out. Very quick. I know you have to move. We can talk about that. I just don't want to dwell too much. There's so many points I want to bring up from that meeting that they had. Don't get me wrong. I'm not this kind of person that get excited and overexcited when I hear things like this. But I just try to put it out there so that we see how it goes. And I want people to understand that, I see Labour Party as that has a good potential if only these idiots could get out of the way and let people really who wants to really do the job.
But even if things are running smoothly, Labour Party is still small. Is still too small a vehicle for Peter Obi's ambition.
Okay,
I'm not sure that do even they couldn't even cover half the polling booths.
That's why. You have a point there. So that's why from now before 2027, if Abure would just get out of the way and all those idiots, or if they want to join the bad one, God, and maybe allow some kind of a new election so that everybody can stand for election, whoever wants to be part of the party officials, like chairman, NWC, or whatever they call them within the organs of the party, let them do that. But these people doesn't want to do that. Abure doesn't want to do that because they know they will be kicked out of the party if they stand for a real election. They don't want it. So that's why they want to maintain the status quo and let it continue being that same party that everybody can come and get a party and they can collect their own money, pocket it, and give you their candidacy or whatever. So the point is this: I know it's going to be. I don't know how they go. But let's just see how they're going to handle it, because I think with NLC meddling into it now, the NLC National Working Committee and all of that, which is the powerful organ within the NLC, if they can talk Abure out of it to step down and let them all, okay, if you don't understand that, can we convene for some kind of an election? You can stand for election if you want to stand, and if they vote you in, fine and good. But we're going to see how that turns out. Now, one minute, real quick.
Ultimately, they'll still have to have an election still in that Labour Party just to establish exactly, because there's so many factions now. There's the Obi faction, there is the Abure faction. I'm not even sure.
And even the other guy too, Apapa faction. So,
Apapa is still there insisting that it's one thing or the other.
But that's what I'm saying. If NLC can come in and kind of bring all these three of them together and say, okay, let us sit down, let's just talk. But I don't know that that's going to work, because some of them just don't want to give up because they want to continue having that juicy part of it, because they felt if they maintain that status quo, they'll be getting the money they get. But it's okay. I don't want to dwell too much on that NLC. I just want to put it out there that NLC has a potential, because I don't see it as troubled like other party like PDP, major party PDP. The only one again is SDP that I see that they are very relatively stable, but Tinubu has so many moles within SDP. That is why I think, like you're saying, that maybe this guy too might later leave SDP. But if he does that, that's going to be another dent to his already battered image, which is El-Rufai. Like it shows that like some of you, when I say some of you, I mean not you, woman. Some of those Agbado people here say, because that's the narrative they've been putting out there. To the one way they want to paint any politician that want to stand against Tinubu in this election is, oh, they don't have principles. They jump around. They are political harlots. They are political prostitutes, and those kind of word that they use. They don't even know what they are doing. They cannot even, save their party. They cannot even, bring their party together. So that's the narrative. And with other narrative, we're going to talk about.
We've always said that El-Rufai jumped too early.
Well,
he jumped
you can
too
say
early.
that because he has seen the handwriting of the wall. That's why he had to jump. I don't know. Maybe he's acting in behalf of Tinubu, because I see the calculus here. What I'm looking at here is that I'm seeing here is that Obi might fail for 2027 if he goes on it by himself without Atiku. That's one thing I want to say here. He's bound to fail, because the projection here is that they want a Southerner to complete his 2 terms, and if Atiku, if Obi goes alone without Atiku, I want him to pair with Atiku. That's how I see it. I know so many other what's it called, obedient. They have different view, and some of them say they would not vote, or they'll just not go out or whatever. I want to appeal to them that yes, people don't give up on that, because the only way we can see that happen is if Obi go at it alone by himself, he's going to fail. If he goes picking up maybe El-Rufai or some other another now, because some people are talking about this former Jigawa State governor. What's his name? That this is a book launching recently. What's that his name? What's that former PDP staunch man there that is in former Jigawa State governor? So some people are putting me forward that it should be. I think Obasanjo was at this book launching recently, that he should. Some people are putting it forward as his deputy, to pair with this guy's his deputy. But I don't see any Northerner now. So any Northerner they're going to pair with him is going to fail against Tinubu. That's what I see.
What will happen to Dati Ahmed, Baba Ahmed?
That is not a part of the equation right now. It's not even.
No, because the obedience said that either that Obi must come as a candidate, and then with Dati Ahmed as vice.
He has no. For me, this is my projection. He needs to go with somebody who already has some amount of something banked already, which is Atiku. So if Atiku can do 1 term,
no, Atiku is totally out of the equation. It's not a Southerner, and then the obedient.
My brother. Will you guys stop this your crap of Southerner or not? Now who Southerner help? You do the idiot where you come from Lagos State, where we say you even get something for brain. We come from Lagos State, where we say maybe one kind of person way even better.
It no matter now. It no matter. Now our turn. Look, we use our well. We not use our well. Now our turn.
You see your reasoning, and then you come here, you lament every time, say Nigeria know the work. Nigeria know the work. Nigeria know the work. So you should be there. You should be there, and then continue this role of shit that we're doing. Is that what you want?
So that's why you prefer Atiku, right?
No, I've given you my reason why I prefer Atiku at this point.
Without that, let Tinubu divide the country.
So if Atiku that happened to be one of those people that put us into that this high level of corrupt state, if you would prefer just to spite Tinubu, then it tells that the type of politics we play in Nigeria is just the one of affliction, not the politics of that being progress.
Okay, so you see, at this point in time, you've just had somebody here who is a staunch an Easterner, who is a staunch, which I still believe is still an Agbado person too, which is the person of Emeka from Canada. We saw him, how he was here vehemently. He was like, "Oh, Tinubu, we will fail. That idiot." He calls his own clansman an idiot. He calls him like he's we know what. My point is this. You heard him when he was giving an analysis here about the economic failure of Tinubu with the plans that he did. That he should have done this thing in phases. Those policies that he is implemented at just one blow, just do it in phases. The same thing that they were doing now. We are hearing that they're also that certain narrative that they are floating. They are still they're still backing it up with some things.
Rational mind.
Even the subsidy, it was not totally removed at some point. Maybe not
rational mind. Rational mind.
You had World Bank, IMF saying that they were
one thing. What I'm talking about. No, wait. there's no right in some situation where you give your analysis. There's no right answer. There's no wrong answer. But what I want us to say is that whenever we speak, let us speak to the fact. Because if you told me you are saying the truth, your truth may be subjective. Just back up whatever you want to back with facts.
Okay. So
Tinubu was not paying subsidy. There was nothing being subsidized. They were paying the backlog.
You want us to go back to revisit all this thing, all the shenanigans of Tinubu at the beginning?
Just hold on.
You want us to start talking about that?
Let go and fact check this thing when I finish telling you. There's a difference between you clearing the backlog of subsidy and you giving new subsidy afresh. You know, Nigeria believe this life of
paying backlog. Really?
Yeah, it was the backlog. Yeah, it was the backlog.
The backlog it was paying. That was when
it was a backlog. Tinubu never.
People, you go. You see, the truth is so alien to you people that you people just like to. You mean you spin narratives like that just to make. But this is the same you are saying that you never paid any subsidy.
When they told you that fire is burning on water, did you ask the person to go and bring the ashes?
Oh, come on.
That's what I just told you. That be factual. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
There's no fact to what you are saying because you just said.
Right. 5 more minutes, Rational.
Oh, yeah, really quick, moment. So I know. I know.
We can give
I want to debate you. One of these days, I want one man to set me and you up so that we can go into some kind of head-to-head debate on this platform. Because I think sometimes you and I we've not been seeing eye on eye on so many points, so many issues, talk points.
No, you know when it's
I'd like you and I to talk on that. So
one-to-one argument, of course, I will shut you down for sure.
No, we're not doing argument. We're trying to talk about policies and things like that so that we can see if we can talk to these people and they can buy into our ideas. That's why I don't want to
because every opinion I present to you will not be my opinion, but the opinion of the experts. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, though. I know how to shut an argument that when it comes to that.
No problem. So, real quick, one man. I've lost my thought on that. So let me just go. Obi should not go alone by itself. I want all obedience to look at it that what we need is to kick out Tinubu out of that office. We don't need that guy there. His policy has not really done anything to Nigerians. Like Bola
kick him out. Bring in another worse man.
I want to. He has 5 minutes. Just let him.
Let me just rattle this through this, please, guys.
Yeah.
So we need
to.
Sorry,
Tony, but the interjections are getting a bit.
We need to kick him out because his policies has not. Even like Bola said, give him 1 million years, he will do anything. He will not do anything. Tinubu will not do anything because these guys they only pay lip service to whatever policies they are implementing. They're not really following it the way it should be followed. I tell you, whatever Tinubu is doing, it's not really to any benefit of any Nigerians. But let's just see, because these are topics where we can debate. I know some people want to interject me on that. For me, I don't mind. Nobody way Fulani help. Nobody way Yoruba man help. Nobody way Igbo man help. So that we can get somebody that can get. I've seen Atiku when he was there as a vice president handling the economy. It's not like the idiot that is right there now that was saying that he will handle defense. Tinubu will handle economy. Both defense or both economy. The one from Borno State there. We don't even see, and they just turn into like spare tire. They lock him up inside the Aguda house there, sit down there. They're doing Allah Wakuba in there. I mean, we don't want people like that. Atiku was very active as a vice president. Most of the people that worked with Obasanjo that brought about that economic, a little bit of economic prosperity that we saw during the 1990s, early 2000s, was from this guy. Those ideas, those people like Soludo and the rest of them, he brought them. I think even this lady from World Bank, I think he brought her. So I believe this guy knows how to poach for people that can get the job done. Forget that he's a Fulani man. I've said it before. I don't want another Fulani man there. We've done 8 years of another one useless Fulani man. At the time when we were talking about the election last time, my reason why I don't want Atiku there, besides his corruption around his neck, is that he's a Fulani man. But at this point now, I don't care. Fulani, Yoruba man, or whatever, as long as you can get the job done, I want you there. We don't want this crap of Yoruba, our local, those crap. No. Now, who Yoruba, all the people that he puts there, how did he benefit the ordinary Yoruba man? Go to the southwest. What are we talking about? And the rest of Nigerians are all wallowing in misery. And you tell me that we should not let another Fulani man or Igbo man there. To hell with that. Now, in conclusion, one man, talking about what is happening in Cote d'Ivoire. I mean, before we are
Cote d'Ivoire. What is that? What? Okay, tell us. I mean, What's happening in Cote
I just saw
d'Ivoire?
that on my feed here some time back before I came online. There's been, I don't know, maybe they've overthrown Gbagbo, Laurent Gbagbo. I think maybe
Is it one of those sit tight presidents, Lawrence? Is it not one of those?
Watara, not Babu, Watara.
Sorry,
Is gone.
Laurent Gbagbo, sorry. Alassane Ouattara. Yeah, sorry. I said no, I've used that Gbagbo, sorry. Not Laurent. It's Alassane Ouattara. So they thank you so much for that correction. I'm sorry. Yeah, so they've over. We are still here to know.
It's fake news.
It's fake news. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
No. People are jubilating. People are jubilating in the whole country there.
No, it's fake
our people,
news.
they are jubilating. We're happy like in Burkina Faso.
So what do you have to the contrary, Larry?
It's fake news.
Yeah. So what do you have to the contrary?
I wish it to be true tomorrow morning. I wish it to be true. The man is still missing. The president is not speaking.
It's okay. Let Larry talk. Let Larry talk real quick, please.
It's we have a lot of people on the internet now, right? That are pro Burkina Faso and all those things.
Yeah.
So they were kind of like jubilating, and along the line, I think some people went in to validate and say,
I'm one of them.
Oh,
okay.
Tony, was he always? Go on, please. Go on, Larry, please. Are you still there?
Yeah. So some people went in and confirmed that there is no coup,
Okay.
And but I think what people are still waiting to hear from the president. I think they've not heard from the president.
So that's where the whole thing is. So until when we hear the president makes a speech. So, but I'm seeing a pattern here that I don't know. There's something going on.
Okay. I think they said he attended Council of Ministers meeting this evening. I just checked.
That's what they said. Okay, we'll see how that plays out.
4 hours ago.
Woman, I know I said that was in my bid, but since somebody said it, they've heard. So just give me 1 minute. Let me talk about this issue of Trump and Ramaphosa. Ramaphosa.
No, now.
Okay, all right. I'll leave it there, woman. So thank you so much.
So once you go to American politics, Wala go gas.
No, okay, it's okay. Woman, over to you.
Let's take a look at this.
No, Ola. One man has it as part of the topic today, right? So I was not the one who brought it up. So that's why I want to comment on that. If it's something that he didn't do, so real quick, 1 minute. I was going to stick up to time. You see what I'm saying with I think the South Africa ambassador to Nigeria, to United States here. I think they withdraw his credentials, and he had to go back to. So with this Elon Musk thing, there's a lot of things going on that we understand. I know they want to use this issue of why South Africans are being the white South Africans are being marginalized or crap like that, or being persecuted, or excuse me. There's much more issue than that. What we're seeing playing out before our very eyes. But I just think that Trump is going about it the wrong way. And this MAGA lunatics that's they have this MAGA group that are always championing this cause of the blacks are mistreating the white farmers and all of that. It's not true. It's not true. And I think Julius Malema is on the watch list.
But the blacks are mistreating the farmers now. It's only that people endorse it because they feel it's payback for the atrocities of the past. But the blacks are the blacks not mistreating the white farmers in South Africa?
Well, it's not entirely true. It's not a government sanctioned policy. It's this guy Julius Malema and his party that is promoting.
Yeah, but it's a government look the other way policy though.
No, they do not.
Don't ask, don't tell.
You see, woman, when you start talking like this, it's a free world. We can talk like that. But my point is that I know the South African government, they're not really folding their hands, even though it looks like it. Woman, I just want to open. Let me not go too far because if I want to, it's going to take me a long time to even go into this discussion. But I'll just leave it there. I just think Ramaphosa should be careful because I see a lot of things going on in this whole thing with South Africa and this bottleneck that South Africa is having with this Trump-led White House. It's not going to go well if they continue. And I think I must applaud him for coming to the United States because I think there's been this exchange of words between Trump and Ramaphosa in recent time, ever since ever since they are, what's it called?
It never reached your turn,
Ambassador.
It never reached my turn.
I know, I cough when cough there. It's just to signify to me that, guy, you don't talk too much. Okay, I just leave it at that one, man. Thank you so much.
Oh, all right. Rational Mind, stay there. Once we loop round, then we'll open it up, and then I think Nigeria will be interested in all those South African being beaten up by the Americans and all that, because I know that's more his territory than anything else. But we whiz it around fairly quickly. So we go Ola, Prince Daddy, Larry, Zita. We're doing still 5-7 minutes no monologue. We kick it off with Ola. Ola, you're up next.
Okay, thank you. I want to start from Rational Mind because I know whenever Rational Mind speak, his words carry weight. So I'm preferring article to Tinubu just because you dislike Tinubu. I think this is one of those areas we normally get things wrong. You know, it's all about our emotions. It's not about objectivity. Why I decided to pick article? Why I decided to pick article is just because I believe in this wrong things too, that the like of article big, the likes of Okonjo-Iweala, the likes of Soludo. You know what? I found out that all those things were blatant lies. Article never recommended Okonjo-Iweala. He never recommended Soludo. As a matter of fact, for that Soludo to become the CBN governor, Atiku had his own preferred candidate. It was Obiageli, Dr. Obiageli, that introduced Soludo to Obasanjo. His influence and influence of Andy Uba, because Obasanjo was like, no, he prefers someone that has banking background, that one professor from one university, unknown. So it was actually the influence of those two guys that helped Obasanjo made decision on this guy on Soludo. So don't give credit to what Atiku never did. Then on Okonjo-Iweala, I don't know how to pronounce it, one Muta or whatever that I work with World Bank, was actually the one that presented the resume of Okonjo-Iweala. I think Andy Ubatu was critical in that appointment. So over time, we gave this credit to Atiku. You understand? It's not true. If you want to
Who was
check
handling
me,
economy?
please.
Who was handling economy when Obasanjo was there? Who was in charge of economy?
You know, one thing is this: Atiku was handling the economy just because Obasanjo was traveling around for diplomacy. You know, one thing about our international image that time was so bad that Obasanjo needed to move around to just go and tell the international world that, look, you can trust me. You trusted me in the past. I deliver. There's no reason for you not to trust me this time around. Let me go around. But you know what happened while Obasanjo was traveling? Atiku was actually planting his way. You understand? Was actually planting his way so that he will find a way to push his boss out. That was the type of economy he was managing. Mind you, the economy was not rosy during that first time too. It was when Obasanjo came back.
And yet you saw. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. During when he was there, how many international organizations? How many of the local banking and manufacturing industry? What was the at what scale do we see that happen under Obasanjo when this guy was his vice president?
I don't get what you are trying to say, but I can remember Koja, who supervised Koja, right? Who supervised Koja? Want to go Waja? See, the thing is, I think sometimes we need to take time to do personal research. Like I told you, I used to believe some kind of these lies before, but then since we've got advanced Google tools, you have access to what I have access to. I can give you. We can discuss off camera. We can talk about this. Then you can come back here and come and apologize to the public that you too, you made mistake just like me. So apologies to the public. let's not give credit of what Atiku never did to him. Just because you want to spy Tinubu now, Atiku is not the best candidate, just like what he did to Yadra. If we continue with this type of mindset, then we are not helping the country.
Nobody's
so I want to quickly,
come on. Can we stop this spiting Tinubu because of no? I'm being. You ask for facts, right? And you're asking for a basis for my argument. I'm not saying I hate Tinubu. I hate his policies, both political and economic or social policies. I hate it. Talking about social, how it's a polarizing figure. I mean, let's just leave. I don't want to put that. But my point is that how has his policy uplift Nigerians rather than bring Nigerians out of poverty? Is sinking Nigerians more into poverty. During Obasanjo, when this guy was his deputy, we saw the rise of Nigerians from at least Nigerians. They become, I mean, on an individual scale. I'm talking about individual Nigerians. They prospered. I'm not saying the majority of Nigerians, but at least it lifted compared to the days of. That's what I'm saying.
Ask you,
so compare that to what we're seeing now.
I will ask you a simple question.
I mean, I don't know why you what are you arguing about?
Wait, maybe
the likes
you
of
forgot.
we saw the likes of Dangote. We saw a lot of them. Who knew all these people before? I mean, when I'm talking about Elumelu, I mean, Dangote is known, but I'm talking about this guy that has your bank that you worked, Intercontinental, Erastus Akinbola. Who knows him before? Who knows the likes of what's it called? This guy that hosts UBA. Who knows the likes of Femi Otodola? These people they ballooned during those times. We know Alibotin. I mean, we know the saga of Alibotin.
Atiku was not the one responsible. That's exactly what I'm telling you.
We saw a lot of.
Atiku was not banking reform.
Major oil companies like Alibotin and all of they came into Nigeria doing huge business. What are you talking about?
Banking reform didn't occur until 2003. Banking reform didn't happen.
We just said were not Atiku now.
They were not Atiku. That's what we are saying.
It don't happen what? Say that again.
All these things you said, you were saying as if they were the handiwork of Atiku. They were not now.
So whose handiwork was it?
It was handiwork of Obasanjo.
Whose handiwork was it now? I'm asking you.
Number one.
Okay, Soludo pioneer. Soludo was the one that.
What was the name of that? What was the name of that bank that this Elumelu had before he acquired? I said Stanbic. Sorry, I take that back. Standard Bank, not Stanbic. I'm sorry. I said Stanbic. I mean Standard Bank.
It doesn't matter. We know that.
So what happened? Was I wrong about Elumelu having Standard Bank?
No.
And he acquired a UBA.
Let's get this fact right. The only thing that
what are these alternative facts you're giving?
Wait.
Okay, go on, please.
The only economic activities that occurred under Tinubu when Tinubu was Atiku was supervising was Koja. Koja was the major thing that happened. You understand? And major fraud that happened under Obasanjo happened between 1999 and 2003 when Obasanjo came back to sit down. Go and use your tools and make research. You know how to do research with rational mind. I trust you on that. All the credit we are giving to Atiku are actually misrepresentation, and it is wickedness if we keep believing that without correcting the history of error. Now, when you want to credit what Professor Soludo did to Atiku, mind you, Professor Soludo was part of the economic team of Obasanjo, not Atiku. And he decided to appoint him as the CBN governor when Joseph.
We understand this, but the point I'm saying is,
let Ola flow so we can move it around a bit.
Yeah. So it was him that supervised that. So let's get that thing right. What I'm saying is this: don't go and bring Atiku just because. If you like, give me a better candidate, then we can now talk. But don't go and bring someone that will bring us 40 years backward. Just because you don't just want to see Tinubu. So there's a difference between acting on emotion and acting objectively. So Atiku versus Tinubu is never an objective comparison. Let us be factual here. Now, let's go back to the economic policy. One thing is this: economy doesn't understand emotions. You understand? Someone made a very good analogy here the other time. There's a difference between you managing cancerous cell and cutting off the cell entirely so that the patient can live. You may be saying the economy was good in the past. You were living on economy that you were borrowing money to support, and you were actually going to the level you were going to default, you were going to bankrupt. I've told you that when you want to measure country's economy, you use financial ratio. You don't just say, oh, now, when this guy was there was a time that our debt to revenue ratio was like about 113%. Later, it came to 97%, right? What I speak today is less than 65%. Those are what
not true.
people.
Not true. Not true. I don't know where you're getting this fact from. Where are you getting this fact from?
Nigerian Bureau of Statistics.
I don't know where you're getting. Where? Can you post that online? Give it to one man.
Nigeria Bureau of Statistics. Yeah, Google it once I mention it now.
But come on.
So if you want to accuse anybody, go and accuse Nigeria Bureau of Statistics.
Can you give us the link to it, please?
I said Nigeria Bureau of Statistics is in English now. Type it and search and prompt there. So what I'm saying is this: do you understand? You don't measure local economy by dollar. Now, look at you now. Let me ask you a question. If you are going to buy a crate of egg, let's say in Canada, you buy for between $10 and $12, right? If you go back to Nigeria, if you convert to Nigeria, we are talking of 12,000 to 13,000, right? We are talking of 12,000 to 13,000. And I don't think a crate of egg is more than 5,000 in Nigeria. If it's more than that, let someone just verify. I don't know. Should not be more than 5,000 to 6,000. So that is the danger of comparison. You don't dollarize local economy. Once you continue to dollarize local economy, you will think that you are analyzing the situation, but you are misleading everything. You are misleading everything. So to me, for you to be saying, okay, Nigeria is living below $1, no. There's no direct. And don't forget that we have economy that has survived mostly on informal sector. Informal sector, whatever CBN is accounting for, whatever World Bank or your international organization account for, you understand, you don't find that, they don't normally factor informal sector. Iya Oniru, Iya Alata, all those, they don't find. They are just looking at your bank, automobile industry, oil and gas. Those are what those people are looking, and they are using as the metric. If by their metric, if Nigeria is true to the metric they are showing there, I bet with you that the country will be on serious fire today. We should always be very careful. I keep saying, you can be so eloquent in describing different things. It doesn't mean you are saying the facts. You understand? You can brand this, you can convince anybody. It doesn't mean you are saying the fact. But the fact still remains that you don't use dollar. You don't use dollar to benchmark. Otherwise, nobody will be in school in Nigeria, right? Just because I can tell you that on average, average student pay $10,000. So by that, if you want to compare, everybody in Nigeria should be paying $10,000 in school fees. That is exactly what we are doing. So saying Tinubu is not moving forward, I think it's unfair. Or two things, if you don't know, like I keep saying, I don't know too. I'm just giving my opinion. I'm just giving the opinion of the experts. You understand? If we don't know, let us say we don't know. But the danger is when we position ourselves to know, and we make people believe us that we know, and people are actually taking us seriously, then that's the danger of misleading the entire country. So, because a bag of rice, let's say, is $50,000 today, right? Now, your barber, when you went to barber shop, then probably is charging 100 naira when he cuts your hair. Is he charging the same $100 today? 100 naira today? He will charge something that will meet up with the economic reality. And if
hold on. You've said so many things here. Let me take you back to what you said. You were talking about the GDP issue. Real quick.
5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
All right. So real quick, Ola, what you said was not exactly what it is. I don't know where you're getting your facts and figures from. Now, according to I know you can say Wikipedia because I have so many of them here. They said the debt to GDP ratio of Nigeria fell from 75% in 1991 to 7.3% in 2008. So where are you getting that figure? Your Bureau of Statistics.
What are you talking about? I was comparing Buhari and
I think Ola was looking at debt
Tinubu,
to
and you
revenue,
went
right?
What are you talking about? Where are we doing this?
Is it debt to revenue or is it debt to GDP?
To revenue.
Debt to revenue.
Let me do that. I will do that. Okay, come please.
Debt to revenue, and stop using Wiki. You have DeepSeek.
you have ChatGPT, you have Copilot. All those are modern. They give the current information. So those are advanced Google. Don't use any obsolete tools. We are more advanced than that.
But I cannot see anything from the bureau that you're talking about.
You are going back. You are going backward 200 years.
I am
That is
not
why
seeing
you are
any
giving us
bureau you
wrong
are talking about.
information. You don't do that.
All right. Let's just move on.
So what I'm saying is this. The reality of what Obasanjo, what Tinubu is doing today, just like during the Obasanjo time, you won't see that thing within 2-3 years. It's impossible. If it's happening, then it's like a kind of magic. You are seeing what you are not supposed to see. It doesn't happen anyway. You remove subsidy. You float naira. That is why we are able to pay our debt. Do you know the irony there is this? When your naira your currency is devalued, it becomes more expensive for you to pay your debt. Haven't you asked yourself, why is it easier for Nigeria in its own situation to pay the debt? Is that not telling you the story? If this was to be somewhere economy like maybe in Canada or in the US, the debt would be more difficult to pay. But in the current situation, Nigeria is paying debt better than we were doing 5-6 years ago. Then how do you measure the economy? This economy paid the backlog of what you are owing the investors, the foreign airliners, and some people that could not repatriate their money. And we are still saying he has destroyed naira. Then how is he managing to pay that? You understand? So we need to understand all these basic fundamentals before we can just say, oh, this guy is destroying the economy. Then on this NPR we are talking about, because you see, when we speak big grammar to confuse the populace, you understand? It's not everybody that understands this big grammar of NPR, all those jargon vocabulary. Let me tell you one thing. NPR is to encourage savings culture. NPR is to curtail inflation. We are talking of inflation today. Let's assume we have NPR that is as low as 5%. You don't want to imagine what is going to happen in Nigeria, because two things will happen. Investors that are bringing their money that help us with cash flow, they will take their money away. I made an example here yesterday or 3 days ago. You rational mind, you are taking your money to Nigeria today. You probably be asking from the bank that, okay, my fixed deposit, give me 20%. Now, when you give a bank 20%, please tell me, when the bank want to lend that money out, so the bank will come and lend to you for 5%. You think so? Then if Nigeria now decide to say, okay, I'm going to pull the NPR at 2%, will you put your money in United States, or you take your money to Nigeria? You don't want to take your money to Nigeria because all of a sudden you will now realize that Nigeria is not stable. You want to put your money in a stable environment like the United States. So how do you encourage foreign inflow, even from Nigerian diaspora and those people that are not Nigeria? Through your NPR. So I told you, if you want an investment in Nigeria, it is the government that will find some kind of special fund to target people. Okay, the money we are borrowing from China today.
Start bringing it home, Ola.
Okay, I'm almost even done, to be honest. So the money you see from China today is a result of provision like what you call sovereign wealth. At a cheaper rate, they used to target. Nigeria, we don't have that kind of capacity. As a matter of fact, Nigeria is a place that we need to attract as much inflow that we need. You understand? Let the inflow get there. Let people get used to Nigeria. Let them trust our economy. Then when we reach that stability, we can start to bring all those things down. And that bringing it down will mean that rational mind will take its money to Nigeria. You will be willing to for bank to give interest of 5.05% per annum. You won't be demanding for 20%. Then we can be here. Don't let us be talking with two sides of our mouths. What we don't take, we cannot take our money to Nigeria and say bank take our money at the rate of 1% per annum. No, we don't do that. But we are telling government that NPR is high. When you and I we are changing that NPR, we are changing that NPR at 25%. That is the reason our money is there. Immediately that is no longer there, we take our money out. What happened to Nigeria? No enough cash flow, and the economy will just start to going down and collapse immediately. Abba, don't let us use politics to explain everything. Thank you very much. I think Larry can talk better when he gets to that place because he's an economist.
All right, thank you. So that's all that right there, putting the facts
But one man,
to the fallacy.
I'm experiencing the same thing. Though. I'm trying to post on the major YouTube charts. I can't even do that. It's just bouncing me out.
I'm not sure why that is. Certainly, you are not banned, so I'm not sure what's going on. It's the obedience. We always have to blame the obedience for these things. They're infiltrating the system and putting gremlins in. I'm not like when Tony was saying, I had a look at the band list. There was no name there, so I'm not sure what else I can do. But I'll look at it again maybe when I come off stream. We go on from the excellent Ola to the equally excellent Prince Daddy. Prince, you're up next. Prince, floor is yours. Okay, Prince Daddy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, sir. The floor is yours.
Who's after me? I'm after Pass right now.
All right. All right. We'll go to Larry.
But before I do that, I was going to remind Rational Mind that calling the entire constituents MAGA lunatics, it's quite interesting. But not because it affects me anyway. It doesn't bother me. I'm impervious to such insults. But you're so keen at insulting people, and sometimes I feel kind of sorry for you when Ganyu attacks you, but maybe rightfully so, because you're so insulting. You're so derogatory in a lot of ways when you speak about a person or people. But you're dealing with a different kind of an animal in my person, because there's no insult you can throw at me that affects me. So good luck.
All right, so that's you told, Rational Mind. So that's Rational Mind told. So that's Rational Mind told. Now to tell us then, Larry, you're up next. Larry.
Oh man, how are you, sir?
I do.
At least there is no basketball tonight.
Well, he will come. I don't know quite. Rational Mind is most delightful of persons, but they don't let him get away with the slightest. Even his best friend, Prince Daddy, is now, elbowing him a little bit. Hello, Shelley.
That's good. So what I want to say is this. You see, it's always easy for us to criticize everything, right? But sometimes it's also good for us to speak with facts. People can say whatsoever they want to say, but for me, I always believe in, let's speak to the real thing when we talk about economy. And, I heard, I think then I was driving, I heard Emeka talk more about FPI, that, we are just using the FPI. So just to put more context, what exactly is FPI? It's just two things: the stocks and the money markets. So when we say, people bring money in, what you see presently is that you're seeing that boom in the Nigerian stock exchange. NGX is booming. And when they say, the chunk of countries where those things are actually coming from, UK, US, number one, it's mostly from Nigerians living in those spaces. Personally, I invest in NGX. And so when they say, when you take money to those spaces, every day when you hear Trump talk every day, Trump talks about so many things. And Trump can never forget to talk about the stock exchange. Right? Because if you're trying to gauge an economy, that's part of things you use in gauging an economy. And, when we come and say, they come in, bring money in, and they quickly take the money out. No, it's not like that. Taking that money in gives the government an avenue to see quick money to borrow. If you're buying treasury bills, you're buying treasury bills because you're actually making money available. So we can say all sort of things, right? That, oh, it's so bad, it's so this, it's so that. And I've always said something. Nigerians, I don't know, I think probably we don't speak truth to ourselves. And in most cases, we expect that, oh, I don't, because when I sit down and analyze it, what exactly do we want as a country? Tinubu has two options. Is it like, had it been Tinubu came in, do the normal thing, keep patching, and we'll say, oh, yeah, things are going on well, or go the other way around? And he decided to go the other way around, which for me personally, I think that's the best thing to do. We can't keep deceiving ourselves. We can't keep, it's just like you're laughing, everybody's seeing you laughing, they think you are happy, but deep inside you, it's a lot of sorrow. We can't keep pretending. In Africa, we've been pretending. The same thing is happening to the US, right? We were pretending the US, oh, China, what China, what China. But it got to a point that we can't even catch them. And the same thing happened in Nigeria. Nigeria was in problem. And in most cases, we do as if, we don't see those things. There was a point in Nigeria where Okoje-Iweala basically said the way Nigeria was going, if we were not really careful, Nigeria was going to collapse. Because we got to a point where Nigeria was even borrowing money for the current expenditure. So, one thing is this. What makes a leader? A leader is not really made by trying to please people. I can decide, oh, I want people to be happy, right? As a president, let's keep pushing things and keep pushing things. And I can decide, like, yeah, this is a problem. Let's fix the problem. You can argue without fixing the problem, right? Probably you feel, oh, probably you will have, fixed it some other way. But it's a problem and it has to be fixed. And basically, what Tinubu basically did was, this is the problem, let's fix it. Now, I'm not saying, in terms of there are other things that they could have done, right, for things to start trickling down to, to everybody, things, yeah, probably they could have, be more aggressive with how they do some social welfare and all those things. Yeah, they can do that, But the basic thing is this. We know where we were coming from. And if you're going to somewhere and you forget about where you're coming from, so then you're deceiving yourself. We want economy to be rosy, everything to be this and that, and but let's tell ourselves one truth. If you remove subsidy, what exactly do you expect? It's going to be like that. And, people are saying probably they are still, I think people are misinterpreting what CBN is doing, intervening in the market to subsidizing the market. CBN is not subsidizing the market. The only thing CBN is currently doing is to boost money supply, particularly foreign exchange supply. That's the only thing they are doing.
And so what did they tell them when they give them the money? When they give those money, bureau de change, what did they tell them?
No. Basically, what CBN does, when CBN brings money to the market, CBN brings money to the market at that official rate. CBN,
so
when you want to subsidize...
So what do you call that? What do you call that? You bring out money, you give them, okay, one man...
What? No, wait
I'm
now.
giving you $1. You're selling at this social price. You cannot go more than that. Your marginal profit should not be this. What's that?
No, let's look at it like this. That official rate that we're talking, do you know that in Nigeria, it got to a point that official rate was even more expensive than the black market? Were you aware of that point?
No, I'm not aware. What was that?
Yeah, I'm telling you. there was a point that the official rate was even more expensive than the black market.
Larry. No, there was never a time. If you want to
there
talk
was.
about,
There was.
hold on.
Can you
talk about
that?
the Nigerian custom pegging their own interest, their exchange rate to certain amount. That I can understand. But there's never been a time that central bank is selling at a higher rate than the black market.
I can help you if you don't want to do the job, right? Let me finish.
Okay, go. When? Okay, go on.
No, when I finish, I will get to that, and you can see the period, because I follow this a lot and I do a lot of all those things. There was a point, right? There was a point that it was equal. There was a point that probably the difference was around 10 naira. It's just like that. So basically, what CBN is doing, subsidizing, is more like, probably if CBN wants to subsidize what we're doing before, CBN can just go to the market and say, okay, fine, 1.6, right? Let's put it at 1.3 because we want to subsidize and make it available at 1.3, which is not something we can sustain. So for me, I think probably we need to really understand the context at which CBN is actually, doing all those things. And now, I think another thing that it's really possible now, right? You can take your money into Nigeria, you can take it out, which is what, people are now beginning to, that's why most people are beginning to come in. At least I don't know about several other states, at least Ogun State, for instance. I can tell you that in the last 1 month, I can count nothing less than 9 foreign companies that have moved into Ogun State. And there are other companies that are beginning to go back into that country. So for me, right, we wanted to, how much does how does that affect, the normal thing? How does that affect Garia and this and that? Yes, it will definitely affect Garia and that, but it takes time. It takes time. So if they want to do,
what time are you talking about? What time does it take that you're talking about?
Exactly, because you came in with a maker's assertion that things are not trickling down to the common man. But now, before Tinubu came in, he promised us that we will see that. No, hold on. He said that we will see a cheap oil price, cheap food, and everything. He didn't tell us that when I get there, you are going to suffer. You know what I'm saying? That's going to take time, because we ought to be having hold on, sir. Sign of relief. It's what, when government changes in Germany just now, we are having sign of relief that the gas prices are coming down. That we are not. I don't know how you are just coming here to be talking theoretically without looking at the reality on ground. People are dying.
When you finish, let me talk, sir.
Augusta, you can talk now. Sorolona, no wahala.
Okay.
Answer me.
No,
yes.
that time that I said, right? If you look at what they're doing in the agricultural sector, they are basically going in, bring, at least, I think the last one they did, right? They brought like 2,000 tractors, right? These things take
that
time.
Is no. And you still costing 80,000 to get a bag of rice. Where salary is 75,000. Come on, man.
Oh man, I think you can move to another person. No.
The government should let us, export cars back home, trucks, buses. Let them take money. Let them trading activities.
Tony,
yes.
Please let him talk now. Larry might be in the job. We're listening, please. Please don't just go on, please. Tony, can you just hold on? Let him just flesh out his points. Go on, please.
Yeah. So what I mean by it takes time, right? Because all the things we're talking about are agricultural, produce, and several states are now, you've seen some investments, at least some northern states. They'll tell you it takes time, so time, they'll start cultivating they start harvesting some of those things. So I think with time, right, things are really going, okay, at least we're talking about this same price of rice, right? Last year, we're talking about almost over 100,000, right? And now we're beginning to talk about probably half of that price. And that's where it's going to stay, right? With time, things are going to come down.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ask me.
All right. So now you heard our friend Emeka said something. Was it Emeka? One man said it himself. he said the bag of rice is 50K.
Okay.
In that same breath, he said something about Nigerians, they cannot afford it.
Yeah.
And then you're telling us here that Tinubu's policy is working.
Okay.
So
Now,
why is it that Nigerians, despite is dropping?
Okay. No, now let's put it like this. Let's put it like this. What changed when it was double that price?
People were not buying it, not even at that price.
No, okay.
People were not
Something was
consuming it.
double. No, let's just be objective, right? People could not afford it, but it was basically double that price some months ago. And as at that point, it's not as if probably there was some magic that happened to people's income, right? And half of that price. So basically, if the income is constant and the price of commodities are coming down, are you telling me that it's the same thing?
You want me to answer that question?
Yeah, you can answer it.
What I think happened at that point is that people were not consuming food like they should.
No, there's no way people that's not an argument. People are not consuming food. That's not, you can't back that now.
It tells you that a lot of things went through, a lot of things was going on. That probably we could not really.
Well, that's not why. Don't bring that kind of argument.
Hold on.
How do you gauge
Let me
how
give you an
much
example.
people eat?
Let me give you an example. When Tinubu was in Lagos, you had what people were saying, it being power, right? That was even an instant that we saw people were even making noise. So what does that tell you? That people could not even afford food.
Yeah, that's
so. You saw where they were. APC was sharing bread. APC was sharing bread to people.
We're basically saying the same thing, right? You said people could not afford it. It's not like their income. Basically, let's say their income is constant, and that same thing was sold for over 100,000.
5 more minutes, Larry. To Nigeria, acknowledge if you are there or not. You've been so quiet.
I just want to answer rational.
You've been so quiet, to Nigeria. Acknowledge you again. I'm here. What? You are there?
Like that.
What's happened?
I'm just
all right.
listening.
Oh, okay, brilliant. Oh, okay, yes. Back to you, Larry. I'm surprised to Nigeria is there. You usually would have been. Anyway, carry on, Larry.
Okay.
Sorry, Larry.
So rational mind. So my normal self, right? Just being objective. We said something is constant. People's income is constant, right? It didn't change. That same commodity was sold over 100,000 some months back. And that same commodity is half of what it was sold some months back. And we're saying that, it's just still the same. Is it still the same? It's not the same. What would definitely happen is probably some particular percentage that couldn't afford it last month, some months back, some percentage will now be able to afford it if the income is still constant.
But yet you saw the daily says that people cannot still afford it.
No. People cannot see. That's not a general statement.
So does that not tell you? Does that not tell you that if they are reporting that people cannot still afford it, does that not tell you that this guy's policy is not even working in any way?
Wait. When you say people cannot afford it, right? That's why I said it's not a general statement, right? Some at every point in time, it's part of life. Even if you bring the price of rice to be 10,000, some people will still not be able to afford it. Right?
But this is not, hold on, but this is not what these guys, they promised us when they come in for 2015.
No.
They said, hold on.
Okay.
Starting with Bubu. They said they want to better the life of Nigerians. They want to bring out Nigerians out of poverty. But with Bubu, do you know what it means to plunge people into poverty? You know what that means? The kind of poverty we never saw under Jonathan. We can agree that there was insecurity. Maybe that was what they messed it, and that was deliberate. They messed up that guy, but it's okay. But that's another thing we can debate. But my point is this: is that you should be able to make a difference in the life of people. When you handle a thing, you leave it better than how you met it. That is not what these APC has done.
Let me just ask before I stop. Right? Let me just ask you: how do you take people out of poverty?
By putting in place policies that will will drive that economy that will make it to be prosperous. That's not what this guy did.
Okay, so give me an example of that policy.
Oh, come on.
No. Because you said so. No. Wait now.
Okay.
You said you need to take people out of poverty, and I asked you, how do you take people out of poverty? You said by bringing policies, right? So, and I ask you now a follow-up question. Give me an example of that policy that you think it's not really presently being implemented.
Larry, if you and I start that debate right now.
No, just one example. Just one example.
You see, right off the bat, right
now.
Yeah,
to take Nigeria. Sorry, I slept off. To get Nigeria out of poverty, we just need to produce. We are not producing. We are producing nothing.
Yeah, there you
our
go.
Our MPI is 27. Our MPI is 27.5%. That is our cost. That's our average cost of capital for that country. We cannot borrow. Nobody can borrow above 27.5%. See, all what we can see. What was sort of annoying. We are defending the indefensible. That Tinubu has sent 50% of Nigerian population into poverty, and more will go. More will go as each day goes on. More people will go into poverty. Let's not defend what is indefensible. If he does the right thing, I would be the first person to come out and say Tinubu is doing well.
Emeka, let me tell you something, right? I think you're kind of like, I don't know how to really put it, right? That NPR that you're talking about, what exactly do you really understand?
See, yes, we were fighting inflation. Fine, that's fine.
So
that's fine.
Hold on. Emeka, hold on. When you do stuff, Larry debunked your MPR narrative, so I think he wants to put it to you again. Now you've woken up. Larry, did you wanted to? You weren't quite on board with what Emeka presented with the MPRs.
Yeah.
We couldn't argue with him because most of us didn't understand what he was talking about. We're just
no. I think
like
it was.
I do understand.
I do understand. I think it was from the point of FPI.
Yeah. So we what we are doing, like what I said, that there's nothing Tinubu is doing that is different from what.
Now let me ask you one question.
Hold on. Wait. Let me land the point.
I want to understand. Get your understanding.
Let me land the point first. What Tinubu is doing? Wait now. The economic policy. Pause. The economic policy of Tinubu is not different from the economic policy of Jonathan. It's not different from the economic policy of Buhari. What Tinubu has done, that he has even added. So he's only continuing on the policies of his predecessors. But what he has also done is remove subsidy because we could not afford it. I agree with that. We're broke.
All right. Let's do it this way, Emeka. Let Larry put that position to you. You respond, and then Larry brings it home. We go on to Niger. Larry,
Emeka,
you wanted to push him on a specific.
You were talking about foreign portfolio investment. What exactly makes up FPI?
It's money market. Money market, buying of shares and bonds. Simple. That's what the UKs are doing.
So
they are buying our money market instruments, which is
wait. Let him engage with you.
Wait now. Yeah. You said shares, basically stock exchange.
They are buying. They are just buying our shares, and they are buying the shares of banks. It is clearly. Don't tell me let us stock. Go to the CBN report. You see it there. Go to World Bank report. Don't tell me let us stock.
Another person. Emeka does not.
Tell me it's not about Emeka. No, don't tell me what.
Why you surrender? Now you surrender. Why you surrender?
Why would he surrender when he doesn't know what he's saying? He has to surrender.
I want to.
Emeka, it doesn't have to surrender unless you stifle him. He wants to engage what your
see. I slept off. I was hearing a bit, and I will sleep off. So you see, and And what really got me to even wake up from my sleep is when Rational Mind was going to tell him, Tinubu, would he agree that Tinubu has sent more Nigerians to poverty, yes or no? Because he was trying to bring some indicators. Would he agree first? Larry, will you agree that Tinubu sent more Nigerians into poverty? Yes or no? You can't tell me, nobody can tell me or come to defend the indefensible. You have sent more Nigerians into poverty. Yes, we are fighting inflation. You claim you want to expand the economy by 1 trillion. You have laid no foundation. You have not expanded our economy. We are not producing. We are not doing anything. You are just making noise. And Nigerians can't afford bread. No more. Nigerians cannot afford bread. Nigerians cannot afford to buy fuel. When you are beginning to say, some people will still not be able to afford it. What do you mean? If people cannot afford it and more people cannot continue to afford it as each year goes by, is your economic policy working? It's not working. It's never working. People are poor. The World Bank has estimated that 4.7% of more Nigerians will get poorer by 2027. And they are telling you, they are watching your trajectory indices, and they are showing you what is going to happen. And you are coming to come and tell me Tinubu policy is working. What with this wicked? What with this wicked? What are we saying here?
I think you make your point. Let him now let him report. Go on, Larry, if you want to say anything. Don't interject him, please.
I don't want to have that conversation because it will turn to a shouting.
No. I mean, that's the position he put to you. Just to give you some facts. I want to hear your voice. I want to hear your voice.
He's not giving me any facts.
He just gave you.
This is what is annoying me with these people that keep defending Tinubu. Which fact are not giving you? Can you not go to the CBN's statistics? Go and open it now. Can you go to the World Bank National Development Update for Nigeria? Go and open it now. This is what is annoying me. When you tell these people,
I'm not in for this shouting match. If you want to have conversation, we have.
Okay, I will keep quiet or you talk. No, explain Tinubu's economic policy. No more talk. I won't say anything. Talk. Explain yourself.
Okay, you have to give him that window though. So Larry, to you. Yeah.
Okay. So I wanted to pick it from the FBI that he said. And I asked him one question that doesn't even understand what makes up FBI. And he basically said, stock exchange, money market. And he said, oh, the UK people are just coming to buy our stocks. And probably the UK people are bringing money to buy bonds. And I asked, which UK people? As in, is it like UK government coming in? And it's not right. Major percentage of people.
Did you hear me say UK government? No, why are you interpreting nonsense?
No, he said foreigners coming, that the government is favoring foreigners.
I said the government is favoring foreigners.
Yes, exactly.
I did not say UK government.
That the Nigerian people got nothing to get out of the government. That we're just suffering.
We are transferring.
I don't want it to be a three.
We are transferring. So what I don't like is people misinterpreting me. Okay, and it is not even my opinion. It is not my opinion.
Wait.
If anybody, I'm getting the see what I want. Like just like 2 nights ago, and I'm getting a bit upset when people come here to pretend that Tinubu has not sent Nigerians to poverty. When people come here to come and argue what is not arguable.
You say,
now, right? Listen to me, please. Larry, please listen to me this night. Larry, would you listen to me? Would you listen to? It's not an opinion. Woman. See, we need to. Woman, this is going on. We're trying to make this. We are trying to make this. We are trying to make this an opinion issue. It is not an opinion. Woman, I will send you those documents. I am not the one that authored it. I am not the one that wrote it. I'm not the one that opinioned it. I'm not the one that published it. I will send you those documents. You need to read it for people like Larry and co. Let them see the fact. I will bring out the same World Bank that you said. I will bring it out. Read it for people like Larry. They should stop from going forward, they should stop coming here to deceive Nigerians, to tell Nigerians lies, to tell Nigerians nonsense, to tell Nigerians what is not happening, to tell Nigerians what is not the truth, to tell Nigerians to. That is why the Minister of Information. That's why the Minister of Information could have the audacity. That's why the Minister of Information could have the audacity to say the Tinubu economy is making Nigeria great again. These people are very wicked, and God will continue to punish them.
All right, brilliant. So, Emeka, I need you to. No, everybody hold, including you. So I need you to hold now, Emeka, and now, so now Larry gets to finish off so that we can go to Nigeria and move the conversation around. I don't think Larry is contending if Nigerians are more Nigerians are impoverished. Hold on, if more Nigerians are impoverished or not, that's not the content.
I don't want
no. You
no, seriously, I don't want to.
No, hold on, because what you I just said now. Please now, just allow the moderation. People should cooperate with the moderation. Sometimes when it's high octane and somebody's trying to balance it off, you will conclude, Larry. But I just wanted to say that you are not contending if Nigerians they are impoverished or not, or even more are impoverished, or if the policies of the government is vesting hardship or not. I think you were particularly wanting to share thoughts on a particular nuance. So you are not so it's that nuance that I want you to learn. So you wanted to explain to us that what that MPR or whatever, how you see it from your perspective and how it impacts the economy. So give us that, and then we go to Nigeria.
Okay. So let's start with the FPI, Foreign Portfolio Investment. And I asked two things. I asked one thing. What exactly makes up FPI? We said it's money market and the stock exchange. And basically, he said, oh, they basically did things to favor the foreigners, people from UK and everything. And I said something. The major people, right, that are coming from that UK and keying into the Nigerian stock exchange and buying some of those treasury bills, majority of them are Nigerians. Majority of them. Because it makes more sense to push money into Nigerian stock exchange. And if you want to talk about the economy of any country, that's why every time, and I make the example of Trump.
What's your proof? Where's your evidence that majority of them are Nigerians?
Emeka,
cite your evidence. Don't Emeka me. Just cite an evidence.
You had your time. Let me.
I cite.
If you don't let him,
wait.
No, they are not ordinary Nigerians too. They are not ordinary Nigerians.
One man, please. One man, please.
Hold on, Emeka. Just hold on.
One man.
Hold on. Let me mute you for a moment. If you Larry doesn't take heavy hitting conversations.
It's not. This is not heavy. This is a question. You see, somebody he came. I told. See, one man now. One man waits. One man waits.
All right.
I came and I gave the 3 countries that are buying our FPIs. Not even buying our FPIs. That are bringing money into the country. And that money is going into FPIs. And we've had a reduction of FDIs to just $70 million. I gave the top country, the UK, 66.9%. The US, just 9%. And South Africa. Now somebody is coming here. And when I give that number, I cited the report. I didn't call it off the top of my head because I am not the one that generates the report. I am not the one that generates the publication. And somebody is saying most of them are Nigerians. Cite your reports or cite your evidence. You see, this is economic policies, and this impacts Nigerians. We should not tell lies. That's why I am getting upset. We should not throw lies. If you don't know the people, you are not saying they are Nigerians. Are they Nigerians residing in the UK? Or are they Nigerians residing in the US? Or are they Nigerians in Nigerians? But that same report, because I'm waiting for him to say it. When he says it, I will call him out. Because they say that same report cited the institutions in the UK that are bringing in this money. This is the painful thing I don't like. That is what I'm saying this. I'm saying this because we need to know the truth. We don't need to come here and lie, just like the Minister of Information is lying now. We don't need to lie. We are transferring value, and we've been transferring value for a very long time, since 1999. We've been transferring that value to foreign investors, and Nigerians are going down the drain. The poverty is increasing. While we are transferring that value, other institutions, such as the World Bank and the IMF, are telling us that you are sending your people more into poverty, but we are not refusing to do the right thing. I can appreciate Cardoso has stabilized the economy, has stabilized the Naira. At least we can make some prediction now. Things are not going haywire. I can appreciate that. But if inflation has dropped and you are still keeping NPR the same way, and that same publication, that's why one man I said I will send it to you because I am not the author. And these are institutions and these are authors who are verifiable, who are independent. I will send it to you. They said it. And you can see that transfer of value going on. But somebody will come here and come and begin to tell me what? And ask me questions on FPI. Even to the point that the publication has cited the beneficiaries of these FPIs, the banks. You want me to name them? Do you want me to name them, Larry? Do you want me to name those banks?
I think you've made your point, Emeka. Let the conversation flow because one man has to move on.
Emeka, you don't have the whole knowledge of the whole fact. Even I thought you're making some senses. Okay, you doesn't have the whole fact. Let other people speak. I mean, Larry's going somewhere. I mean, I'm not in support of what Larry's saying, but let the guy speak. You don't have the whole fact. Come on now.
It's not the whole fact. This is not the whole fact, but to miscrew the facts.
One man.
I'm not saying I am the author. I'm not saying I'm the genesis or I'm the know-it-all. But to miscrew the facts, and say somebody cannot come here. At least I am listening. You can't come here. Larry cannot come here and tell this platform that Nigerians in the UK are the ones bringing the money in.
Emeka,
Larry, I will tell you the hedge funds. Larry, I will tell you those hedge funds. Larry, hold on, please, because I'm annoyed. I am annoyed. People don't want to know the truth. People don't want to know what is going on in that country. Larry, I will tell you the hedge funds that are bringing in the money from the UK.
All right,
don't annoy me this night.
All right, just settle down, Emeka. I think people want to move on, so please allow the conversation to move on.
Please.
So, Larry, bring it home, and then we're going to tonight.
Well, just move on for someone there. I don't think
move on to someone else. I'm exhausted.
Yes. Emeka, you need to calm it down a bit. To Niger, you're up next. If you are there, to Niger.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, hold on, to Niger. Let me. Of course, you know what's going to happen, so you don't even have a choice. So that's Ola right there who kicks it off. That's Ike Ogeme right there who expands it. That's Ola who comes in again. Ola still, there's Ola right there. And then Ola rattles off quite a few more. That's Ola, and that's Ola again. So more names need to join that super chat space. We don't have enough people doing that. But thank you to those. So to Nigeria, you're up next. We're talking about the coalition that's shaping up El-Rufai, Peter Obi, and Atiku, and we're wondering then where they're going to park their ambitions. Where the World Bank tells us that 46% of Nigerians are now in poverty as a result of inflation, which reduces the buying power of the average Nigerian. So we're talking about that as well. And just to add on as a follow-on from that, the price of rice has continued to drop drastically, but there's still no buyers, even at 58,000 naira for a 50 kg bag. Nobody still can afford to buy. So which tallies it with what the World Bank was saying. And then we were also talking about the way the Donald Trump humiliated the South African president when he brought him into the White House to embarrass him with a Melela clip asking for white people to be killed. So we're talking about those or anything else that takes your fancy. So to Niger, 5-7 minutes monologue, then on to Zita, and then just move it around. So that's to Niger who takes charge right there. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. I see Emeka, what Emeka is trying to make sure that we at least try to be honest about this thing, because it's actually quite important. I don't know why when we are trying to get to the truth is light. And if somebody cannot use their own opinion to a kind of dispute some other person's point, then you have to let that person's point stand. It has to stand, because if you keep having people, the two things are not equal. The truth stands above falsehood.
So you're going back to that thing.
No, I'm going back to it because that's what I've been doing for the last how many months, maybe even years now, since this government came into office, because I saw a sabotage of the Nigerian state, and people just pretend as if they cannot see it. It's really frustrating.
Tunaja, please, can you give me 1 minute to make a clarification, please? Just 1 minute out of your time. Yeah, please. I want to find out if this is the same Emeka. I knew his contribution towards the election of Tinubu. I want to find out. I want to make sure. I want to be sure that this is Emeka that is speaking tonight.
Yeah,
and if this is
Nine is the guy. Very good guy.
So
objectivity.
People should see he's speaking from the angle of objectivity and honesty.
Yes.
Because also on several fora, he got into serious argument. In fact, I even accused him one day of being bought over. I accused him of being an agent to the power of the establishment in Nigeria. He was so vehement. He was so tough. He puts everything on the line to campaign for Tinubu.
We hated him back then. We hated him. Yes.
People should see from the angle of objectivity. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay. So, can I say something? Just a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
What Omori said about Emeka. You should give Emeka, kudos for what he's doing. Emeka is still a Tinubu supporter, so let's call him what he is. The way he foresees Tinubu that he's gonna come, become a transformative leader. Tinubu
but he's not a blind follower. He's not a blind follower.
Tinubu has not executed that. That's why Emeka has been objective. His objective is the way he felt before. He's thinking that Tinubu will transform Nigeria, but it hasn't happened. So he's been objective. So let's not just go back. Everybody has their own sentiment, He's saying it the way he sees it. So whether you like it or not, but that's his opinion.
Now you make a U-turn. You made a U-turn. It's good.
Let me carry on, please.
It's not a matter of a U-turn. It's the way he sees things. That's my own opinion.
Can I just carry on? You made your point. Because when you look at the Nigerian GDP, the nominal GDP that people normally quote when they say GDP, how can your GDP shrink from when it was around 400 and something billion US dollars in 2020 of COVID-19, 432 billion dollars to 2023? That's when this president took over. It became $363 billion. And that is from 2022's $477 billion. So we lost more than $100 billion.
It's not 300, 200. 200 and something, like you said. It's not 300.
How do you mean?
Go and check. It's 200 and something billion. As of this year.
Oh yeah, that's for this year. I'm talking about the ones just before he came in and after he just came in. So 2023, we are looking at a drop from 447 to $363 billion. That is over $100 billion in barely half a year when he was in office. He just chopped the Nigerian economy off his his legs, his knees. Then this year, the year for 2024, they are estimating now that it's around $200 billion. How does anyone even defend that? I don't even know how anybody can come out and just agree that is actually a good policy for any country to pursue. this economy should be heading towards $1 trillion economy. And that Nigerian GDP was somewhere around 477 when Dangote refinery was not even available. Now we have Dangote refinery doing value-added manufacturing, and it still shrunk to $200 billion. That should tell you the sabotage that was done to the Nigerian state. And when I was doing this analysis months ago, people were arguing and saying this, when it's so obvious. It's so obvious. It's right there in the GDP. He went and floated the currency when he didn't have to do that. Look at in Nigeria 2020. They said the foreign the amount it took for us to defend the dollar was around $6 billion or so that it took for us to defend the dollar in 2020. Let me just confirm that actually. So if it can drop from $18 billion or $17 billion or even $16 billion to $6 or so billion, what does that tell you?
Tunanja, I'm sorry. IMF, they gave a list here of the African countries. Nigerian GDP.
So when is my turn
188,
to speak?
Abeg. 188.
Which one is Abeg?
188 billion.
Wow.
That's 2025.
That's just devastating. That is devastating. You see, this is a killer, and this is why I call it sabotage. This is why I call it sabotage, because how can you see something that is $477 billion and you make it 180 something? And you lie to the people every day that you are making their lives better. When even the policy now that they are pursuing about buying Nigeria, they don't even want to do it themselves. They are reluctant to do it. These people, I don't understand what is wrong with them. Is it just Nigerians? I don't know. Because sometimes I always like to subscribe to the fact that Nigerians are the ones creating this type of leaders that we have. Because how is it that buying Nigeria is so difficult for these people? Why? Are they enemies of the people? Why is it so hard for them? Why can't they just buy Nigeria? In 5-10 years, West Africa will be buying all those things. Like if they start buying Nigeria-made vehicles, West Africa will be buying it. Maybe the whole Africa. Look at Nollywood. Look at this in our music. But these leaders are so wicked. I don't understand them. All he cares about is the bankers. All he cares about is the financiers. And for Christ's sake, the guy comes from the financial world. Are we surprised that he does everything to favor them?
No, Baba. Don't say. That's why I said this. There's nothing Tinubu is doing that is different from what Buhari has done. There's nothing Tinubu is doing that is different from what Jonathan has done. Now, the two things that he did, right, that they didn't do, they all did it, but he took a drastic approach.
I think they are different. They are slightly different. They are
not slightly different. I will tell you. Come down with me. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. We've been devaluing our naira consistently, right? If we want to start with Obasanjo, we've been devaluing our naira. We've been removing subsidy, but we've not removed it completely. We've not devalued our naira or say we are doing fluctuation completely. So Tinubu just took a drastic position. That's why I keep asking. And it is annoying. What is annoying is that the result is showing, but people are gaslighting us. So there is nothing Tinubu has done that is different from what Buhari did, that is different from what Jonathan did. Tinubu just took a drastic position. And that value keeps transforming. You've been saying this all this while, and I know we've argued about this. You've been saying this all this while, and we argued. But that value is transparent.
7 minutes, and you won't even shut me up already.
That value is going out of Nigeria, and it is going out to people who are enjoying Nigeria's demise. And I said it to Nigeria. I said it to Nigeria. To Nigeria, you are now a witness. Go and mark it down. We will come back to 2 years again. Nigerians will continue to get poorer. No change.
Let's hope that is the case, because I don't want to just anticipate.
Go and mark it 2 years again. That will be when the president is in his new second term.
Okay, let me finish the point about what is different. I think what is different between this government and that of Buhari Buhari seems to have had a strategy to make Nigeria a more value-added manufacturing kind of base. If you look at how he shut the border so that rice production will increase in Nigeria, and it seems to be working if rice prices are beginning to drop in the country, and the production has gone up. And the strategy also included Dangote refinery that he championed, and from what we have seen now, it's come online, which was supposed to reduce the foreign exchange demand by about 30%. Hence, why they were defending it, hoping that when Dangote refinery came on stream, then they can collapse the demand for the dollar. But so far, what this government did was, one, they sabotaged the economy by depreciating the currency heavily, so that even if Dangote refinery came in, there will be massive drop in our GDP, and clearly hardship will ensue. Then secondly, the Dangote refinery benefits, they don't even want to gain it. They are busy taking loans on our crude oil. They are busy taking loans on the crude oil so that they will never do that exchange with Dangote refinery so that they can collapse the demand for this in oil. Dangote will still be selling crude oil and petroleum overseas. That is why the Nigerian currency has still not appreciated till now, because the demand for petrol, from what the headline I saw yesterday, they said it's gone up. The amount we spend on petrol has gone up. So this is the madness. We have a refinery that can produce twice what Nigeria needs. In Nigeria, the demand for petroleum products in terms of dollar demand has gone up. You see the sabotage. This is what I mean. There's a big difference between the way this government is approaching the economy and the way Buhari is approaching the economy. Where Buhari is also compromised, that this government is not, is when it comes to foreign exchange. The way the black market was operating, the Buhari government didn't want to regulate it, which was the original problem. Because when people talk about round tripping and all the rest of it, that was the original problem. Buhari government didn't want to do it. I don't know whether because it was his people in the north that tend to be involved in that bureau change. Because when Tinubu came, he capped their profits. He said you cannot make more than 1% profit. He put it in law. Why did Buhari not do that? He could have done that and prevented all this demand for this black market, and the big difference between the official rate and the black market rate. At the same time, he could have reduced the demand for the dollar. He didn't. He kept it. He left it high. He didn't do a lot to tell Nigerians stop demanding
I
too
beg
much
your
dollars.
pardon. That thing is cosmetic regulation. They've not regulated BTC.
If you look at the black market value versus the official value, now the gap is less.
They've not regulated.
Can I say something? Can I say something to
They've not
Nigeria?
regulated.
King of Mecca. But one would imagine that, okay, because at the time of when Buhari was there, people were saying that it's the demand for dollars by these people that import refined product. That's what is jacking up. That is making the naira really fall against the dollar, because there's a huge demand for it. But now that these guys are not importing fuel like they used to, I mean, Dangote is even manufacturing and it's even supplying the other different parts of the world. We should expect the naira to be gaining against the dollar. In fact, looking at this tariff thing that is going around the world, whereby the US dollar is losing strength against so many other major currencies.
Other currencies, yes.
The greenback to Nigeria, it's just going up. So how do we reconcile this whole policy of Tinubu economy?
They've just been deceiving us. That's just it.
They've been deceiving. They spent $8 billion defending the currency just last year alone, that they claim that they have floated, and they are still defending it today. And they just, for the life of me, I've never seen this clear-cut sabotage of an economy, because Tinubu had it in his power to make Nigeria a $1 trillion economy. He really did. All he needed to do was just ensure he supported Dangote and stave off the demand for the clearing of the debt from foreigners, and say, you know what, we are going to clear the debt at our own pace, just like Western people do too. Then support Dangote refinery so that you can now start supplying crude to Nigeria, and we don't demand the dollar as much anymore. The dollar demand will drop by 30-something%. Your need to defend the naira will disappear, because Dangote is also manufacturing and selling overseas. But what did he do? He did everything to sabotage that process. And to me, from what I saw, what Buhari was doing, that was his strategy.
Yeah, I'm here.
I dropped something in the chat for you. I promised I was going to give you that before I dropped.
Okay, all right.
So from my point of view, when I look at it, I just said there was so many ways you could have done it. Then after he collapsed the demand for the dollar, then he could have encouraged this in manufacturing in Nigeria, so that you have what do you call this in value added manufacturing, more of it in Nigeria. We have look at how many billions they borrowed for nothing. What if you borrow those money and start buying this thing companies that already have intellectual property rights and start bringing them to Nigeria to manufacture, even while they are manufacturing overseas, because they are going to be making dollars for you overseas too. The strategy that he's following doesn't even make sense one single bit. And they just tell you that it makes sense. The only way it makes sense for people that are coming to Nigeria to harvest wealth from Nigeria. All these foreigners, there are people that are out there speculating on foreign currencies. And do you know how much they've invested from Nigeria? Where do you think the money went when they floated the currency? It didn't just disappear. It went into the foreign pockets. And this is the name of the game. And when we talk about round tripping, this one is what they call the ultimate round tripping. That's what I saw that was going on in Nigeria. Because I know somebody in the UK that he's a very rich man in the UK, and what he's involved in is foreign exchange. I was like, well, how does that make you money? Foreign exchange. You see, are you like Aboki in Nigeria that exchange? Oh, I'm calling them Aboki. I'm sorry. People that exchange money in Nigeria. Are you like that? He said that's not how they do it. They trade it. Yeah, it's like a market. So can you imagine what has been happening in Nigeria for the last 2 years? How much they can harvest from that, because the currency was just going up and down, and they have insider knowledge. But that is what that's what we are dealing with currently, and nobody should openly come and just look at those that GDP number, the inflation numbers, the job losses number, the drop in foreign direct investment, all the issues we've been having, even insecurity is still going up, and still say this government is governing the country well. I don't know how somebody can say that with a straight face. Thank you. And regarding, let me just deal with the issue of Ramaphosa, because nobody actually dealt with that. Ramaphosa, as a president and as an individual, did relatively well. He was ambushed in the White House. They tried to humiliate him. And I must say, if I was him, I'm not sure I would have been that patient, but he handled it very well. And what really did it for him was the fact that he brought the DA party head to come and make the argument, because Trump was not about to listen to a black guy. But when he had his own fellow white guys telling him that thing you are getting the wrong end of the stick here. And those white people, they also know, because they know that their position in South Africa is very privileged. Do you know that the South African black people control about 5% of household income in South Africa? 5%. In America, and that is a country where they, in terms of South Africa, that's a country where they make up about 70-80% of the population. In America, the African-American community controls 3.5% of household income. Even if that's disproportionately less than their 13% population, that is, by comparison, in proportion, higher than what South Africans control. So that tells you that black South Africans control. That tells you that even white Americans haven't oppressed black South Africans that are even minorities as much as the 5% white people in South Africa have oppressed the black people in a country where the black people are majority. Is astounding. I've never seen any group so privileged in the world.
Even there are some cities in South Africa where black people are forbidden. Do you know that? Some cities. You know,
it's astounding. So
and that man, the president just sit there like a day or Zuo.
Oh God! No, I felt bad for him, but he did handle it well as an individual. But the fact that he had to come and justify himself the way he had to just shows you how vulnerable we are.
Can you imagine we having a city in Germany that white people are not allowed to come in, only the Africans, or in America? You know, in South Africa, I'm telling you, there are some cities. Well, I mean, best cities in South Africa. So many cities. Black people are not allowed to go in, not even to serve as a nanny. I tell you now. talk less of getting an apartment. It's a shame to black race. We are too, we are just too third class.
So Nigeria, you don't have to make everything about race.
When
That's
you
so
see my
hold on,
making it
that's
about
so
race?
despicable.
I don't like when
that
people
what
do
it
this
is?
nonsense. Did you not see Trump making it about race? Did you see
Is that
Trump
what
talk
it is?
about
Yeah.
the black people suffering in South Africa? What is wrong
That's the
with you?
problem with this MAGA
Siding with him
mania.
blindly.
So Nigeria, when is it my turn?
It's going to be after
Well,
Nigeria.
let me learn my interjection. So, you said because the way Trump is Trump, the way he treated Ramaphosa was because he's a black man. That's ridiculous. Did you see the way he talks? He talks
Nobody
to
said it was because he was a black man.
hold on,
Stop changing the argument.
Huh?
I never said because he treated Ramaphosa because
Okay,
What is special about this Trump?
hold on.
What is special about
exactly
Trump?
that.
What
Can
is
I talk,
special
guys?
about this
God damn it.
bully?
You said that. That's the reason why I came to chime in. You said exactly that because Ramaphosa was a black person. Something about being, you live in a white
No,
man's
that's not what I
country.
said.
You said that. I heard you. I can't just
said,
repeat it verbatim.
I said that Ramaphosa handled it well. I didn't say Trump went after him because he
Yes,
was a black man.
you said that. I heard everything. You said that
Trump
clearly. Also, I
was
heard that
defending
also.
the white people.
You always want to pick on what you want to hear. You want to hear. And that's what that's what
I
you
don't
do.
know. I never said
All this
he
MAGA
went after him
maniacs.
because he was a black man.
The same thing he did to Zelensky.
Guys,
Zelensky.
you guys been running your mouth
Because he
earlier.
called this
Just
bully
for me
to
to
order. It's
interject.
not special.
Just for me to interject.
Come on now, people. Other people
Just
have to speak. I think it's Madam Zita's turn. Please.
Just for me to interject. Who's talking now? Can I talk?
It's me. I mean, how come,
Okay,
you just bothered and start talking?
Can you please be quiet so I can talk?
Is it your turn to talk?
It's irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant. I need to talk. So
Just
can I
let him
talk,
finish
please?
talking so that Zita can speak.
You guys are so rowdy, and they talk. Rational mind. Did you hear what I said earlier about you calling MAGA lunatics? Did you hear what I said? I hope you heard me. Because you just I have nothing to say to you. It's kind of funny. You talk
what
down.
does the president?
Hold on. Can I
the
talk?
president tweet every time? What does it call? How does it refer to the Democrat liberal? You call them libtards. Is that what you call them? You call them liberal lunatics. Is that not what he said?
Are you the defender of the liberals? Is that what it is?
Let's just allow Madam Zita talk.
Rational mind. You are too intelligent to be a liberal.
I mean, I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm just giving it to them the way they give it to other people.
Wait
a minute, Emeka. Hold on. Let's get something straight. Emeka just said something that's very disingenuous. He said rational mind is too intelligent to be. Okay, if you want to go by that route, tell me where all the whole Ivy school is located. It's all liberal state. Okay, yeah. Why are you laughing? You know so much about. Look at California. Look at Massachusetts. Look at New York. All the whole Ivy League. Look at Chicago. If you want to talk about intelligence, talk about the four richest states. Talk about the four richest states in the
I don't
world.
want to.
California, New York. So don't come
Man
here
of
to say
prestige.
what you don't know about liberal.
Man of
Yeah,
prestige.
liberal may not be doing good right now, but they are
Man
very
of
intelligent.
prestige. I don't want to have this argument with you now. I don't want to have the argument with you,
you
please.
lack historical
Let's get back to
context when you
order.
make an
Please, Daddy,
argument.
let's leave it. Let's leave that. You made your point already. We get where you're coming from. Let's go to Madam Zita because she's been patiently waiting like a civilized Nigerian. Please go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I will start with what happened in the White House today. Hi. I was so happy. Man, no regret voting for Trump. No regret at all. You see, South Africans, actually, today I wished I was in the White House because Trump was like talking about white farmers. I wished I was in the White House. I would have pulled out the video of my cousin in 2016 when he was murdered right inside his Mercedes Benz when he was trying to escape from his store because he was in his business center when that riot started. So he wanted to start. I would have showed Donald Trump what South Africans can do. To even think that that man has the guts to call the president of the United States to come and talk for help is actually ridiculous to me. If somebody said they're doing something to the whites because of the way the whites treated them, man, well, somebody might have an argument. But for you holding a rally in a country in this day and age, and you are chanting that a particular race should be killed, I don't even understand that. But it is what it is. But if somebody hold a rally, probably in the United States or somewhere else, chanting that a particular race which we belong to should be buyed, I know how much the black people will talk about it. But it is what it is. That's between the white South Africans and black South Africans. Hold on, let me finish.
Can I educate you on that term that you're using because you don't truly understand it?
Can I finish, please?
Okay.
Because I lost a cousin in South African shenanigans, and my dad placed a curse on them. You cannot hate everybody. You cannot be a human being because you own a country you ain't like nobody. How many Nigerians did those South Africans buy? 2014, 2016, even last year, 2024. And Nigerians sit down here, oh God, no regret voting for Donald Trump. And I am sure he will deal with them mercilessly. And I don't really do care on the note he's standing to deal with them. It is only in South Africa that a village boy... No. This thing you people are talking about, this president of... what do you call it, Cyril? You should pull out his video where he is saying that those land will be taken and there will be no compensation. You think Americans are kidding? You think their intent
Whose land is this in the first instance? Whose land is this? Do you know how they got those lands?
So my cousin, hold on. You know,
well, we understand your cousin.
There is
it's
something.
So sad. It's so sad it happens.
Please, let me finish. You people have been talking here for hours.
No, we're pushing back. We're not going to stop you from
people to interject now and again, though. You can't just be.
Listen. My cousin bought that land, and when he died, it was taken from his wife without any compensation. So it's not all about wives. I know what I'm talking about.
But that's what
Trump is making it to be. So you cannot.
But Trump is making it to be like it's only white.
You cannot sit down here and ask me whose land is that.
But I'm asking you, the Trump you're talking about, you're championing here, you're eulogizing here now. He is making it about race. He's making it a race thing.
I don't care. Listen. As it is now, I don't really care what he's standing on to do with South Africans. I don't care. If he wants to make it a race, I'm well and good. If he wants to make it that something is going wrong there that needs to be corrected, I am in. I don't really care. But you see that your South Africans, the time has come for people to call them to caution. You don't behave like that. Remember what they did during the Buhari? How many Nigerians did they buy in their country? In 2016, in 2018. And people stand here to defend on
do you understand it? Do you understand the social issue in South Africa? Do you know the social issue in both social and economic issue in South Africa? Do you know?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Listen,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They go about
no, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that's the basis. But do you know the story how they got to where they are today?
If you come into a country to find ways and means to live, and you are legally in that country, you bought a land, you had your children there, And one day, one Zulu king says that these human beings that are in this country are the ones taking everything from you. And riot broke out to the extent that you see a man with his Mercedes Benz. The only regret I have today that I wasn't in the White House. I would have pulled the pictures of my cousin. That White House would have been in Agor. I would have pulled his pictures, how this guy was macheted. To the extent that when they flew his corpse to Nigeria, we could not see his face because everything was picked in pieces and bandaged. Who does that? Who does that? For somebody who did not do anything to you, just because he's in your country, doing business and prospering. Running away from your madness, and you chased him, blocked his car, and he's not the only one. And Nigerians sit down on this platform and listen to me. I don't really care. I don't care on any situation, anybody.
We understand your pain, Zita.
I
We
thank
understand
you.
your pain.
Hold on. You don't.
I mean, I'm not saying I know.
Hold on.
You need to understand. Can you allow people to interject you?
Don't tell me you see my pain. No.
I understand.
No.
That's what I'm saying. Do you understand? Do you understand the use of words?
Speak?
I said I understand your pain. I don't know your pain. I don't know your pain.
Please,
but I can understand. Because I know how it
That's not
feels
mad. That's not
to
mad.
lose someone.
That's not mad. Just
So
hold on.
let me interject you. Oh, come on.
She doesn't want to be
You are
interrupted.
so insensitive. You want to hear yourself talk. Just listen.
Please.
What is wrong with this guy? I said
No,
I
I mean
understand
normally
your pain.
we allow each other to just air our this thing, just like people interject.
Please,
but do you understand the magnitude of the situation?
It's something like
That's
personal
so
production.
disconnected from reality.
This MAGA man. What's wrong with you? Allow me to have this conversation with AI.
MAGA, whether you want to call
No,
it
not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking to our friend Daddy. I'm Prince Daddy.
Yeah, but
You don't care. We understand you don't care. You don't care.
let me just
I
ask a
ask
question.
you people a question on this platform
Madam Zita,
today.
let me just
This
ask a
is
question.
my
Allow
turn
me
now.
to
Can I
moderate,
speak?
please. Allow me to moderate, please. See, you know that basically, if you look at what you are saying, you are reacting based on your personal experience.
I don't blame you.
No.
Let
me explain now. Like in
no.
let me.
Don't even
You are not
go
listening to me. You are not listening to me.
Don't even go there because it's not only my cousin that was killed in South Africa.
I'm trying to say that objectivity
don't go there.
It's not about not going there. Why would you not let me talk?
Get angry.
See, let me just say what I'm saying. Let me say what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. In life, in medicine, you know what they do? They recuse people that are close to a patient from getting engaged in it for a reason, because objectivity may be lost. You see what I mean? So that is the point I'm making.
So
I'm not saying you don't have a valid
that,
point from your point of view.
Hold on, please. You are saying that in 2014, about rough estimate, the one I knew from the people that brought my cousin back, they say 57 Nigerians, not just Nigerians. Some of them were medical doctors, engineers that were killed. At least that one is the ones they know. I'm not talking about traders in their shops and all those things. These are the professional club that they were able to track down the names of those that were murdered. So you are telling me that now I'm not being objective about it.
You are very correct because South Africa doesn't want giving any time for here because they are very wicked people. They were killing fellow black people while the white people were taking pictures. I understand you, madam. I'm with you.
Where the objectivity is lost is that
no, there's no objectivity. South Africans are useless people.
Let me add one thing. Trump is there to attack black people, and you are joining to attack black people too.
Please, can I speak?
Yes, please.
This topic is very passionate to me. I am in a foreign land. That my cousin Cletus was in a foreign land. And I am sure you are in a foreign land. And if one day, God forbid, The remaining of us that are living are going to work one day, and the riot broke out. We are not part of the riot. We didn't do anything wrong. And you are being paid just because you are not from that land. A land that accepted
out of jealousy. They are jealous of Nigerians. Yes.
A land that accepted you. A land that gave you citizenship. A land you stayed and got married and had your children. A land that you pay tax on. A land that you brought foreign resources into, because my cousin points a lot of things. And that guy was butchered like an ordinary animal. And you sit down here, you Nigerians, to talk about how
what are you talking about? This is
Madam.
Let me finish, please.
You're not being rational here now. You need to comport
why
yourself
are you going down this route? Who
you
are the people
understand
saying
the pain you are going through, but you have to try to comport yourself.
You keep saying don't go there, don't go there. What I mean, are you only going to
Madam AI, this platform is not a place for you to. It's not a place for you to lay down all your emotional when it comes to what you go through. Just speak on the topic, please. Other people have to speak.
The president of South Africa
you
is
get so
complicit in this
intensity.
matter.
Could you just let us talk and land? I mean,
But you can't be talking all the whole day. This is not a place for you to tell all your emotion. It's not it's not what this platform is about.
No,
please.
man of prestige.
It's a turn.
I
You're not
think the rule we have here, even if you want to interject, if she doesn't want you to interject, you can't interject.
I don't want to interject, but I mean,
so then let her be now.
She has been very emotional about this.
Let us finish a session. Let us finish.
Can do is to time her.
We are here to talk about politics, not about your emotional,
She can say whatever
Who cares? Who cares if you're here to talk about
Man of prestige, if you don't like what she's saying, cover your ears.
It's only the living that talk about the politics. It's only
a country Nigeria had to liberate. They should not kill any Nigeria. Let us say the truth here. God punish South Africans.
Let her finish so that we can move on, because she's not allowing interjection.
In that country where you are, that person that is asking me that he came here to talk about politics, if those people where you are did not give you opportunity to come here this night to speak about politics, I'm sure you wouldn't have been here telling us that you want to speak about politics. You wouldn't say that. Because you are in
No, my point is that this is not a platform to express, to express what you went through or whatever. That's not all. You can just say it, and we send a condolence to you. That's all. But don't make it about you or whatever you went through.
Yes, my cousin is not the only Nigerian that was killed. So I am speaking for all the foreigners that were paid in South Africa. Those are the people I'm speaking for. I know it doesn't concern you because Nigeria is not your country. I am not speaking only for my cousin, the Cletus. I am not speaking for only Nigerians. I'm speaking for Zimbabweans, the white South Africans, the foreigners in South Africans that they buy anytime that
the Somalians, the Somalis, the Ethiopians, yes.
Oh, stop interjecting. Let her finish. And she says she doesn't want people
interjecting. What nonsense. It is not about politics. So why do they kill them if it's not about politics? What their Zulu is talking about, is it not politics? Is it not in politics you talk about marginalization? The person that came here to tell me that we are not talking about politics. It is not in politics you talk about segregation. It is not in politics that you talk about who owns what. So under what circumstances are South Africans killing strangers in their land? Under what circumstances, and who gave them the right to do so? That their president has the effrontery, the guts, and the impetus to walk into White House to ask for favor. Donald Trump, thank you.
Was he out of play by asking for favor so that they could tackle the issues? You see, that's why we come here.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Hold on.
Listen.
Hold on. No, I'm not going to listen. I'm not going to listen. If you don't want to listen to other people, I'm not going to
let
listen.
her finish now. I think we are giving
right your mind. It's not your session. What part of that don't you understand?
It's about a minute remaining. Let her finish. Let her finish. You are prolonging it.
I will reclaim my time.
Yeah, you can reclaim your time.
Let her finish.
She said she will reclaim her time. Let her
her
reclaim her time.
finish. She's not going to reclaim
Just...
her time now.
Please,
She's had 2 minutes to
please.
speak already.
Rational mind, let's move forward.
Let her
Please.
Okay, all right.
He came to beg for Anne to tackle the problem. And I'm here telling you that that problem in South Africa doesn't need Anne. Until the whole world quarantines them, that's when they will stop. And if anybody think
you see, when you talk and you don't allow other people talk, that's where the problem is.
Let her finish.
No, I mean,
Rational mind, we will not go away. Rational mind, I'm begging you now, please. Please. Rational mind, please.
If anybody think that you can sit down here and support what the heck is going on in South Africa, then I wish it affects you. I rest my case.
Can I quickly just say something?
Wait, hold on, Rosanama. It's my turn to speak now.
Man of prestige now. It's your turn.
Let him interject now. You know,
it's your turn.
I wasn't letting interjection.
Not more than a minute, please. I got to speak.
Not more than a minute, for sure.
Oh, come on. But I started talking before you now, man of prestige, please. Now,
not more than a minute.
Okay, please. So you said something a while ago. I mean, Zita, we understand. I mean, like I said, I understand your pain. I understand. I understand. I don't know exactly, but I know. That's it.
You don't. No, you don't.
It's okay. Let's not argue about words or use of words. I mean, my point is that South Africa has a very, very complex situation. If he came to the White House to ask for help, I think it's a good thing that that they want to resolve this matter. And the issue on ground is not just the white people. Even the black people are also victims. Like you just said, some Nigerians and even your own relative was also involved. So my point is that to solve this problem, because like he said the issue it's about crime. South Africa has one of the highest crime. I mean, way back in the 90s, I remember they had one of the highest crime, and up to this very day. So it's a crime issue. Well, we can say xenophobic and maybe racial and all of that. But I think by coming and asking Trump for that help, I think it's trying to indicating or signaling to Trump that we want to resolve this matter. We need your help. We need those technology. Like this Starlink issue, I think there's an issue with Elon Musk, that's why he's being a South African. He doesn't want to come and help them in that matter because they need that Starlink connection so that they can be able to monitor what is going on within their space. But if Elon Musk is not wanting to help them out, he wants to continue with this narrative because he's the one championing this narrative whereby they just want to exclude South Africa out. You see, something is more deeper than what we are talking about here. It's a really issue that Elon Musk asked with the black South Africans taking that space. If we have time, we're going to. I mean, I might have to go into depth as to what is really at play here. Just not just fighting for the white people alone. After all, the black people are also involved. I leave it at that.
Rational mind. No matter what you are passing through. I remember my elder sister has 2 South Africans in their class in Federal Government Girls College, Benin City. And it was Nigerian government then that was paying for their school fees. No matter what you people think South Africans are going through, it's not enough for what they are doing. Every country has their own problem. And we are all in a foreign land. If we wake up one day and find that land we are treating us the way South Africans are treating these foreigners in their land, I'm sure we wouldn't come here and be saying they have an excuse. But the only thing I'm saying is that South Africans need to be called out and they need to be quarantined. But anybody who thinks they shouldn't be treated so, that they have enough excuse to do what they are doing to all Nigerians, Ethiopians, more especially Nigerians and Zimbabweans. I wish it happened to them. I rest my case again.
All right.
Regarding this, man of president, just hold on for a second. I think regarding this matter, I think we should not confuse 2 things. South Africans did wrong by Africans, and I think they have gotten quite a lot of beatings for it. From Chinema to Bolt, they've gotten a lot of beating for it. But let's not throw it overboard and now hand them over to white supremacists that are actually even trying to compromise South Africa even further.
Yes, because whenever the only thing that calms an African down is when there is a projection for the hate for the whites. It comes us down. The moment he's a white man and it has to do with white people, it's all well and good. But I'm not gonna take it.
You look at that.
No. I'm not into that.
That is
Because
not
my
even
cousins,
logical
yes,
position to
the
be
man
in.
is talking about white farmers. My cousin's land too was taken. He is not a white. They killed him and took his land. This is a global platform. His name is Cletus. They killed him and took his land that he paid for. Some good money. His wife wanted to sell that land. By the time she wanted to sell it to relocate to Canada, they told him the land has been taken without compensation. What the heck are you people even talking about?
Where is the evidence of what you are saying? You are making a serious allegation here. Where is your evidence for what you are saying?
You want to make it a white thing?
Because it looks like you are just here
It's okay.
trying to
Let's
gaslight
move on.
people
Let's
with
move on.
things that cannot
Make it a
possibly be
white
true.
thing to calm me down? Really?
It cannot possibly, what you are saying cannot
Nonsense.
possibly be true. Show us the
Yes,
evidence.
it will not be true. Hold on, to Niger. Let me tell you this. It will not be true to you. But one thing I'm saying is that I wish you that.
You can wish me all you want to wish me, but the point is that if what you are saying is accurate, you'll be seeing a lot of cases like where they will just dispossess people of their farm because people can die and then maybe they don't have the full money. You don't know the circumstances. You didn't mention the circumstances. You just assume that they just took land from the person.
If you have a clue, you will not sit down there to make it a white issue.
Stop going on, Jare. I think you have gone way too out of the reservation now. You are
okay,
going
let me speak now.
It is you that is going out of reservation.
Imagine what you are saying.
Because you are not seeing anybody saying. You think
you are angry,
it's a manufactured story?
They should persecute the whole nation.
Are you trying to tell me that it's a manufactured story?
Because you're angry.
That Cletus died, murdered in a Zambia. You are telling me it's a manufactured story? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm telling you that you are not sharing the full story. Show us the full story so that I can go and investigate it myself. Give us evidence of the full story.
Investigate. The
Niger, you don't need to investigate further.
You shouldn't just be saying stuff without evidence.
Wait.
Niger, you have no right to do that. You ask for evidence.
I have a right to ask for evidence. Using that argument to make a bigger point.
Your comment is a bit insensitive, and there are so many evidence. You see, there are many evidences of. There are many evidences.
Can we calm down? Tunaja, you are the moderator. What are you doing?
Tunaja, calm down.
Europeans on top of it. Come on, man. There's only as much you can tolerate.
Tunaja, there are multiple evidences of extrajudicial killings in South Africa.
I need to get something right from
They are killing black South Africans too. Black South Africans too.
They are killing, yes.
Please.
They are killing.
You see where you have taken the topic.
Listening the conversation and stunting it just because you have your own personal experience.
I hate it when people insult me. Although I take it from this platform.
There's no insult there.
Please, let me say this. I want to clarify something from you. What you are saying today is that you need an evidence to investigate Nigerians who are killed in South Africa, that their lands are being taken. Is that what you are telling me? That you don't believe? Hold on. Let me finish. You don't believe that there are Nigerians that has been died in South Africa who own land that was taken. Is that what you're saying? Oh,
what I'm saying is that there is little evidence of Nigerians being killed because when they own land, then the land was taken over. Hold on. Let me answer now. There is little evidence that Nigerians were killed, and because when they own land, because they died, then they just took the land from them just because they died. They are not around, and they took the land from them. Or maybe even the purpose of killing them was to make sure they took the land from them. I've never heard of such a case before. It's not. I've never heard of it. If you have evidence of it,
that let's
share it here.
But they are telling you now. They are killing. But they are killing people now. Just Google this thing now. You will see for yourself.
They are killing people, but they are not killing people because of land.
They are killing people because of land. Why are they killing people? They are
I
killing people
knew.
because of
When are we
resources.
going to
True
wrap up
Nigeria.
with this
What you
with this
believe
topic,
and
please,
what
so
you
people
don't
can
It's only
believe.
talk?
because of land. This is why this conversation
Oh
is so
shit.
stunted, because we have to talk based on evidence. There's no evidence of anything. She's just assertion she's making.
So what you are saying to
Naija,
Nigeria is that I
don't
should
call
send
Were you
you
people's
not,
evidence.
personal.
Were you not the one
Hold
Don't
asking
on.
for
call
evidence
people's
earlier
Hold on,
personal
on?
let me speak.
experience
There's no evidence
assertion.
of what
To
she's saying.
Nigeria, what
To
you are saying is
Naija,
that
stop
I
that
should
thing.
send
Stop
you
that
the
thing. It's not an
evidence of my
assertion. How are you
brother,
saying
my
it's an assertion?
cousin's
Somebody's talking about
Cletus
personal
land.
experience. You're saying she's bringing up
You are
assertion.
saying I should
Somebody's
send you
telling
the
you a
evidence of
Evidence,
personal
Cletus
evidence
story.
land
You
only.
tell
that was
What do you
taken
mean by
from him in
assertion?
South Africa.
Assertion, what is
Is that
assertion
what
is
you are
you
saying?
want
Assertion, but
evidence.
there's no evidence.
Tunaja,
Oh
don't
my
create. You want
goodness.
evidence. Somebody's telling a
I
personal
should
story.
send you the
What it
evidence
says,
of the land that was taken from him. Is that what you're asking me? Hey!
You should send me evidence of such stories
She
where they
doesn't
took
need to
land from
send you any
somebody in
evidence.
competition. Or
Why would she send you
and,
evidence?
Tunaja,
Send you
you
evidence for what?
you are
don't
out
make
of
too much
line
noise
in this
about this.
conversation.
Let's just
You're
play
out of
okay.
line in this conversation.
Hold on,
See,
hold
we
on.
all have personal. Hold on, we all have personal stories. Okay, and it doesn't need to be verified by everyone. Hold on,
The
let me
fact
land.
remains that South African killed a lot of Nigerians. So that is the fact.
That is common
So
knowledge, man. Common knowledge.
whether she's saying that whether what she's saying is right or wrong, the fact still remains that many South Africans killed a lot
And
of
then you're right.
Nigerians, and I have
That's
a lot of
common knowledge. That's common knowledge.
a lot of
Out of
views
the
and
north
evidence
of
for that.
land.
So at the same time, it is very possible that those killings affected her.
Ekene, please hold it. Hold it.
We are not
Can we get back to the topic? What we are talking about? We can flog this topic.
So
Naija.
the part hold on for a second. Hold on. I just want to clear.
Nobody needs to prove anything to you. Nobody needs to prove anything to you.
Can you just let me moderate? Because
Well, you're not moderating actually.
No,
You're only interjecting and derailing the conversation.
Plug yourself in where you're not supposed to plug yourself in.
Let me moderate the point here, because
That's not
this is
moderating.
why. Hold on. I have a reason for
There
why
should be
I'm doing what I'm
time
doing
to
now.
put a break. This is
Ola,
so sensitive and
hold
emotional.
on, Ola, you don't do that. You know you are.
No, don't ask me not to do that. I'm a co-moderator
Let
checking
me
you.
finish what I'm saying.
I'm just
Let me
checking you as
finish
a
what I'm saying.
co-moderator.
But
You're not moderating at the
elongating
moment,
this
You are not
controversy
moderating at
we
the
are
moment.
having right
Don't
now.
come and create confusion. There's a reason why I'm doing this, so that we don't spend 6 hours confusing the argument from one end to the other. This is a very, very straightforward issue. We know there are issues in South Africa in terms of killing Nigerians, in terms of killing foreigners even. We know there are issues with South Africans with their white population too. And we know Trump sides with white people. We know Elon Musk sides with white people. And we also know South Africans had a beating from Nigerians last year and this year, and they are still getting a beating even on the continent. Most of the continent doesn't like what they are doing with their African counterparts on the continent there. When you go to America, it's a totally different ball game you are dealing with there. These people, what Trump is doing there is trying to bully the black population to give South African white people more privilege.
That's not true.
Take their privilege and make
That's
no
not
mistake.
true.
That is what is going on.
That's not true.
Your fallacies and your lies. Who told you that?
That's not true.
That is exactly what do you think he's doing that
That
for?
is not
You think
true.
he's doing that
That
because of the black people?
true Nigeria.
Can
That is
we
not true.
move
Oh
on,
my
please?
God.
If anything,
It's becoming
anything is
annoying.
actually trying to get a South African farmers out of South Africa. So what are you talking about tonight? If anything, Trump is trying to get them out of South Africa.
Please, Daddy, please let us move on. Let's just
Getting
stop.
them out of South Africa
Let's
because
move on, please.
All right,
he
you
wants
Nigeria,
to
that's
use South
enough.
Africa.
Let me talk, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. I'm not going to come here and be a defender of South Africa. I mean, we know about their xenophobic. They have method to several African countries, particularly when it comes to Nigeria. So that's undoubtable, and their ungratefulness, what Nigeria has done for them during the apartheid. We probably the country in Africa that helped them the most, but we know where they are right now. So that's not even my topic. For Madam Zita, because of what Nigeria is doing, I sympathize with Madam Zita. Initially I pushed back on her, about because she went too deep reflection about her personal, issues. So that's not where I'm coming from. But on the other topic, I think she's being colored, by prosy. That's all I have to say. I'm not going to even say anything about that South Africa, but I'm talking about everything that she was saying. That point, is just a colored by prosy. That's all I'm going to say on that. So the main reason I came in is because of Larry. I like to hear from Larry to be more objective, when he speak about economics and all that kind of thing. But sometimes, or we all have some sentiment. He has tendency to skew, the fact to favor Trump. To favor Tinubu because he's a Tinubu supporter. But he's very knowledgeable about the economy. So, Larry, I like the way you speak. You are very calm. Your demeanor is very, very good. You don't even go out of space, to counter somebody. So, give you a kudos for that. Yeah, Larry made some comment in reference to the stock market. Like, yeah, like it's
Tonight, why don't you try and be like Larry then? That would help you a lot.
I can't. I am my own self. I can't be Larry. I don't have the same, I don't have the same personality that he has. I'm just giving him a kudos for that. There's no. Can you be? Can you be Maga man? Can you be? Can you be Larry?
Larry is one of a kind. It's unique. Nobody can be like Larry.
Okay, then why you asking me to be like Larry? But anyway, I have an issue about what he said in reference to the stock market. Because if you look at stock market, it just offer you some insight, into the country economy. It is not a perfect reflect. It's not a comprehensive reflection of or the benchmark of how the economy is doing. You know, if you look at even in America, even in Nigerian stock market, because there's different, it's just a matter of giving you a confidence about, the investor, the market capitalization, the value of business, how directly. I think what really reflects in the economy, is about the GDP growth, inflation rate, unemployment rate, poverty rate, HDI, which is Human Development Index. And we are lacking in those things. So there's no way, even at all, structurally, Nigeria is doing okay. And the stock market is doing okay. But it's not an indication of what's going on in that country. We're talking about inflation. Inflation is, just tell you about how things are increasing. Okay, our inflation rate right now is down, which is stable, but that does not reflect. I think it's like about 20 something. I don't have the figure right away. But in a real market, the inflation is probably like about 33 or 40, or 40% in a real market. So it's not really doing well. That's my problem I have with what Larry said.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
So I think you kind of like misinterpreted what I said. When we, and why did stock markets came around? We're talking about FPI, foreign portfolio investment, right? And then that was when the issue of stock market actually came in, right?
Okay, I wasn't here at that time.
Yes.
Okay.
So that was I never said stock market is the indicator, right, of how the economy of a country is. But what I basically said is your stock market is part of it, right? And if you have a booming stock market, why exactly are you having that booming? Okay, take for instance now, every bank now we're talking about capitalization for the bank, and everybody is rushing to the capital market to raise fund. When they raise that fund, what exactly is that fund going to do for them?
I mean investment.
Okay, so if they pull that money out of that stock market, pull it invest it into their banks, into their respective, things. So what's the multiplier effect of that investment?
It's going to boost their confidence.
No. I mean, if the banks, right, the banks wants to capitalize, right, they run to the stock market to raise money, and they pull that money out of the stock market and they invest it into their respective banks. So what is the multiplier effect of that investment into those banks?
I think it's good. I'm not an economist, but the little that I know, it's gonna increase. It's gonna have an effect in
You're going to
Nigerian
have
economy. Positive.
returns on the investment too.
Right.
So what I'm trying to drive at is those money when they come in, even though people always want to take their profits, but they also have what they do to help cushion an economy. So it's not just a one-way fit all. It's not linear.
Larry, I want to ask you something, because what you are analyzing here is just like the rich getting richer. So when you are talking about economy, where is the space of the poor man in this nation? So you don't talk about the rich man. Everybody knows that the
That's another.
policies favor the
You
rich.
see,
That's why the
that,
rich are getting richer. So an
Ekene,
economy does not
Ekene,
affect
Ekene,
the
wait.
life of the poor people and get them
Ekene,
more out of poverty. How can you
Ekene,
describe
wait.
that as an improving economy? I
Ekene,
want to judge
man
it
of prestige raised something. It's
by all these
different
things you
from.
are saying.
You see, that's the problem I have. Man of prestige raised something from the point of the stock market, right? You came, common man or another. That's not the argument. I don't know, man of prestige, if I actually, let you understand my perspective. So
That will always be my argument, because I don't like when people are analyzing issues that favors big men and rich men in this country.
The first question you should have asked him is, why did Nigerian banks recapitalize? That's the first question you should have asked. Larry, why did Nigerian banks recapitalize?
Emeka, I'm sorry, I don't want to.
I thought we already labeled that before.
No. Why are you dodging the question? Why did they recapitalize?
I don't want to answer your question.
But why do you want to dodge the question? Why did they? No, why do you want to dodge the question? Why did they recapitalize? You can say you can either say you did not. You can either say
the problem I have with this,
they recapitalized because
the problem I have with this economies we have in this platform is that, let me say this, the problem I have with these economies we have in this platform is that whenever they had a Dangote rich multiply, or Otodera rich multiply, or Lumelu rich multiply, they begin to praise the president. They begin to give all sort of analysis. But all these men are selfish men sitting in their comfort zone, amassing the wealth of the poor man only for their own personal generation. The rich that is stuck in one place, that is not being spread for many years to other common man. How can that be a good economy? Why Nigeria getting poorer?
That conversation is a separate conversation. The Nigerian banks recapitalized because of the devaluation of the naira.
Hold on. Let me just ask Ekene. Ekene, do you have issues with the owner of Airpeace?
He won't. Ekene won't. Ekene won't have
Larry,
it.
I mean, come on. To Nigeria, let Larry. Let Emeka answer that question. Why
So
did
they recapitalized because of the devaluation of the naira. CBN told them that, okay, because the naira has been devalued, and the last time they did a recapitalization exercise was in 2003, I believe so, 2003 or 2005, right? And so there's the need for them to recapitalize again, because that if you value their assets, their capital base in dollars, it has gone down. And they are supposed to also implement Basel III. So that's why they recapitalize. Right? Their value in dollars has actually gone down. So they are recapitalizing to boost. It's not recapitalizing to expand. They are recapitalizing to show off
Emeka,
their
let me ask you
capital base.
something.
Hold on. So they're recapitalizing just to meet the threshold. Hold on. Sorry. You said they're recapitalizing just to meet the threshold to remain.
Correct.
So what is the benefit of that? What does that serve really?
First and foremost, their capital adequacy has gone down. So they need to recapitalize.
Yeah, just like you say, if the value of the naira has diminished
because of the devaluation. So because of the devaluation,
No, go ahead.
Because of the devaluation of the naira, which was caused by the president himself, the president caused it. He was the one who said he was floating the naira. He caused it. So they're like, okay, the last time we capitalized was in 2005, and because we also need to implement Basel III, that was the valuable excuses. Nobody's denying that. And because the value of the naira has gone down, we need to recapitalize to meet the capital adequacy ratio. And they are now, many of them now are now going to they are now issuing rights.
They didn't adjust the capital ratio based on the naira value. That would make more sense. Rather than run into the stock market to go recapitalize.
So, Emeka, in reference to what you are talking about, or Tunaja going to talk, go ahead, Tunaja.
Yeah, Emeka, by recapitalization, where did they get the finance to recapitalize? Is it from their customers or the central bank provides them the funds?
No, it's the
They
right
went to the
issue.
market.
It's the general public. Even international investors, I think many of them are international investors coming in to come and buy. But the general public can go. If you are a shareholders of each and every one of these banks, you deserve the right to increase your number of shares through right issues. First Bank did it. Wema Bank did that. Many of the banks, and some of them went to invest to international investors to go and raise capital. So
They can also
they
do it through
are
merger.
still in the
Through
process.
merger, they
So
can still
you're
vote.
saying
They are
that,
still
no, let's get it straight because I
they are
really want
still
to
in the
understand.
process. They are still in the
This is a money
process.
issue. This is a serious money issue here because if they have to recapitalize, we are talking about more than 100% recapitalization or even more. And
They
so
can
where
also do
the
that
money,
through merger.
you say they raise the money from overseas because I want
They
to
are
know whether
still
that
they are
money
still
came
in
from
the
Nigeria.
hold on to Nigeria. They are still in the process.
Okay.
Yes, they are still in the process. It's not like they have that it is a cutoff. They've not cut it off. The CBN has
So
not.
in other words, if they go bust today, they are vulnerable because they don't
Are
have
you?
enough capital.
Yeah, Fidelity Bank is in debt. So Fidelity is highly leveraged.
Nice.
Is that not in the
I
news?
hope
Fidelity
Larry.
is highly leveraged.
Okay. Who's
It's
next?
not coming from
No,
front.
I'm not finished now, Tunaja.
They're not
Naija,
raising the fund from outside.
to Naija,
Please. Let me explain how they are
I
raising the
think man
fund.
of President is
They are
still
not
talking.
raising the fund from outside.
Where are they raising it from? Where are they raising it from?
Okay, let me explain how they are raising the fund. From what I heard, the banks are kind of mandated to raise the fund for the recapitalization.
They've
They
not
are
been
using what is
mandated. They've
called
been
right.
advised.
Hold
They've
on.
not been There's a difference between mandation from CBN.
Waiting
CBN has
now.
advised them.
It's a kind of mandate. Please let me
Okay.
finish. There is what they call right issues. They are offering the existing shareholders in their bank. I hope everybody understands what it is, so I don't need to explain that. They are using what is, I think, private placement or something.
They can't do private placement.
They are doing private placement.
They can't do private placement.
They are doing
Private placement is for
it's
private
selling
companies.
shares. That's
You
private
can't do
placement is
private
selling shares.
placement if you're a public company. You can't do
No,
private
Emeka, they
placement
tried
if
it.
you're a
They tried
public
it. They
company.
even my bank,
Now,
everybody,
can
they
I
tried
finish
it.
my own?
They
Emeka,
tried
you're
it, but
just
I
exaggerating
don't think a lot of
everything
people buy
somebody
into it.
said.
Can
It's right.
you guys allow this guy lady talk now?
Please,
Yeah, go on.
go and pull out the recapitalization. Pull it out now and put it on the screen. You will see it. They're doing private placement. They are selling shares directly to, they select some investors and they're selling shares to them. But it's in-house. It's not from outside.
But Wema Bank, hold on. My stockbroking firm, they've been sending to me advert to invest into Wema Bank and the rest of the banks.
First Bank sent to me too.
So
I know what
how
I'm
are they
talking
private
about.
when I don't have a shareholding in
No,
Wema
they're
Bank or
doing
UBA?
public offerings. No, they're doing public offerings.
So, but you said private now. That's what you said.
No, I said private placement is a different thing. They're doing public offerings. That is the one you got. I think that's what the one
public.
I got too.
I know. There's a difference between public. So my point is,
they're doing public
going
offering.
back to what you said earlier.
Hold on now. Issuing new shares to general public. I'm sure that's the one you got from Wema Bank, and that's the one I got from First Bank.
But Madam Zita is right. They are also doing private placements.
So, but then we can't. Going back to what our friend Emeka was saying earlier.
So
there's no stats to show that this is the X amount of numbers that are the local people that are investing into these institutions.
Can I say something about the condition?
You talk. You just let me land this point so that you know if you are going to answer my question, you know where I'm coming from. But we don't have at least for now we don't have any concrete stats to show that okay, these are the X amount of people that invested, local investors within Nigeria, or these are the ones from abroad. But I think what our friend, Emeka, I think today is my friend today. He's not always my friend, but today is my friend. What he is talking about is our bonds that people are buying. The bulk of the bonds are from people who are outside. And he gave you his report from where he got it from. He said he had to send it to one man. And he's talking about it vehemently here. He was being sure of what he was talking about. That the report shows that I mean, a chunk of it are from abroad that are buying our debt or our bonds that the federal government is using. So when these people are not pulling their money back, this money is going back to the institutions that are bringing this money from abroad. That is different from our buying shares in our local bank. So we need to understand that that's what he was driving at. Is that not what you're saying, Emeka? Is that what
Yeah,
you were
correct.
saying? So let's not mix things up. I mean, capitalization of a bank does not show how healthy an economy is. What shows the economy, how strong your economy is your debt to your GDP ratio. And let me just say GDP, debt to your, what's it called? Our internally IGR. What are we? How much are we making?
No,
How
it's
much are you spending?
debt to GDP. That's
Well,
the
if
that's
some
the
people will
Okay,
tell
ratio
if
you
we're
that
that,
going to
gives
talk about
to
debt to GDP,
but
Nigeria
some
has
people will tell
been
you that our GDP is still
Nigeria is on
okay.
a good ground. We're only about 55,
Nigeria is good on debt to GDP.
right.
It shows.
What about in terms of the per capita income?
But that's more structural, that's more structural.
Per
Prestige.
capita income is $750 per
But
annum for
Prestige,
Nigeria.
Emeka,
Yes.
when we're about half $1 trillion economy, you can talk about our debt to GDP is at least is healthy. But right now, IMF said it is $188 billion from half $1 trillion economy. This guy just shaved off almost like 300 and something billion dollars of that GDP. That's what Tinubu did.
That's
So
when
how can you say your debt to GDP now is okay?
no, debt to GDP ratio currently is okay. We can still borrow more, right? That's one of the
At
leverage.
188 and the $188 billion
No, it's
GDP.
not.
No,
Our debt
That's
to
not healthy. That's not
no.
healthy.
is okay. Like Emeka was saying, we can still borrow more. I mean,
Rational mind. You see, when we discuss this kind of a thing, it's good we know what is going on and what our country, the administrator in our country is doing. You see, this thing you are saying now, borrowing and all of a sudden the whole thing is so bad. It's not bad because the central bank, they have entered a sort of agreement with IFC. I don't know if you people know about that. They entered a sort of agreement with IFC. They are trying for them to help them mitigate the foreign exchange risk Nigeria might get into in the process of the devaluation or the recapitalization. So that area is kind of settled. But let me say this, there's something I want to say before we continue on this problem of our economy. I do not really think that Tinubu's administration is administering his policies properly. Because the policies he put in place, if they are well administered, I don't think Nigerians will be going through what they're going through. At least by this time, they should have been seeing a kind of ease. But from what I am seeing, I do not think that those policies are well administered. That's all I can say. It's not a question of me coming here to shout that Buhari's policy, Tinubu's policy is making Nigerians poor. I wouldn't say that. Knowing economics, I wouldn't say that because the policies are not supposed to make them poor. But
let me continue. Let me continue, please, so I can go.
Can I just ask you to watch it?
But I don't think. I think they're gambling with those policies. I heard somebody say it that this night, and I think that person is
In a layman's
correct.
language, can I tell you the reason why it is what it is?
Let me finish my subject, please, so another person can speak.
Go
let me buttress what Madam Zita said. I think I totally agree with what she said. They are not being administered properly. I mean, we're not having much money like we used to have like about 3 or 4 years ago. If you look at where our GDP is down right now, like about 3 something compared to where it was 4 something. That's the problem I have. I mean, we are the fourth in Africa right now. So that's the problem. I mean, look at the budget we just had. I mean, about maybe about 20% of them that is going to go through pardon. And this is the problem we have. It's not about money. We're not getting as much money. Look at the oil price. Oil has gone down. So that's part of the revenue. We are not generating as much revenue as we are, generating before.
7
Oil
trillion.
price is still going to be going down. So we are not in good
7
space.
trillion. They padded 7 trillion inside the new
Yeah,
budget.
this is the problem we're having, and corruption and something like that. When we come about here, we talk about the project that is being doing. I mean, look at the Calabar Lagos Road. Is it not gonna cost us about 11 to 12 billion? To me, I thought that's just a waste of money. They should have concentrated on electrifying the country. That would have been a more proper way to utilize that money. And hold on. Who's Tinubu?
No, let someone interject
Let
now.
me
I'm not
finish. Who's
time.
Tinubu doing this Calabar? I have Lagos Calabar Road. Is it not? This I consider that to be a scheme project by Prosi. Look at who's in charge of it.
Man of
Shekuri.
How
This is
does
a
a
guy
peaceful
who was a Bata party, and now has become Tinubu ally. We need to call all these things out. This is part of where all our money is going.
man of prestige? How can
What?
government spending? How can government spending that is creating job? That is creating job. That is
That's not the priority.
What
11
job?
billion to 12
Hold on.
billion.
What job? What job? What job? What job is
11
creating?
billion to 12 billion. That's almost about 14 trillion naira.
Man of prestige, ask him the question. What job is he creating?
What job is he creating?
Wait, Farabale now. So do I need to tell you that they are going to buy cement? They are going to employ labor.
But Ola, is that our priority? If we don't have electricity, all those things are nothing.
Guy. If you don't understand it, say you don't understand it. There's
what you don't understand because you are speaking garbage. You don't understand. You make it like you understand when you don't.
You are buying cement. You are buying cement from the poor man or the rich man. Listen to me. All this analysis, all are for you to eulogize these policies and all that. Is nothing.
I'm trying to make a point
under this government, a government that could not even prioritize education. Education is
what
the
are
first
you
thing.
talking about? See,
what am I talking about? I'm telling you that even our education system is going down. Check the result. This is idea. You don't care about the out of the school children. You don't care about how our students are faring. Their results are getting bad every day by day, and all that. You don't care about that.
Ekene,
you don't have the time to shout. I'm beginning to. I don't like you again. I'm beginning to dislike you honestly, because I don't know why. I don't know why you are standing. Before, during the time of Buhari, you used to be objective. I used to like your analysis, but this time I don't know what blindfolded you.
Guys,
I don't know.
His man is in the office now. His man is in the office.
This guy, the way he criticized Buhari critically, even though he was of APC, then or whatever.
Then, this is now.
But now, the way this guy defends something that is not that doesn't need to be defended. Don't you say our last WAEC? Don't you say our last NECO?
Are you listening to yourself? Is that objectivity? Are you listening to yourself?
It's objectivity. Because this government is doing worse than what Buhari did. If you must tell yourself the truth, they are doing worse than what Buhari did.
Just apply.
Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him flesh out.
Please, can I have my time? Has it become
It's not the time to interrupt me. Let me speak, please. Let me speak.
I thought it's my turn.
No, nobody says it's your turn. Nobody.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Who told you it's your turn?
Yeah,
your turn?
Ola, you want to allow me to moderate instead of you to just be.
But let Ola talk now. Ola has not spoken. Let him talk.
Yeah, fair point.
Me, I have not spoken. No, you have not given me any chance to speak. I live in Nigeria. I don't have any electricity here.
Oh my!
Since I come here, I'm just interjecting.
He's playing the Nigerian. This is the card now. Seriously,
you know what you don't understand is this. Let me brag a little bit. Some of us, this forum you are in this evening, we left something to come and hold it so that people will come here. And for people to just be bragging and bragging. Did you know? I came here as some other people to come and hold this session for this session to continue before you are here. So let's just stop all this kind of this. See, I want us to argue objectively. You are now trying to use some kind of subtle blackmail during Buhari. I told you the problem I have with Buhari. And I told you, I explained everything about Buhari from the point of insecurity. And I linked that insecurity to the part of the economy. Just get it right. Don't just come here and say, I just say it.
Tell me what Buhari did, both insecurity,
just hold on,
whatever that has not gotten worse under this government. Tell me any of it.
Stop being disruptive. That is why that when you discuss, that's what they call information benefits. When you don't want to listen, when you don't want to, I can swear keep quiet. It's not the most that I talk. I only owe Nigeria the duty of explaining what is right, so that you politicians will not use all this some gibberish just to manipulate them into. I find a situation whereby you put Jonathan out and you brought in Buhari. That is exactly what I'm doing. If this is not giving me money, I believe I'm just doing my business in Nigeria.
Answer the question.
So the question is, the thing is this: when you guys talk this way, it is not, you are telling me, someone is telling me that fiscal spending is not creating job. Are we really listening to ourselves? So let me ask you a question. Those people that are working on that Lagos Calabar road, let's just put them out of that place, take that money away. Do you have job you want to give to those guys?
But that is not the question he asked. He asked whether
did you ask me that, Ola?
Was under this government that was in Buhari's time.
I know the question I'm responding to. You are not the one to lead me to that.
So you are asking yourself your own question and answering it.
So let me just move on. If you are saying government spending, it's not creating job. Oh my goodness. It's just like, wait, look at it this way. You are building a personal house. You are saying, okay, this personal house I'm building is not helping the economy. Yet you have an architect, and you have your iron bender, you have a structural engineer, you have bricklayer, you have those people that will do your roof, you have those people that will do electricity. See, we have to be.
You're not answering the question. There's no point of you talking, is there? You are just
Tunaja, give me my time to talk. I beg. There is time for me. I want to go. I want to go. Give me my time to talk. I beg.
You don't tell me that.
Can we let Kenneth talk now? We've been nice. Kenneth is coming from Nigeria.
There are things that have been you can't even sing, and you are supposed to be a supporter of Tinubu.
There's no even point of not talking. Why wasting time? Why wasting time where people want to ask?
Allah, brother, please. Can we let Kenneth talk now? It's coming from Nigeria. At least everybody should give him that favor.
You keep talking. Don't worry. Continue.
Okay, Kenneth, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Tunaja. The point here we are trying to make here, because I don't like to give too much explanation on issues that I know that are on ground. But I only talk about what I see every day with Nigerian space. But I thank God that a lot of my Hausa friends here are beginning to rise up, and they want to collaborate with me in 2027. And if what is happening today is not happening, I think a lot of them will not be agreeing with me now. They come to my shop every day. How are we going to do this? I tell them, cool down. We are making our plans. And when that time comes, at least that Alabalago will capture it. And they have given me confidence that, yes, we are going to do this, because this is getting out of hand. That what we expected from this man is even worse than this. And this guy is from Castina. He's Buhari brother. It's worse than what I even experienced under Buhari. I don't know that this man is dumb. I don't know that this man don't know anything. I don't know that. So whether that is why when I see all these alliances and all these governors and all this jumping here and there, I just laugh. Only if Nigerians are not ready to defend, to fight, then we are not going to get it right in 2027. But as far as I'm concerned, many Nigerians are ready, especially my Hausa friends. They are ready, and we're going to fight it out. So the point I'm trying to make is this.
Can I ask you a question?
I've been asking, what did Buhari did that Tinubu has not did worst? And people will be turning around trying to tell me that building what is the name of that road to because I always forget it, because it's not a popular road.
Lagos Calabar Road.
Lagos Calabar. Yeah, Coastal Road is bringing employment.
The Buhari do a lot of things for the north, the way Tinubu is doing quite a lot of things in the southwest, like bringing central bank to southwest, and a lot of people are accusing him and people in his government of being too southwesterner, or even Lagos people. So
even the Lagos you are talking about, if Tinubu wants to do something for Lagos, let all the streets in Lagos be tied up. Let him command or even provide fund so that Lagos will look like Dubai.
Ekene,
You understand?
Ekene, do you know why?
Did Buhari do something similar to the North? So to say that,
Ekene,
okay,
Ekene, do you know why? Do you know why people? Do you know why people like you in Nigeria will continue to sell up your businesses and try to run away from Nigeria? It's because of this kind of mindset that you people have. That country will never, ever get better because the time for people to at least bear, understand that okay, things have to be tough for some time before the country will actually go in the right direction. We will just bring hatred, everything into
the progressive. This is my space. Let me say what I want. I know where you're going to, and I will not give you space for that.
This is why you people
from Nigeria himself.
You people will always try to run everybody. All of this is why 99% of us on this platform we ran away from Nigeria, and people are still running away today. A lot of us have been outside Nigeria for more than 20 years. So was it Tinubu that made all of us to leave Nigeria? So look, we've been on this trajectory. We've been on this trajectory for many years, but we don't want to learn our lessons. We don't want to learn our lessons.
Hold on.
Don't tell me to hold on. You've been here since how many hours? I just come in.
Hold on for a second. I'm not going to stop you from talking. You have to go straight to the point. You are making general points so that you are kind of just coming and you are trying to expand the conversation in a way that is not necessary. All the statements you are making is true in certain context. So just go to a specific point so that people can actually question you on it.
We've all seen it. You have a situation whereby a nation as big as Nigeria for many years, right, paying subsidies, defending the naira. At the end of the month, the 36 states and the local government will be sharing 200 and something billion, 300 and something billion. What the hell do you think they're going to do with that? With such amount of money, and you wonder why your country is not developing, where you have no resources. You just want every government. You just want every government to come and continue to spend money to do.
You did all that. Okay.
Did you say we don't have resources?
Look, 90% of
you did all that, progressive. You did all that, progressive.
90% of the roads.
You did all that. You did all.
Hold on now. 90% of the roads that you drive on. 90% of the road that you drive on are under the states. Your schools that you're talking about, primary schools, federal government controls. Look, let's say local government controls primary school. Secondary school, all your secondary school, 99% of your secondary schools are under the states, right? So where do they get money to continue to develop if we don't have revenues coming in? We keep talking about fuel subsidy. Like we're going to lose that Nigeria. We are going to continue to suffer because guess what? What Buhari did was what Jonathan did, was what Obasanjo did, was what all the military government did. All continue to go. Don't worry, another government will come. They will not revert back to paying subsidies. So, then we'll go back to where we were before, and we'll continue.
All the obvious statements you are making, what, from your point of view, is at the core of the problem? Since everybody is doing it, the Tinubu is doing it, Buhari, this is Jonathan. What is the core of the problem?
The core of the problem for Nigeria has been proper revenue. That country never had it at any time. Even the only time we had decent amount of money coming in was during the oil boom when Jonathan was president. That was the only time. Now we still continue to behave the same way. We're not a rich country.
What a minute, progressive. You're talking about money coming in. Why is it not reflecting to the GDP?
One more question, or let me just share one information. Do you know that under this government, Dangote Refinery came on stream, and when you talk about revenue, Dangote Refinery had the capacity to generate significant revenue that Nigeria has not seen in a very long time. So in terms of revenue, we were heading in the right direction, but the management seems to have mismanaged that process so far.
So the management, look, to Nigeria revenue, when Nigeria generates revenue, right? There's a law. The federal government don't hoard our money every month. This is why they have allocations to state every month. They come and they share the money. When they share the money, the state have their own. The state have their own shares. This is one of the reasons why you see that a lot of the states now.
Let me reclaim his floor back now.
This is one of the reasons why you see that a lot of the states now.
Progressive. Somebody has the floor.
Nigeria. It looks like both of them
The
are
person wants to say, look, if you people don't want, if you people want to carry on your.
Can I continue?
Look,
continue your talk.
Let me finish. If you see the point now that a lot of the states have reduced their level of borrowing, they have they have more revenue to do work at the state level now without having to borrow. Adeleke was saying Adeleke was saying that since he became governor in Osun State, he has not borrowed a single penny. So what's this is the direction.
What is the impact on the people? What is the overall impact on the people? What kind of analysis is this?
No, I think.
So let me say this. Let me say this to Nigeria. Let me say this.
For the poor, give it to the rich, and the rich are busy investing the money. But here talking about from the presidency to the government.
Let me say this. The only thing, this is the only government I see. When you talk about electricity, they ask you, can you pay for electricity bill if you are being given electricity? This is the only government that I see. When you ask for pipe-borne water, they will ask you what now happens to your borehole or whatever. Just as in all kind of mannerless talk from every angle just to defend the incompetence of this administration. But that's by the way. When you even ask of good road, they will tell you that it took other countries for 200 years to acquire that. So we are still 100 years behind. You understand? It's only on APC government. But that's by the way. When you ask of eating balanced diet, maybe you need to eat egg, that the price of egg is very costly now, maybe 9,000 or 7,000, that you cannot afford it anymore. They tell you where is the banla fish. You know they eat banla. Even the banla's fish itself is not even affordable in the market anymore. So, but they tell you have to be eating a particular meal, maybe drink gari, and you hold yourself and wait for this administration to survive or for things to get better. While your government is acquiring more wealth, enriching his own family, enriching his own friends and cronies, buying more yachts, innovating a presidential lodge and all that, and even padding your budget. Look at your budget of 2025. The money you padded, about 7 trillion, is more than the money you budgeted for education, budgeted for health, and even the ones as in about 2 budgets or 4 budgets out of your other administrative positions. The money you padded is more than the money you budget for 4 areas in your administration. How can you survive as a government? How can so you are now blaming me for not being impatient. Why the money you are supposed to budget for 2025 and use it to better the life of Nigerians, you padded most of it. 7 trillion. Go and check your educational budget. It's 3-point-something trillion. So why will education not get worse? And you come here and defend nonsense. Go and check your budget for health. And you're having minority children all over the country. People cannot afford good health anywhere. Why wouldn't it get worse? And you come here and defend nonsense. I don't know the kind of people we are. You padded 7 trillion in your 2025 budget and allocated 3.2 trillion for education. And your children are failing YX and NECO here and there. And you don't know the root cause. And you come here and defend nonsense.
The thing is, let me even say this. The thing is, even all these
Rational mind, are you happy now that he's finished? Or now you are interjecting him?
Oh, come on.
No, I just want to know, are you happy now? Because you say, let him finish, let him take his time.
All right, are you done? Is this still there? Can I
have my time? Can I have my time, please?
Yes, boss.
Yeah, Omori hasn't had his say. Let's allow Omori, then Progressive. I think Prince Daddy or Progressive Nigeria.
Progressive has spoken.
I was supposed to speak
not
long time
spoken.
ago. You won't let me speak.
Who hasn't spoken?
I've not spoken.
I thought you were speaking when one man was here.
Me? That was one man now. Are you one man?
Everybody has spoken since I
Are
came
you
up.
one man?
That was one man. To be fair, I think on balance, you technically won the argument, and I don't know why you're worrying yourself. Omori, please go ahead. What do you make of the situation? I actually think that this is a coalition. If P2B are the head, and I think P2B El-Rufai is a more formidable personally than Atiku. Maybe Atiku will get a lot of support in the north too. We have to remember this government actually got 36% of the vote. So they cannot be that hubristic.
Why I don't even know why I was dropping.
Yeah, don't worry, it's okay.
Have they taken over from me?
I thought you had finished, but it's okay if you want to round up. Or go ahead, Ekene, if you want.
So I don't really know what happened, but I'm getting annoyed. You said we are not. We that is what we are doing is the reason why many people are leaving the country. See, me, I will not leave this country. I'm already organizing for 2027, and as God may have it, many Nigerians are with us. Even the people that never believed, they now believe, and it's going to get more hotter.
I appreciate your activism and what you are trying to do, but you see, I've come to the point that I think when Progressive was saying that Nigeria might not work, I'm getting to that angle. What I just don't understand. I'm a supporter of the president. I'm still a supporter of the president, but I'm completely disappointed. I'm disappointed with what's going on, and why a lot of people. Why? And I'm not happy that I get to raise my voice especially when these guys are coming to gaslight us from the realities. And evidently, sometimes you begin to, when people are now saying things, you now begin to ask yourself personal questions like, am I in a different reality, or what are these guys actually saying? So I've gone around again to just go check. And we can see that Cardoso is playing tumbo with us. Yes, I can applaud him for stabilizing the Naira and keeping things afloat. Initially it appeared like we are drowning, but now it's not like we are now, the captain has gotten his hands on the navigator, and we are not sailing. But we are not sailing to the promised land. We're actually sailing to hit the mountain, but we are going there slowly.
So can I have opportunity to say one or two things? I want to go to bed, please. I've been waiting here.
Right.
All right. Thank you very much. I want to first of all greet everybody on the platform. I want to appreciate you immensely tonight. In fact, I am flabbergasted listening to you tonight. I could remember vividly, it got to a point where people were beginning to doubt your identity. Some obedient tagged you a fake maker on different fora, judging by your stand for the president towards 2023 presidential election. To see you talk in this manner tonight, I think it reminds me of one thing, that there is still hope for Nigeria. It reminds me of one thing again, that it has changed my perception about your kind of person. They tagged you, they said they were asking you about your state of origin from the East, if you are actually a Mecca. They doubted everything about you. Now, listening to you talk in this manner, I mean, I want to believe that you're speaking from the point of objectivity. That was even one of the reasons why I came into the show.
So Mr. Mori, isn't that a problem? Isn't that a problem on its own?
It's a hope. No, there is hope. It's a hope.
Isn't that a problem on its own? That because this person have to support your personal view before you believe that he's from a certain region.
No. I'm not talking about my view. I'm not talking
about you as a person.
I'm not talking about my view. I said the way he was judged. He was being judged by other people.
I'm not talking about you as a person. I'm saying the idea that when he was supporting Tinubu, he was fake Emeka. Now that he is against Tinubu,
I'm just telling you to the extent to which you went. You getting me wrong completely.
No, when I was
I'm just telling you the extent to which
I was fake Emeka.
Exactly. A lot of people had misjudged him. Now that he's talking this way,
it's not that they misjudge him. It is the mindset of an average Nigeria that way that people think.
The mindset of average Nigeria is not my fault. So you can't blame me for that.
Let's not distract. Go
Yeah,
on.
let me have my time, Mr. Akin, please. I've been here, you know. It's not. I mean, it's not. You don't have to do it by might. So, having said that, I have to commend your effort. You know, I'm really happy. I also went on the comment section. There is somebody that is always there by the name Nigerman. You know,
that is man of prestige now.
Nigerman. You know,
Nigerman is man of prestige.
Oh no, it's not.
No. There's one Nigerian. He has never had opinion of his own. It's always, you know, it's always one-sided. You know, he doesn't have he can't even come to the platform. He's always on the comment section. Any contrary opinion to what the government is doing, you know, it will tell you Nigeria has arrived. Nigeria is an Eldorado. It's better than America now. It's better than UK. It's better than everywhere. Today, I'm beginning to. I mean, for the past few days, I'm beginning to see a different comment, which means we are beginning to face the reality of the moment. So I'm happy about it. So having said this, I want to come back to the economic perspective. I don't want to go by professional jargons, GDP, per capita income, whatever. I want to put it there the way the layman will understand it. This government came to power, no matter how people feel, whether he won the election or not, it's immaterial now. He's not the president, right? On the first day, the first blunder started. Subsidy is gone. To some people, it was a bold step. It was applauded for that. To other people, it was like putting the cart before the horse because there was no alternative plan. It's like putting a dagger because you want to save a patient, you know, through surgery. So a lot of damages were caused. There were spillover effect. There were multiplier effect. Once you remove subsidy, everybody knows that cost of production was going to be affected. You know, standard of living was going to be, transportation was going to be affected. Everything was, I mean, it has a lot of multiplier effect on other sectors. Now that the subsidy is gone, the poor of the poor, the poorest of the poor, have been made to pay more. They are paying through their nose, whether they have it or not. They're coughing it out. You are basically telling them that they should be patient and there are better days ahead, which is a good promise. You give them hope. And we're talking about local content, Nigerian first, because you heard Donald Trump saying Nigerian American first. You are busy buying escalade, buying things from America. You're not talking of local content when it comes to the big man. When you're making policy that are what we call short-term, medium-term, and long-term policies, you don't just do all your policies, don't gear your policy towards long-term, because even before the long-term, a lot of people will have been dead. You make it such a way that on the short-term basis, caution effect, medium-term basis, before you talk of the long-term basis, because we don't know how many people will be alive before the long-term begins to materialize. So you remove subsidy without an alternative. You know, you even have a window. Subsidy actually was removed by Buhari. Then you had about 6-7 months a window to properly navigate.
Short-term and medium-term and long-term.
Let him land his point now.
Can you land my point, please?
Rational might be
Why is he always so triggered? Let him land his point.
So you cannot. What everybody has been doing here, rational mind. When you sleeping, when everybody was interjecting other people.
If you have a question for me, you can put the question across.
Let him finish now, Prince Adi. Let Momori. A lot of controversial things now. Come on.
So you guys know how it feels to be gaslighted, right?
No. When you sleeping, when they were interjecting everybody else, now he's interjecting. You said, "Oh, let him finish." Everybody get interjected when they are making
if he's asking me a question, he can throw a question. I will continue. If he's not asking a question,
he just asked you a question.
I didn't hear because a lot of people were talking.
No, rational mind will not let you hear it because he wouldn't. He gets agitated when he hears voices that are not aligned with his views.
Come on, Akim. Come on, what's going on?
Who doesn't get agitated for that? Look at what we have been doing.
Can I have the protection to continue, please?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. You're telling people to be patient. Nigerians are the most patient people on the face of the earth. Nigerians are not calling for too much. They just need to lead you. They just need you to see. If you look at the praises Wike had in Port Harcourt, it's not as if he did too much compared to what he got. You know, but they want to see you do something. Nigerians want something like power. You know, the president promised that if within a certain period he's not able to guarantee power, the Nigerians should stone them and they should not vote for them.
And
he did say
that too. He did say
that. I'm coming. Yeah, I have a lot of things to say, but time will not permit me to say everything. Let's not be economical with the truth. Let's not be tribalistic. This is not a tribal affair. Let's be nationalistic in our views. Let's be open-minded so that we can get the best, from our discussion and for our great country, Nigeria. So, you're telling people to be patient. That's what we call leadership by example, exemplary leadership. You're telling people to be patient. You're talking about local content, Nigerian affairs, consuming what we can produce, pulling out from consumption to production. You are busy building a more mansion for the vice president. You are busy buying more aircraft. You are busy buying a more bulletproof Escalade. That does not show leadership by example in any way. Nigerians are toiling day and night, paying more through their nose. Paying more, and the governors are getting more. The governors are getting more. You have not dealt with the corruption, which has eaten deep into the fabrics of Nigerian society. It's like taking from the left, you take it from the poor Nigerians, you give it to the rich, your fellow rich men, and those ones are busy. As soon as they get the money, you know what they do? They buy dollar to store the wealth. That one is putting pressure on the exchange rate. You know, they buy dollar to store the wealth. They are busy applauding the president for giving them more money. To me, what is the effect on the commoner, on the downtrodden, on the Opoloye, on the Talakawas? You know, we are busy saying there is no money. Now that obviously has been removed, what should have expected? That automatically means more revenue for the government. And we are busy borrowing more, in addition to what we are getting from the poor, what we are making the poor to go through. We're telling them to be patient. You know, they are not even sure of where they will live to, where the next square meal will come from. You are giving them a long-term policies that they're not even sure they're going to be alive to enjoy that. You know, you're not dealing with the short-term policy as something that can hold them. While you're working on the long-term, medium, and the long-term outcomes of your policy. You're telling them to wait to be hopeful. They'll be hoping on on hope, and nothing is coming. There's a limit to which you can push even a goat. If it gets to the wall, it will bounce back. So if you tell them to be patient, you have to show them example that, I met so number of aircraft in my fleet. I want to let so and so go. Instead of going for Escalade and the bulletproof American-made cars, I want to patronize Inosi. I want to patronize this. I want to patronize the airpiece. I want to patronize this. This show a lot of local content.
Can you
I agree
just
with
stop?
you on that point.
Why are you talking like a layman?
Yeah, I know a lot of people are not comfortable with it. Can you let me land my point?
Yeah, now we are going to
They
hear
don't
the
come.
end of this today.
They
Let's
don't
just
come.
Can you let me land my point?
They don't come.
Look at somebody laughing there. You
Where's
talk
the
for more
time?
than.
Oh my God.
The night people are here.
They don't come.
We're not going to hear the end of it
Yeah,
today.
it don't make any sense to you because you have made up your mind. You don't want to say anything wrong in what another person does.
They don't go
All
clean
I go call him, Mr. Call and say, "Man, come water the pass, Gary." All I just enter, me enter. They don't come.
Remember Simba.
They remember one of them.
If I may ask, let me land on this and I will go. I have a lot of things to say, but time will not permit me for the sake of other people. Is there any special market today for the Yoruba man or Igbo man, or is there a special gas station where the Igbo man or Yoruba man is getting a gas cheaper? Is there a different economy for the Hausa man or for the Yoruba man? People are toiling, people are complaining. Why don't put a call across to your people at home and see what people are going through?
Omoro, I want to give you something before you go, please. See, let me tell you, people are writing WAEC now.
So now Ekene is allowed to come in. Other people could not come in. You see?
I'm just interjecting. Let me finish. Let me just give you one example.
Let me just land my point so that you can continue. Please.
Who removed the
insecurity everywhere. People are complaining. They are not just saying this because they are not saying all these things.
Nothing.
Who removed the Kine just now? Okay, please go ahead, round up so that we can.
How did you know? How did you know they removed him?
He just dropped like.
So what?
All I
What if
removed
it
me.
is?
All I
What
removed
if
me.
it
There
is
is not that
network?
person.
Yeah, I want to.
All I.
What if it is
Let's
network?
be serious. Let's be serious. Let's be serious, please. Please.
That's a nice group, right?
Can you just stop this, please? Can you just stop it? I'm not saying so. Don't just take me for kindergarten, or we can be here and be shouting and be this thing. So why do you want to take advantage of your situation? So please stop. If you want to deal with something,
all I've known. You used to be my friend. Now what you did to me last time? Now you remove me. They bring me. Now what you do me last time? I just say you don't
I'm not
continue.
here. I'm not here for popularity.
I just say you don't continue today. Last time you were removing and bringing me back.
Somebody waiting backstage. Let Omori finish his
Can I land my point so that others can take it from there?
Okay, you just repeat yourself.
No, Remy, just hold on. They won't let you speak. Remy, please hold on, please. Please hold on, Remy.
All right. I want to on the question you asked me to Nigeria. We must not play politics with everything. We must not see everything from our tribal and the religious spectacle. And again, you're talking about the coalition. No matter how tough they think Tinubu is, no matter how tough they think, they call him mafia. They praise him for the wrong reasons. He's tough. He knows the politics. I give that one to him. But the greatest problem the opposition has at the moment is even the opposition itself, because their greed, their selfishness and aggrandizement will not allow them to come to compromise for the common good of the nation. So, the greatest problem they have, the greatest problem of the opposition today is opposition itself. Atiku sees Nigerian presidency as a lifelong ambition, just the way Tinubu saw it from Buhari. So Atiku is not ready to play second fiddle. Someone is not ready to support somebody else. Maybe he wants to get presidency by all means. If you look at it too, this is the last chance he has. By 2031, age-wise and otherwise, Atiku will no longer be in the picture. So he want to do everything humanly possible to take advantage of this moment. And he will be repeating the same mistake he has been making since 1992. If he goes solo, Obi goes solo, Tinubu goes solo, at the end of the day, all of them will be working for Tinubu. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Don't worry, the coalition has started. We're on ground. We're on ground.
Let progressive speak now.
Is it progressive?
Yeah, that's progressive.
Progressive, can you let me speak? I'm calling from Nigeria.
Remy, hold on now.
Remy,
let's allow Remy. Let's allow him. We will not have people. Let's allow Remy.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Hold on. So if you are calling from Nigeria, what does that mean?
No, the network is not good here.
No petrol, no food.
But Remy, you know all these things, and yet you will still come and gaslight us here.
I'm not gaslighting. I'm calling from Nigeria.
So if you are calling from Nigeria, what does that mean?
Is it not?
Go ahead.
You live in Finland. You went to Nigeria. You have more.
I'm just kidding.
Exactly. So thank you very much. I woke up this morning and I was listening to some. I don't want to use some kind of language here this morning. Right? Okay.
Go ahead. Use that now. What you want to use the language?
Quickly, I want to address certain. Look, we need to. For me, I'm not going to. I will never support Peter Obi. I'm not going to support Tinubu or Atiku. I've always said it, even during the 2023 election, when people say Obi, I said no, all of them are the same. They are of the same class. They personality wise when it.
When did you stop supporting Tinubu? When did you stop supporting Tinubu?
When did you ever hear me support Tinubu?
Oh, come on,
dude.
We have clip of you now.
Hold on, You can go and play. You can go and look for the clips. You can go and look for the clips where you see me come out and campaign for
Progressive
Tinubu.
like him. Now you talk like this.
Don't support anybody want to support. The only thing is that give us right objective on Nigerian people.
Let's let him say something. He has barely
so,
said anything.
So even look, I was a major contributor on a different platform, and when the platform become an obedient platform, and I called my brother that run the platform, I spoke with my brother and I said, look, I cannot support Peter Obi because I don't see him different from Tinubu or Atiku or those elite politicians. They're basically all the same, and I've never come out anywhere to say publicly support Peter Obi or Tinubu Atiku, because we actually had Showore came on that platform, and we kind of interviewed him on that platform, and I wanted to see Nigerian youth go totally, or Nigerians go totally in a different direction that is completely away from this political elite. But for some reason, they find a way to try to want to blindfold people to tell them that one of these elites is now reborn. It's reborn into something else that I couldn't see from him being two-time governor or him being allies of a political party, moving from one political party to another. The same behavior that your normal Nigerian politician will behave. All the trait was in him. And then somehow you're trying to explain to me that it's
is
different.
it the progressive in Nigeria watch?
No.
Yes, I was a contributor in Nigeria.
But you can't say you don't support Peter Obi now. I listen to you perfectly.
Guy, go and sit down, man. Go and sit down. Look, Tunaja is here. Omoruyi was here.
He's saying the fact. He's saying the fact. In fact, he has to even quit at a point.
I might be wrong. Go ahead.
Omoruyi is still
I
here
might
now.
be
He
wrong.
can
Go ahead.
testify.
Yes. He's very correct. He's very right. He's very right. He's saying the truth.
What are you talking about here now? So my own is this: I look at everything the way I see it, and I've always believed that if the country, if we believe that we want to rescue Nigeria, it's not we going back to somebody who was a vice presidential candidate to Atiku 2 elections ago, and then we say we want to rescue Nigeria. How does that make sense to anybody? We like to lie to ourselves as a people. This is why, for me, I said, you know what? Even next election, I even want Tinubu to lose so that they bring back subsidies, so that they start to sell dollar again at 300 naira to $1, so that people start to feel like
we know where you land. We know where you are, because this is what you do.
So that people
start
to
give this
feel
pretense
good.
of
Hold on
not
now.
supporting
So
anybody.
your state gets
you're landing on Tinubu, isn't it?
Your
Just say where you are.
state
Don't they gaslight us.
Your state gets heavily indebted. Your state gets heavily indebted. They can no longer pay salaries. This is what we want. Look, we as a nation, we saw this happen under Goodluck Jonathan. When crude oil was selling for around $120 a barrel, right? The country made huge amount of money. Just imagine if Nigerian was not paying subsidies in those periods.
Progressive. Did Goodluck Jonathan remove subsidy, or did he not remove subsidy? Yes or no?
He did not remove it. So just
he did not remove
imagine.
it.
No.
Okay.
No. Just imagine if we didn't pay subsidies that time. How much money Nigeria
you mean okay, let me ask you. The protest that Tinubu hold in Lagos against subsidy was against who?
Can you say that again? I didn't hear you properly.
The protest held by the progressive Tinubu and his allies in Lagos was against who? And against what?
It was against the government of Jonathan.
What did he do that made them held that protest?
So the Jonathan government tried to remove subsidies, and the Tinubus came out, and the Tinubus and the
not try. He removed it, and the price of petrol went up to about 100 something naira.
So
before they came to the streets.
So they went out and protest, and so hold on. So Jonathan, if he removed subsidies then and he kept to his word, right? And then the situation that followed when Buhari came in and subsequently today, we would have already been maybe at least 20-30%.
The point is this progressive. A lot of us. Let me. Okay, you are saying that Tinubu is doing a different thing. when he sabotaged the progress that Jonathan wanted to give, when Jonathan even removed subsidy at even a good price, now he removed his own with 1,000 something.
So
and he
this is what
sabotaged his process, and you want Namita to tell you that he was doing more better. Why not? If he have the love of the country in his heart,
can you not
why didn't he
take
allow
over my
Jonathan
time? Can
do
you
what he's
not take
supposed
over
to
my
do?
time? If you want to shout over me, I will shout over you. Don't do that, man. Don't do it. Be respectful. Okay? So I supported Jonathan removing subsidy. So if anybody else come and then continue with the policy of no more paying subsidies,
Let me ask though. Let me ask the fundamentals. Let's see what
how many people are going to be interjected tonight? Come on, what's this now?
No. I think you've had a bit of say now. It's not like I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from. When you say you support the subsidy removal, what was your main reasoning for why you support it? Because other countries have subsidies all over the place. So what was your reasoning?
So which other countries have subsidies?
Just name any country that is doing well. They have it.
Like United Kingdom, you mean?
Yes.
You are a bloody liar, man. United Kingdom, you pay 70% of the money of your petrol pump prices are taxes, are government taxes. You even paid extra. Government will tax you. Government tax you on top of your petrol prices.
My point
government
is,
they tax you on top of your petrol prices. They don't pay 1 penny of subsidies.
I don't think you are hearing me. The point I'm making is that it's not about petrol subsidies.
No, you said mention one country. You say any country. I say United Kingdom. You say yes.
No, can you listen to him? Let him land.
Yeah, I'm saying making a general point that other countries have subsidies. It's not necessarily petrol subsidies I'm specifying. I'm saying government use subsidies to a kind of engineer the economy in a certain way. You see,
even in America, farmers are heavily subsidized.
So in your own case, removing subsidy in Nigeria,
can I continue? You guys are trying to divert. You're trying to carry me to where I don't know.
Because it might be tied to your own conclusion. What was your reasoning behind why you were against subsidy in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much.
Why could you not deal with the corruption in the subsidy instead of removing the subsidy? You should have dealt with the corruption. People bringing water instead of petrol.
Yeah, you are giving him a reason now. What was your reason?
So it's two questions now. Okay, one, I believe that as a nation, we are not generating enough revenue for development process for purposes. So why are we taking money that we don't have to build good roads and schools and health centers and hospitals? Why are we taking those money and putting it on fuel subsidies, which continue to balloon every year?
We are still not building that road
now that the subsidy has been removed,
we are still not building that schools and hospitals and roads.
He has a right to that opinion. Please go ahead. He has a right to
it. So it's 5 people. For my last recount, it's 5 people that have interjected with after every one statement that I've made. I understand that you guys you have your own position, but can you just let me have a little bit of flow, okay? So the idea is this: the subsidies was removed to like just about 2 years now, right? So you want in that 2 years for Nigeria to have already become an Eldorado, but the idea, this is just look at the trajectory. If I'm lying, say I'm lying. A lot of the states now are starting to pay down their debt. A lot of them do no longer go out to borrow money for infrastructure purpose. The more they reduce their debt burden, the more revenue they continue to accumulate, they will be able to build more roads. A lot of the roads that we drive on are under the state control. Our schools, majority of them are under state control. Healthcare, a lot of our hospitals are under the state control. Many of us live under state laws. So what we should advocate for is a system, because we have a federal system of government. It's a situation whereby more revenue goes to those branches of government, your state and the local government. In a situation whereby a state like Port Harcourt, like River State, yes, was building huge infrastructure, but with high level of indebtedness. How do you manage such country over time in a country whereby even when it comes to generating revenue, we are struggling?
You said state are not borrowing. What are the states? Because as far as I know, Lagos State is even more borrowing. The Lagos State that I live. is living in a huge debt. So which other state are not borrowing?
Okay, so I just told you, it's good to for Oshu State Governor came out there. They say, look, he hasn't borrowed one penny and he's doing infrastructure.
Because he wants
And
to govern the people well. The same thing goes to
hold on,
Abia State.
hold on now.
That
You
one is
cannot
No,
compare
dancing.
history.
that is
That
look.
one is busy dancing. No, it's not governing.
So a lot
Let
of
us just take it like that now. But as far as I know, like all the progressive
Guys, allow this man to speak.
no.
Please.
So when so my support for removal of subsidies come from that area of revenue going down to the state and local government for proper development and continuous development. Under Goodluck Jonathan, we were selling crude oil for $120 to a barrel, right? We could not point to significant development in that country. They said Nigeria was growing.
I want to see where is the significant development under this administration you are talking about?
Yeah, but the government is 2 years old. Well, I'm not even talking about the government. I'm talking about the removal of subsidy has been just 2 years.
2 years, and then what? 2 years is not enough to show any significant development. When you are talking about the point is this: if you are saying that other ones did not have any, I want to see the significant development in this administration.
People listen to you when you make your own submission. Okay, let me finish because I listened to you when you were saying now that the government's education budget was so. It's a federal government. A lot of your schools are under state control. Why do federal government need to have a big gigantic education budget? Why? Because your secondary school are under
Then
your
let them
state control.
decentralize the system now and give out the schools to the appropriate quarters.
Your primary
the
schools.
The point I'm making is that your budget, the money you padded in your budget, in your 25 budget, is more than the money you budgeted for education 3 times.
Hold it. You took time to speak. And let someone speak and present some view.
People, look, this is what I don't understand. We can come here and make a case for corruption from the government. And I'm not going to be against you. You and I will be on the same side, okay? We can make that as a separate argument. But
that corruption is the biggest problem. Without dealing with the corruption, no matter the revenue, you cannot go anywhere.
If you want to talk about the economic trajectory, and I said, whoever comes in next have to retain what we have now. If not, guess what? We're going to go back to where we're coming from. That is my opinion. Because we've tried paying subsidies. We've tried paying subsidies for more than 30 years, 40 years. It hasn't worked. Both military government.
I like asking questions, progressive. This is why I like asking questions sometimes. Because when you make assertions that the fuel subsidy has been removed for the last 2 years, what you really meant was the fuel subsidy was removed just last September, if I'm not mistaken. In reality, the government, because of their policies, they had to carry on paying fuel subsidies till last September because of their policies. Because they floated the currency and the petrol price would have gone up to 1,200 to 1,500 naira per liter. Because of that floating of the currency that they did. Because if they had just taken the fuel subsidies off, then it would have been fine. They would have stopped fuel subsidy immediately. But because they floated the currency, they had to spend about $8 billion on fuel subsidies under the NNPC this in the ledgers. So you can see the actual removal of the fuel.
So what happened is the currency no longer floated now.
No, it's still floated, but
but they're not paying subsidies now.
As a matter of fact, it may still be there to an extent. The reason why it's coming down because Dangote refinery is there now. That is your only key reason.
The point is this. The point is this. Progressive. When you remove subsidy, what is as in when the other one is not? Maybe you remove what Nigerians are benefiting from that sector. Where is Nigeria benefiting now? Because we are supposed to benefit maybe let me ask this. We are supposed to benefit either in education or in electricity. But the point I'm making now, within these two major sectors now, education and electricity, even when you say you remove subsidy, at least one of them is supposed to be growing. But
can I continue now? Because you people will tell me now that I'll be talking for 5 minutes, whereas if you put all my talking time together, it's been like maybe 1 hour. 1 minute 30 seconds because
Yeah,
it's been
welcome,
like
Awo. Welcome, Awo, and thank you, Ola, for clearing the way.
It's been interjection. Okay, let's look at this from this way now, right? So we talked about education because all the question keep coming to the point that I'm almost forgetting my thought. So we talk about education. So and I'm saying to you, if you say how are the people benefiting, government remove subsidies. One, then the same government introduced student loan. So in that same government, they increased the minimum wage to what 70,000 naira. So if you say somebody somehow they are not
Minimum
putting the
wage
money.
was not increased. Minimum wage was not increased.
I think it was increased. Was it not?
No, it was not increased, and I can give you the reason why it was not increased.
I thought
If you want
was.
us to agree.
I thought that was
No.
NLC was negotiating with
No,
Even if it
they
was
increase number. They
No,
increase number.
what about the correlation with the inflation
they
rate?
try to say
Yeah,
It's not
that
even
that's what
inflation
compared.
has eaten
the
into it.
What about the
minimum
cost
wage
of
was
living?
not increased, and I don't like people making that point.
Okay.
Minimum wage was not in any way increased.
So Ekene, hold on.
Because you cannot even afford. You cannot the minimum wage. The minimum wage you are probing to be increased cannot even afford the basis of 19,000 naira minimum wage. It cannot afford it at all.
Let's finish with something now. Look at this.
Hold on, Ekene, was it increased or was it not increased?
It was not increased. It was not increased.
Can hold on. It was materially increased, but
By
it was
what
not
margin?
increased in real terms compared to the depreciation of the currency and inflation. It wasn't increased.
Ekene, you should be discussing on the value. Minimum wage was increased, but the value is not worth it. That's the best way to make the argument. Not that
Thank you, madam, for that one.
Okay, let me just take it like that. It's just
Okay,
that let me just take it like that. The value is next to nothing. Let me just the value is next to nothing. The 19,000 naira is more valuable than it.
Progressive,
okay,
please
so
carry on.
so thank God we agree now that the number went up. So so we're having the
It's not about the
conversation
number.
now.
It's not about the volume of money. What can you do with it? It's negligible, infinitesimal compared to the cost of living.
Stop being disingenuous. They just told you the value came down and the number went up. So you acknowledge both.
They're getting less.
No.
If you don't know the economic implication of that.
I did not acknowledge both. I only acknowledge that the minimum wage went up. So if you want to have a debate about the value,
it didn't go up in the actual sense.
The point is this: if the value is next to nothing, why are you arguing that the minimum wage was increased? Is that supposed to be an achievement?
If you want to have a debate about the value, you can debate with your laptop.
Yeah, but progressive, you are coming across as if you are not trying to have it.
But that was not supposed to be a campaign now.
I'm having a conversation. I'm giving my own.
You want to score a point because you would have acknowledged that. Okay, yeah, I hear that the value has not improved, but
can you establish a relationship between the increment in minimum wage and the cost of living and see where you are?
So I'm not going to argue that point because one, yes, it's true that the minimum wage is not has not even with the increment did not caught up with the level of inflation. That one I'm not going to take that one away from anybody. But the point is that the minimum wage went up, whether you like it or not. Number wise, it went up. So if you want to have a conversation about in real terms the value, that one I'm not going to sit here and stupidly argue it. I'm not like you people. We argue everything. No, I'm not going to. I'm just saying the number went up. The government introduced student.
So other people are stupid because they have a different opinion.
No, you cannot say that. You cannot say that.
What kind of insult is that?
Because if you ask me what I want, I will want even to bring it down to 19,000 naira, where I can use it to get what I want, than to get it to 70,000 naira, where it cannot even pay my transport for a month.
Who did I
bring it down to 19,000 naira and let the value give me what I want. That 19,000 naira give me the value I want, then get it up to 70,000 naira, where the 70,000 naira cannot even pay my transport for a month.
Okay,
all those things. Let me explain something to you. All of these things that you're talking about now, the government can do that. You know how they can do that? they can reintroduce subsidies, and then they can go back and peg the dollar and the naira to, they can peg the dollar to maybe 200 naira again. They can do all of that, and then you see that 70,000 naira will now have a very big value. But I'm telling you that people will continue to jackpot away from Nigeria. This is look at, you see, when you go to Nigeria today, do you know what you see? You see people who are not even able to do anything. The best of your brains are running away from your country. Do you know why? This is the reason, because the country is not productive. The level of development is not catching up with the growth in terms of the human growth that you have in the nation.
I want to ask you before you conclude. You said the country is not productive. How many industry has this government? How many industries has this government supported?
All of us. The question you need to ask yourself. The question you need to ask yourself is this: everybody on this platform now that is living abroad, how the one that is least maybe 10 years is been in abroad 10 years. So I know some people, probably maybe 20, 25 years already. So the question is,
I want to understand the industry that has been supported by this government to encourage productivity.
Because he's gone on for going 10 minutes.
So the people, and you see the jackpot continues. Why? Because the structural problem in our economy has never been addressed. When they said Nigeria was good many years ago, we didn't pay fuel subsidies those days because some people felt like, they had some policies that are kind of anti-people. They introduced fuel policies many years ago. And since then, this Nigerian economy has never, ever. Go and look at it. Go and look at the trajectory before we had subsidies and after we introduced subsidies into our economy. The country has gone all the way down up to today. So we need to look, we've done it for many years. It didn't work. We need to reverse that mindset now. It's going to be difficult for now, but anybody that come to govern Nigeria must govern Nigeria with the mindset to know that subsidy is gone, and we must put a lot of revenue into the state and the local government to make sure that those areas of our nations continue to have resources and revenue to develop at a rapid speed, to make sure that they continue to put money into the education system, into the primary healthcare centers in those areas. And this is how the younger generation that are now growing up will start to benefit from good healthcare. We start to benefit from good education. We start to see good road. They will start to see improvement in a lot of things around them. But just the fact that
that motion in the house, give Babio the motion in the house. After all, he said that
Hakim, we start dealing with the big elephant in the room, which is the corruption. No matter the amount of money you give to governors, without a corruption in the system, you throwing them into fire. It will go nowhere.
It's a different conversation. We can have that. Okay, I will be on your side when we have that conversation.
What you are saying is like putting the car before the horse. You cannot move. You deal with the corruption first, but we bring the money can make impact.
I think there's a new speaker, but I think Emeka hasn't said anything for a while, and
we're talking about something different.
Let's hear from the new speaker. We are going on too long, and
during that election, Obi said he will remove subsidies.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. See, what we are going to do is, since we are a little bit more relaxed, we are going to allow the conversation to flow. I'm really sorry because I don't know. Maybe I should give you first. You are going to have the first go, and then Emeka and the people at the top will have priority.
Let the new speaker speak.
Yes, the new speaker will speak, but the people at the top and Remy hasn't said anything. I hope he doesn't go on a.
You did not allow me to speak now.
I'm sorry about that. Actually, I think I have to let Remy speak because he was supposed to have his own turn. Okay, so but let's keep it brief. Remy, 3 minutes, and I will 3 minutes. Then we relax the conversation. Please go ahead.
Why 3 minutes? Why 3 minutes? Make it 1 minute. What, Remy?
So, you couldn't tell me to round up. You just caught me like that. You don't say the
I'm sorry. I think because everybody keeps interjecting, they won't let you finish. So I want you to just
but you could have just told me, can you round up, please? Round up in 30 seconds, round up in 1 minute. But no. You have to
okay. Let's make him happy. 30 seconds.
Nobody
don't interject.
Okay, can I speak? I'm not in Nigeria. Who is in Nigeria? Okay, can I speak? Yeah. First, this is a great opportunity, and I appreciate diverse opinions.
Remy, hold on. I wanted Progressive to round up in 30 seconds. Close your point.
I don't round up. I don't round up. You can't go.
Okay,
Thank you.
You go ahead.
I appreciate everybody's opinion, however diverse you are. That also shows that we in abroad.
Paro. Appreciate.
Okay, boy, yeah, relax. Okay, as I'm about to say, I think Nigerians are more politically aware. Emeka, are you still there? Emeka?
I'm here.
Okay, I want to just ask you one or two or three questions, and I want your answer to be direct, not a lot of statements, so that I don't. I'm sorry, I'm inside my car. The session might not be good. So, can you tell us how much exactly are we using to subsidize petrol before this current Tinubu government annually?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have that figure, but I can find that.
Okay. So another question is this: when they said they float the currency, and I know you are very vast, don't you think that sometimes we can also do what we call managed float?
Yes.
It's not that you leave it to the forces of demand and supply every time.
Yes, that's what they did.
Okay, fine. Do you agree also that the CBN, the authority, is to use various fiscal monetary policy, various policies or instruments to control the economy of the country in trying to reduce the inflation rate? Do you agree or you disagree?
So the CBN will use only monetary policy rate.
Yeah, that's what I want to say, monetary policy. But they use various instruments to make sure that they control inflation, right?
That's interest rate. They use interest rates to pursue.
So can we say?
1 minute.
What do you mean 1 minute? Are you kidding yourself?
Give you 3 minutes now. You are just used 2 minutes asking questions.
Thank you, Emeka. The reason why I asked you that question is that we have to know where we are coming from and where we find ourselves today. Although we are seeing marginal decline in inflation now, and we all know that Nigeria is a multidimensional poverty over the years.
Who caused the
please, let me finish quickly.
No, my question back to you. Sorry, Remy.
Yeah.
Who caused the inflation?
Which the inflation has been there before, and if because
no,
of the
inflation
reform,
is a normal thing of life.
because of the reform, the inflation might have increased. You are right. You are right. Because of the reform,
the problem. The president created the problem.
No, let me finish. I understand you. Any country that is going through reform, there must be a lot of sacrifice. Although you might have some points that probably you might have some point that at the end of the day, there are some of the things he has done that is not showing showing good examples. But when you look at it in overall, when you start to compare 1 year, 11 months, or going to 2 years now, administration with somebody that spent 6 years, with somebody that spent 8 years in government, I think from that basis it's not fair. And when you are talking about, because we are practicing constitutional democracy, in which there is the devolution of power separation of power between the judiciary, the executives, and also the the legislative. And when you look at the Nigerian constitution, the money you make every month, there is a sharing formula in which you must get. Although you might complain that the money they are getting, some are inflation up into it, but you cannot take it away that most of the states in Nigeria now are nearly debt-free. Example, Jigawa State are paid 92% of their debt. Osun State are paid 53%. Osun State are paid.
I think this point. I hear this
so
point.
Let him land the point.
But his time is up now, so I can move to the next.
What do you mean my time is up now?
Let him land the point.
3 minutes now. Do you know what 3 minutes means?
What do you mean 3 minutes?
Tunaja, please, give him 2 more minutes. Let him land the point.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is this: whether you like it or not, the guy have tried. Maybe it's not enough, but keep on trying, because I do not see any government, whether it's Obi or Atiku, that will come into being and removing all those reforms. Because when you're talking about maybe structuralize it, removing
we
it.
cannot
Listen,
we
let me
cannot
finish.
applaud we
Don't
cannot
cut it.
applaud.
If you
See,
cut it,
somebody comes to destroy your house,
if
and
you
is
cut
now
it, you won't let me land.
just hear
If
this,
you
my
cut it, you will not let me land. And the
Let him
guy
finish,
that is
please. Emeka,
moderating
let him
is
finish.
not giving
Soon
me
you will have
time.
your chance to talk too.
So, you mentioned, because I listened to you before, you mentioned that it should have structurally that gradual removal of the subsidy. But the question you must ask yourself, that is the reason why I asked you the question. The first question: how much do you think Nigeria is spending of subsidizing petrol in a year? You say you cannot remember. So if you structure it, the problem we are having is that the people that are even borrowing us money, they are not ready to borrow you money anymore. What I see that is happening in Nigeria is this. I like what happened in Nigeria now. This is the reality of the country. All the fake life we have been living for all of these years, this is the reality. I will appreciate you criticize the person in government and offer a better solution. Let me finish, y'all, and
You are
offer a
finished. You are
better.
finished. We have an agreement now. Live by your agreement.
Which
this is how
agreement? You
If there's anything like fake life is even more under Tinubu. The
Please, I
fakest,
want to ask this Remy question.
the fakest life in Nigeria is under this Tinubu. Tinubu is
Please,
the
I want to ask
fakest.
this Remy question. I want to ask this Remy question, please. Let me ask him question, please. It's very important. It's very important, please.
Listen.
Please.
Listen, I didn't say I was going to relax it so that everybody can be able to converse with each other.
I know everybody will talk, but if he can be sincere, he will just answer my question in few seconds.
I think we need to allow Awo to speak. Then
no, he just said something that annoyed me. He just said something that annoyed me, and I need to ask him very seriously.
Hold it now.
Yes.
Hold it. You get him.
No, I cannot hold it. He need to give me a clarification on that so that I will set at free from what he just said now.
Let me allow Awo to speak, please. Awo, he's been here for going to an hour now, and he hasn't said much. So, Awo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, sorry about all the delays to getting to you, but as you can see, everybody has something
Nigeria
to
has
say.
removed their fake life. So Nigeria eating balanced diet today is removing fake life. Subjecting Nigeria into poverty is removing fake life.
Calm down. We are going to get there.
Nigeria not having electricity is removing fake life.
Wahala.
You see, my
it's not there. It don't reach time where if I see any of una, they can't beat you where you go
Okay, they calm down. Jeez, you're not the only one that is passionate about these things. I will please.
If there's anything like fake life,
my observation is this. You see, majority of we people in abroad, okay, majority of us are biggest problem in Nigeria. Okay, in respective resident country we are, okay, we see how the system trickle down from up to down. Okay, then when we want to comment about Nigerian matter, we single-handedly talk about the president. Can only one person be accountable for the whole territory of Nigeria?
No, it can show direction, can show leadership.
This man is there now, okay? Whether you are for, whether you are against, one thing we can all agree that is the revenue has increased. The people who are who are constitutionally entitled to this revenue that is increased, what are they done with it? What have they done? Who is dragging them? The last year that the autonomous government was passed. Up till now, the governor has not allowed that thing to happen. Why? Because their own selfishness. Who is dragging them? If local government autonomy is achieved, okay, is that not going to reduce the pressure in the locality from the governor that are having 5 billion as federal allocation before, that are having 15, 30? Is there not supposed to be an increase in responsibilities?
It's not supposed to be an increase. It is not an increase, Oga. It is not an increase. The money has been taken away by inflation. I can give you indices. There is no increase. whether you triple the allocation,
okay.
there is no increase on that.
Okay.
Yes, inflation is eating it up. I can give you indices. So don't always come and say you don't expect Tinubu to be giving the governors maybe 100 billion or maybe what they are getting under Buhari, under his administration. Knowing the kind of inflation he caused this country. So you don't expect him to be giving the governors what Buhari was giving them. What type of argument are you guys making?
Because inflation is taken away. Okay, they don't have responsibility. Is that your point?
What about the leakages in the system that has not been dealt with? A corrupt man giving money for another corrupt man. You're talking about improvement. How do you get improvement? The leakages are there. You give somebody a security vote without accountability.
If he wants to, let me come again. If Tinubu wants the government to work, then he want to give power to whom power. Let him allow the legislature to work. Let him allow the judiciary to work. Let him allow all these systems to work. He cannot be catching all these systems, and you are saying that he did not allow other sectors of the government to be working. When is the one controlling it? Even the labor union, he's controlling the labor union. Let him allow the labor union to work.
Is Tinubu a monarch?
What are you arguing? A man that even let him allow other parties to operate on a normal platform. Let Ababio do his work. Let Ababio do his work. The way he's supposed to do it. Let the judiciary.
Kenny, calm down. You are making it
allowing them. That is the point. How is he disallowing them? How did he hold their hand not to work? You see, you are just blinded.
Can I give you an example? You just ask the question. Can I give you an example?
You will say the guy's 3 minutes is up, right? You
ask the question. Can I answer you?
You can all converse with each other. Yeah,
can I answer you?
Anything? Don't say anything. Let him talk.
How did he allow? How disallow them?
Okay. You say it's not a monarch. I give you an example from Edo State, right? If there's anything this regime has achieved, is that local government autonomy. Now, a governor came into power. Is using cane to flog elected local government chairman out of office, and the court has taken a decision. And you are not allowing them in. And the Attorney General is there looking at the governor because he's an APC governor. Does that make sense to you? I give you another answer. I give you a second answer. I will give you time to respond. Listen to me. Listen to me. I'll give you the two. You answer at once. I answer at once. I don't have time to come back to you. You're giving a governor security vote. You call it security vote. No method of accountability. And you don't care what he does with the money. All you care about is just call it the security vote. It doesn't matter to you how you spend the money. It's not tantamount to telling him to do whatever he likes with the money. So if you're not there with the corruption in the system, which is the biggest elephant in the room, you have not done anything. No matter the amount of money you are making from subsidy, you throwing it back to your fellow corrupt governors.
Okay.
This is a matter. Block the leakages, make the money effective for the benefit of the masses. Simple as the NBC.
Let me answer you. You have only validated my point. Please, let me answer him. Okay. You have just only validated my point that you lack basic knowledge of what you are arguing about. Now,
Nigeria lack knowledge of what you are saying. You don't know what you are saying.
You lack basic knowledge. Nigeria practice constitutional democracy. Or if you don't know,
the most corrupt person in Nigeria today is Tinubu. He doesn't care about other governors that are corrupt like him. He has been corrupt since 1999. He remains a corrupt person.
Nigeria practice constitutional democracy. There's division of labor, division of power. Okay, each and every arm, okay, is responsible for certain things. Each and every level of government is responsible for certain things. Okay, so if you jump all those other responsibility and just focus on president, it means you lack basic knowledge of what you are talking about.
But this man said he asked for this job. Why are you pitying him? Why are you pitying the president? He said, I asked for this job. Don't pity me. Why should you be the one pitying him?
So, he's not doing anything different. The president in Nigeria once said money wasn't Nigeria's problem. But what to do with the money? You know, go one, that go one. We have surplus. There was nothing to account for.
Responsibility.
It's not different from the corrupt system that has been there. It's not different from the status quo.
That statement that you quoted now.
Hold on. Let me put this question to you. Now, this is a question I want to ask you.
Okay.
Do you think Tinubu has done anything extraordinary? Now, hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay.
Yeah, let's agree that, like you said, he increased the IGR.
Okay.
Now, this IGR increase, is it due to some kind of economic boom that people are paying taxes everywhere, every year and there, and they're collecting taxes. People are making prosperity.
It's always a rhetoric question.
Hold on.
Let him ask. I have answer for everything. Let him answer.
Of course, you always have answer to everything, no problem. But my point is that is this IGR generation, is it based on this economic boom that we see, that Nigerians are working, everybody's back to work and they are taxing everybody, everybody's making money? Or is it based on the, what's it called? The fuel subsidy that he removed and the jacking of the price of importation, which anybody can do. Anybody can do that. Is that based on economic prosperity? That
increased tariff on electricity, increased tariff on data, increased tariffs on credit card, increase all these things. Both tariff on the port duties and all that. That is where he's getting all his money.
Exactly. So
by suffocating Nigerians, he's suffocating Nigerians to feed his own belly.
No matter the amount of revenue from subsidy, we go nowhere.
Listen. You see, Nigerian problem, okay, is very, very long time pile up. Very long time pile ups. Okay. So all these points you are making, is either you are is either you lack knowledge or you are just playing sentiment game. Now the problem on ground, you know it. You know where Nigeria is coming from. And if there's going to be a production, is production going to happen overnight? Is there no time for gestation of any policy? If is Tinubu just going to come and say, "Oh yeah, everybody start producing"?
So you believe that this policy is going to bring about production?
You are now telling me that the governor
is this policy?
You are telling me now that the local government,
Can you explain how it's going to bring prosperity?
Hold on. The local government official, they don't have responsibility to play if Nigeria is going to be great. The governor, they don't have responsibility to play if Nigeria is going to be great. The elective representative, they don't have anything, any contribution to make if Nigeria is going to be great. It is only Tinubu that will make everything happen. Why are you guys just so why are you so dumb in your analysis like this?
You are the dumbest human being on this platform.
You
say you are the dumbest human being on this platform.
Right? It's not the panelists here, right?
Let me just.
Nobody's as dumb as you. You're talking trash. You're talking trash. You're calling other people dumb.
Can you let me just answer what he has got to say, because one,
is Tinubu your problem?
See, I will.
Every elected post in Nigeria.
Now remove an elected governor from office. Is that democracy?
Everybody,
remove rational mind.
I think one, you open.
If you remove me, why would you remove? Why would you remove me?
You are not. You don't
because
call
he's
people
abusing
dumb.
people.
You notice that whenever people
platform,
an elected president removing an elected governor from office, you are telling people dumb. You are the dumbest person here.
Abusing people. Throw
we
him
are
out
all
of the
grown
stage.
people here. Let's
I did not abuse anybody. When did I do that?
Allow me to moderate this thing. I will
remove rational mind now. Which one is moderation?
Rational mind. Oh, you want me to remove him?
Yes.
Why would he remove me?
He just abused
what kind of bad belly is this one?
Me?
Leave rational mind alone. Let me
hold on. I beg, Tunanja, I beg. Hold on first. You say I abuse somebody. When did I do that?
Is it not you that said somebody is The last, are you not the person?
It was Awo. It was Awo that said it.
I just
And that's what I wanted to address.
And then kick the person out of the stage.
No,
not necessarily.
Don't
I want to give him a chance. Awo, you openly insulted the panelists, and
I'm sorry for that statement. It's not intentional. The thing was just, I was just furious with the way guys are talking this thing. As if out of 5,000 elective posts, it's only one person that will make everything happen. All those people with the responsibility, they must not play their own part for Nigeria to be good. And we are all in abroad. We still have different functions.
Hold on for a second. See, let me just deal with him. I think Awo, when you say one person, what you don't understand is when somebody holds an office, they are no longer a person anymore. They hold a position. They are not an individual. They're not your grandfather. They are nobody.
Authority.
They hold millions of lives at their hands. And when they make decision, it cascades down the chain. It's like somebody, when you are in a taxi, the person driving the car can influence the lives of the people in that taxi. That one person alone has a lot of power. That is
no. That is not the way. In a constitutional democracy, a president does not have the power to dictate to a state.
But he has the power to remove the governor. He has the power to remove the city governor.
He does not have
you guys are not.
But he removed governor now. He plotted coup in River State. He doesn't have power, but he has power to plot coup in River State. Without even seeking for any legislatures.
Can you guys just give me?
He just got plotted coup, but he doesn't have any power.
Who is the moderator? Calm these people down.
Yeah. Can you guys just give me 2 minutes? We need just 2 minutes, please. Let me just answer his question. When you say he does, whether he has the power, it's just one person. It's not a one person, and his decision, like this in like floating the currency, that's one person that did that. It's not the entire country that did it. Just one person did it, and he affected the entire nation. You see what I mean? One person.
He affected the nation, and they create more general.
Do you know what is called executive orders? Do you know what is called executive orders? Have you heard something like executive orders? Executive orders for the president. Have you heard something about that? You're calling people dumb. You are the dumbest.
I think he's a mistake. I think he's mistaking the fact that when somebody holds an office, they're no longer an individual. They have authority. They are not the human being anymore, as you normally think of it as a human being.
Hold on. Power. Let me say something, please. The guy that said that the federal government does not have authority over, well, I don't know whether he didn't explain it well. The federal government, when he disbursed money to the state that went down to the local government, he does not have money to, according to the constitution in Nigeria, he cannot control what they use the money to do. Please go and check the constitution. The federal government, the president, does not have.
That was exactly what I was telling them, and they won't
to control what he's using with the money. And that is a problem.
Well, my point is the security challenge we're having in this country. Is it in the hand of the federal government? A lot of things are still in the hand of the federal government.
Everybody is responsible for security, my dear. Everybody.
You don't know what you are saying. You don't know what you are saying.
Wait.
The security is in the hand of the federal government. Even the major challenges we have in the country is in the hand of the federal government.
It shows, what are you trying to explain? It shows you don't have basic knowledge.
To chime in.
It is you that don't have any knowledge. If you have knowledge, you wouldn't come there and say
security is the matter of everybody.
When you don't have anything to offer, when you don't have anything to do for your parents.
Oh my God.
Wait,
Madam Rita, please have your say, please.
Wait.
Can you allow the conversation to flow now?
Ekene, I understand that what is going on in Nigeria is not pleasant. We understand that. But it is good we make a healthy argument and a decent conversation that people at home will learn and people listening to us will learn too. Now, the president of a country is the chief security officer. Federal level, he has control over the whole nation in terms of security. Now, he's going to disburse the money, straight allocation for security, which they call security votes, to the governors to enable them take care of their state, pushing some things in terms of security. That's why you see some governors that we have special security, private security. You see all those people on suit carrying gun outside of DSS and all. That's where they get the money to pay for all those which they used to all manner of things. But the problem Nigeria is having is that when that money is disbursed to these shenanigans, the government again do no longer have right to control what they do with the money. And to me, that is a big problem, because you cannot be giving people money they cannot account for. So everything federal government, what the last speaker was saying is that the federal government is not owing any state. So why are they not doing the job?
They are comrades in Igbo. They are comrades in their corruption. They know what they are doing.
Hold on.
The same thing Tinubu did in Lagos is what is allowing them to do at the state level. That is how he's buying them over to APC. Why are we deceiving ourselves? He knows what he's doing. He has been in the system. He knows the leakages.
Oh goodness.
He will not allow you to talk now.
We should not be on about the discussion. You are heating up the whole discussion, and we are on about every place. The place we blame the federal government, we blame the federal government. In the policies and everything, we blame him. But when it comes to how much is being given to do what, the first question a decent Nigerian will ask is, this government, is it owing any state governor? The answer is no. Then when the answer is no, then you come down and say, what are they doing with the money? Did he give them their security vote? Is he owing any of them on their security vote? The answer is no. Now, in as much as he gives money to the state for security, things like Boko Haram, Fulani herdsmen, all those security that cover the whole country, is still the job of the federal government. And if he's not doing well there, we condemn him that he's not doing well there. But you cannot sit down here and say that a president is giving money to governors to do some certain jobs, and they're not doing it, and you're blaming the president. It doesn't work that way. I beg.
I think that there's some truth there. However,
Niger man on the comment section, you are the nuisance. Niger man, come to the platform and talk. You are a nuisance. You're always on the comment section typing rubbish. You are the greatest nuisance. Niger man and the Ufoma on the comment section. You guys are crazy.
Just leave it. Just leave him. See, the one of the things I want to dispel is this money that is going to the governors that they keep going out. The money that is going to the governor, the reason why it tripled is because the currency depreciated. It doesn't mean in terms of dollars it has increased. And this is where people are getting it wrong. And many of the loans
so the governors are paying salaries and pension in dollars.
Let me finish now. No. Let me finish my point. That's where I'm coming to. Many of the loans these governors owe is in Naira. Many of the people that they have to pay is in Naira. And most of the things that is going on in Nigeria didn't triple in price, while the Nigeria currency depreciated almost threefold. So you can see they have headwind. They can be able to do more, and it's temporary. It's not gonna last. The benefit is not gonna last. And I think we're already seeing that.
No.
But what you guys are trying to explain here, what you guys are, you can all the policies affecting Nigeria today are federal policies, subsidy, security, whatever you want to call it. All of them are federal policies, and that is what is affecting Nigeria entirely.
You see,
so I don't know the argument you guys are trying to make here.
There's no policy.
There is no governor that came out and said that he removed subsidy. No governor did that. The security that I know today are still in the hand of the federal government. The army is in the federal government. The police are in the federal government. So what do you want how do you want the governors to operate with a security that is still in the hand of the government?
So
what argument are we making?
So I'm going to Tunaja 1 second. Listen, you see, on the issue of insecurity, right? I agree with the position that Ekene was putting forward just now, and I think that as somebody who believe in a true federalism, and I think this government, what they should have done, what Tinubu should have done, as he was pushing this tax reform bill, it should have also be pushing aggressively the state police bill as well, because this decentralization of the security architecture is paramount to solving the insecurity challenges that we have in that country. We cannot continue to have a federal police system for the whole of Nigeria. It won't work. And I said it before.
Thank you. Thank you. Let them be there. Arguing behind you. They know the truth. They know the truth. They're shying away from it. And they're calling people dumb. You guys are crazy.
Let us also contribute. Sorry, Omorui. Actually, what you are talking about. Let me say something. No. It's my turn. Let me say something.
No, you contribute just now. I'll finish.
No, I did not contribute just now.
No, you did.
It's Awodele, and after Awodele, you are going to.
I think Remy hasn't said anything for a bit.
No, he said.
I just said something when you are talking. I just said something. What I would say cannot be more than 1 minute.
One that you for Remy and Tunaja, you gave Remy extra 2 minutes on top of the time. I remember that one.
That was a while ago now. We relaxed.
That was a while ago.
That was a while ago. That was after my submission a while ago as well.
What I want to say is just 1 minute, and then you come. I will not take a long time, I promise.
I don't want to come.
Okay, go ahead. No problem.
So what I was saying is that the security architecture, Tinubu needs to send a bill. They need to come up with a plan to decentralize the security system. Because let me give you an example, right? This is where you know that the powers of the federal government in certain areas when it comes.
That is what I want to tell you, progressive, and you will not let me tell you. You are repeating.
Yeah, but let me finish my own now before you say your. I mean, you won't disappear.
I just want to quickly chip in, and then you continue, and then you don't need to repeat yourself again. You are talking about state police. You are talking about state police. The bill is already in the house. And then the what do you call it now? The national under VP, they are deliberating about it. Most of the governors have agreed to it. Now they are trying to fine tune the bill to see how can they control in terms of appointing the state commissioner of police and the modality, the funding. That's what they are deliberating. Before the end of this year, I think they will conclude that, and probably maybe we'll have state police.
Tunaja, I want to say something before I go, please. I want to appreciate Tinubu for what he's doing, and for one thing he has done and one thing he has achieved as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Only one achievement: changing the national anthem. For me, the progress.
Don't
that's
mind
only
this
10
layman.
he has done.
Don't mind this layman.
And I applaud him for that. And I expected him to do more. At least the speed he used to change that national anthem and make that policy, he used that speed to change our economy, change our security system and all that. Let him use that speed. I appreciate him for changing the national anthem. Thank you, Tunaja.
Tunaja, I need 1 minute. I want to go. Can I have 1 minute too, please?
You see why I didn't want you to come in
Are we
just
not
now?
supposed to be in agreement that we don't want foreign women singing our national anthem? Are we not supposed to be in agreement on that?
Go and sit down somewhere.
Made that happen.
Let me see why I didn't want you to come in just now. You came in and the oath is scattered. Let me finish what I was saying. You said no. Let me finish what I was saying. You said no. Okay. So what I was trying to make an example, right? This happened in Edo State, right? Previous government took their time to create a security system, the vigilante, the train and everything, and then they put them on ground. The insecurity system in the state got better. This got better. So when election was coming, the Inspector General of Police, during the election period, banned the vigilante group in Edo State for whatever reason, right? And then the new government came in and started to fight battle insecurity. But if it was a state police backed by law, the Inspector General of Police will not be able to just, in one word, disband institutions like that. So when the next government come in, there will be a solid foundation for him to start from. But now the new governor have come in and are struggling to put things in place again. So you see where the problem is. So we need to create a system whereby we have it enshrined in law, state police. And I think this is what Tinubu should have done is say, look, the security system in this country is what it is because of the system that we have. I am aggressively pushing the National Assembly to pass this bill so that we can start decentralize our police structure to be able to make it easy for us to police our people locally. If he's coming out to say things like this, I'll say, okay, maybe over time. But this one, look, that bill, they will never. Do you know how long they'll be trying to pass state police bill?
They won't do it. They know what they are doing. They play politics to people's life. So Naija, I need 1 minute, please. I need 1 minute to respond to people. To some nuisance on the comment section. Somebody is calling me a national nuisance on the comment section. He can't even spell separation of power. He's calling me a national nuisance. When he cannot make the distinction between a concurrent list, exclusive list, and the residual list. He's there telling me a nuisance on the comment section. Ukoma and Naija man, you guys are crazy. You think I'm your mate. I don't know what the difference between those separation of power. You're talking of chest of government. You're calling me nuisance. The
on the platform, don't focus on the people in the background. The question I wanted to ask is, why do we think local or state police will be better, apart from just the fact that the people know the area? It doesn't mean they will. In my mind, if I'm not mistaken, every time we hear that staff is not getting paid, it tends to be state. So why do we think state police is going to? You want people carrying a gun that don't get paid?
No, I think too, Naija, one thing you should remember is this: having a state police will create employment for the people in that state. Two, having a state police will also help in those kidnappers that always go to
security is local.
But okay, no, that part of it is correct. But what makes you think?
So you cannot expect your
hold on, now, slow down.
You cannot expect police from Kano to be managing security in Oyo.
I hear that part. Let me ask a question. I'm trying to get to a point. I already agree with you on that part. That's one of the first things I said. I said locality matters. However, when you have those police people now, based on what we are seeing, if you get state police, the federal government is going to downsize its national police to a specific, like an FBI kind of force. Then the states, all these people that were in the national police will now go to the states. The question is, given we know the history of
the modalities that I have in the state about the state police law does not include that.
Let me just let Tunaja finish. Let Tunaja finish so we can have a conversation.
It's not trying. You are not seeing the point from where. Except you have to make sure that when the federal government is creating allowing state police, they don't downsize the national one, because they might decide that, okay, since states are taking over, let's downsize the national one. Then in terms of manpower and footfall on the ground, it's not going to increase. And the problem of paying salary now will now be transferred to the states, and we know what the states do with salary. They don't tend to pay salaries. So why are we not looking into that aspect? That
okay,
it might just get really bad, actually.
Let me respond to you quickly so that other people can have opportunity too. The law with the state, with the National Assembly, already envisaged that one. The state will recruit their own police by themselves, but the highway will be manned by federal police. The federal police is not downsizing anything. State will recruit. The only problem they are having now is this: how are they going to control the state commissioner of police that they said the governor of the state, in conjunction with the National State Assembly, in conjunction with the chief justice of that state, they are the one that is going to appoint that police. But in that draft bill, they are trying to say Police Service Commission is the one that is going to be like recommend 3 senior police officers to them. That is the gray area they are still trying to clear out. How can they don't want this federal police to recommend any police to them?
Yeah, because they don't want it to be political, isn't it?
So, but at the same time, the funding is also there. Is the federal government going to give them kickoff fund or states just create police, recruit police according to their own capability and to their own way they can pay? Or are they going to improve the security vote they are getting every month? So these are the
So
gray areas they are trying to contend with now.
Remy, what we're talking about here is that first of all, we should have the bill, the law passed, right? Then it's about scaling issue. So you don't expect the state to just
But
put
you should also
20,000.
know that the
Hold on now, Remy, you just finished speaking for how long? Let me just put a word together, please. Come on, man. Look, it's about scaling, right? So the state is not just going to overnight employ 10,000, 20,000 police officers. They're going to gradually build the capacity over time. So this idea of how they're going to pay, they will pay according to their resources. They will build capacity according to their resources. So over time, the federal police is still going to be around, but state will now be using state police to target areas where they have vulnerability. So if I am a state governor and I know that, okay, I have 5,000 officers, and in certain community or a certain local government, there is high level of insecurity, I can send 4,000 of my officers. I put them there and say, look, let's put 4,000 out of the 5,000 state police officers we have in this area. So you can target the the most dangerous part of your state and put more resources in that place. So it will be easy for state to manage in that manner. But the way we have now, federal government cannot manage. If the problem now is in Mangowa, whatever local government, federal government cannot just say, okay, let's mount resources here, let's mount resources here. You're going to have to mount resources everywhere. But if it's state at state level, the governors can choose how to manage the resources under their control.
Okay, I think I mentioned.
Yeah, can I have 1 minute too? Can I have 1 minute, please?
Sorry, I will come. I mentioned some gray area. To me personally, I think the most important gray area is that so that the gray area is that how do we clarify so that the state governors will not be misusing and controlling the state police anyhow. I know they will control them anyhow.
A government is only going to be in office for 8 years maximum. Why we worry about what
I'm talking about the bill.
More than
I'm talking about the bill. I'm talking about the bill. I'm talking about the bill. The bill already passed second reading already. And what we now expect is that the National Economic Council that the VP always shared is supposed to discuss the final things about it last 2 weeks ago. But hopefully, let's say whenever they have their meeting, maybe next month, then they finalize it. Most of the governors of the 13 states are already on board. The only thing, if they now finalize it at the National Economic Council, then we can speed it up. I don't know how they're going to maybe speed it up with the National Assembly so that they can pass it. And every state
No.
have
It's
their
not,
own state policy.
it's not the National Assembly alone. It has to go through the states House of Assembly as
What
well.
I'm trying to tell you is that the 36 states, mostly of them, they have already agreed to state police. Initially, some are listen. Some of them are drag footing before, but later, especially in the northern part of the country, when they see that there is this banditry and the rest, everybody already agreed, and everybody have submitted them their memorandum. So at the end of the day, I hope we can finalize this thing and we can pass it. I think by the end of this year, we're supposed to have everything in order. State police.
Yeah, please, can I have 1 minute to make my clarification, please?
Omori, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for protecting me. For those on the panel and on the comment section that feel we don't know what we're saying, I want to make some clarification here. Somebody that cannot even know the difference between tiers of government and separation of power is here to teach me what he doesn't know. I think is very appalling. If by now you don't know that too much power is being concentrated at the center, which Tinubu also complained about as far back as 1999, between 1999 and 2007, and you are there on the comment section calling me a national nuisance. I think you are the most you are the dumbest person on that comment section. Let me make the clarification. Pick up our constitution. I would refer you to the powers, the concentration of power at the national at the federal level. You also refer you to the concentration of power at the state level and the jurisdictions that the local governments have as far as the constitution is concerned. So on the exclusive list, Go to those lists and see the items that are concentrated even within the power, the federal, and compared to those ones that you have on the concurrent list that the state has power over. Before you come here to call somebody a nuisance, before you come here to teach somebody separation of power, when you don't even know the difference of what you are saying. Thank you. I rest my case.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Anybody that wants to say something, but I'm not convinced that state police is going to be the silver bullet. Because if the federal government wants to rein in, let's say, declare a state of an emergency, and indicate, let's say in the context of Rivers State, they want to declare a state of emergency, and the Fubara had access to police. This thing, I don't think the federal government would have done it.
No, declaring state of emergency is not using the police. You use the military. What are you saying here?
Yes, but if you run the risk of trying to evict the governor that has control of police, you run a serious danger of creating chaos. So governments will not be able to do that anymore.
The president does not have a power to remove a governor.
He doesn't.
And the emergency rule, the beauty of our democracy is the emergency rule in Rivers, the National Assembly also stamped it. And luckily for Nigeria, they are in court of law. So let's take it out. I think there's nothing to be.
I think it's okay. Let me say this though. Let me ask you this, Remy, or anybody on the panel, please. Can the National Assembly pass rules and authorize things that are against the constitution of the country?
It's not against the constitution.
Of course, the National Assembly is the body. The National Assembly is the body that is enshrined in the Constitution to be able to that can amend the Constitution. So the National Assembly can pass
but they have
law.
to amend the Constitution first.
Yes, it said that they amend the Constitution or they completely take the law out of the Constitution and replace it with something new.
Okay,
they can do that.
They cannot override the Constitution when the Constitution has stated something.
But what do you mean override the Constitution?
Let's say the Constitution says that you have to have 36 ministers.
What have they done? Give us an example.
What I mean by that is if the Constitution says one thing, let's say when they said the exclusive list was the power supply, and this thing was in
security, for example.
Security was in the exclusive list. The House of Assembly cannot pass a law without amending the Constitution to say the president should go ahead because they authorize the president.
It's already an existing law, unless they have to come under amendment. If they have to make a addition or subtraction from it. That's why even in America you have Second Amendment, First Amendment, and what have you. It's already an existing law.
The point I'm trying to get to is that what the House of Assembly did.
The Constitution is the ground norm. The Constitution is the ground norm. It supersedes every other person, every other authority. It's the highest authority. So if you want to add or subtract from it, you come under amendment.
Okay, so hold on. Let me try to drive to the point I'm trying to get to. If the Constitution doesn't empower the president to remove the governor from office, it means that even when the House of Assembly or Senate pass that rule, they too are violating the Constitution.
No, you're not correct. So the Constitution gave the president the power to suspend or under the state of emergency rule to be able to suspend a sitting governor, not remove, suspend, right? And that suspension must be ratified by the National Assembly.
Sure, it says that. Where does it say in the Nigerian Constitution that the president has the power to suspend the governor?
Section 36. Go and check it out.
Let me check it. I don't think I have ever seen that one before.
We are not following it.
Let's check it out. Let's check it. Let's check it out.
And this one is not a removal. It's state of emergency.
Okay, now that there is security situation in the country, can Tinubu be suspended for not being able to deal with the security in the country. The situation in Port Harcourt wasn't as much as what we have in Borno right now.
They can impeach him if they vote.
Who? Is this Akpabio's National Assembly?
You can't stop like that.
In this Akpabio's National Assembly?
No. Listen.
And we terrorize the judiciary.
If the country is not moving very well,
Mr. Mori, I'm hearing you, my brother. I can hear you.
Are you seeing it? Are you seeing the answer? The Nigerian president does not have the constitutional power to suspend or remove a state governor. So I don't know.
Nigeria don't mind them. They know what they are saying. They are dancing around the truth.
Oh my God. To Nigeria,
did you 306 or what? To Nigeria, go and talk about yourself.
To Nigeria,
this is section 305. Okay, must get assembly this in approval. Let me include
your head. Did he even contact the National Assembly before he declared that guy suspended?
He had to take the action and then later get the approval. That is the way.
Putting the cat before the horse. Which one comes first? The egg or the chicken? You guys are joking. You guys, you know exactly what you are doing.
Suspension comes first.
Mr. Mori, are you telling me Nigeria is really the constitution there? Okay, if what we are saying is wrong, it should tell us.
Let me read it now. It says
he just gave you a section that is wrong already. Just gave you a section.
He says even with the State House of Assembly approval, the president will still cannot suspend or remove the governor. So even with Assembly, this thing, I don't know why it says state. I don't like that one. Let me confirm. National Assembly. I meant National.
We don't need to wait for you.
I don't want to go and imply something.
And again, what constitutes an emergency situation in the state? That's another question.
Yeah. So it is saying that
what constitutes a state of emergency in the state?
The Nigerian president don't have the power to do that. So this
illiterate on the comment section telling me I'm illiterate. Newsers.
Yeah, I'm looking at the section 305 now. Let me read that section 305. I think people keep talking about it. It says, in rare cases, breakdown of law and order, such as state of emergency, the president can intervene under section 305 of the Constitution. But even then, he must get National Assembly approval. The intervention typically involves suspending certain constitutional.
It's very clear. It's as clear as ABC.
Of a governor, unless specifically permitted.
Is it the first time emergency will be?
For the fact that you have been doing the wrong thing for 100 years does not make it the right thing. Get yourself some sense.
The Constitution.
You can be doing the wrong thing for 100 years, but if somebody else that did the wrong thing does not make you right.
The problem we have, we like to talk over each other too much, man. Tunaja, look, I wanted if
you guys are turning the truth on his head. You guys are turning the Constitution on his head. You want people to give you room. He's just reading the Constitution to you now, and will give you an audience. You could hear him. You are still arguing blankly, and somebody's there in the comment section calling another person illiterate. When you lack knowledge, when you are naive, and believe of yes.
And you guys want to see the cost of the Nigerian economy of this government's policy in terms of
when one man is stronger than the Constitution. One individual is stronger than the Constitution. You guys are there applauding the nonsense. You are calling another person illiterate. Nonsense of you. Goodbye.
So let me ask now, does that mean that the suspension of Fubara governor?
Bros, you are reading Nigeria situation on Google.
It was on because we are not on the face of the earth. We don't exist.
Get Nigeria Constitution and read it now. You will see where it gives power to president for suspension.
Look at this one. You come online. Why don't you just go and use this talking drum to talk from this thing, whatever state you are in? Since you don't like technology, constitutional, does that mean that suspension of Fubara governor of Rivers State was unconstitutional? Let's see. Yeah, because it may not mean that, so it's worth checking. Yes, the suspension of Governor Semiyade Fubara of Rivers State by President Tinubu has been widely criticized as unconstitutional. What happened?
So, Tunaja, this is the letter from the Constitution itself. Now, forget AI or the chat. This is Constitution.
What is the letter?
Section 305 provision 1, subject to this provision, subject to the provision of the Constitution, the President may, by instrument published in the official gazette of the government of the Federation, issue a proclamation of a state of emergency in the Federation of or any part thereof. That is the Constitution.
Yeah, state of emergency. Does that mean you suspend the governor?
You suspend the institution of government in that part
No,
of
you don't
that.
suspend the governor.
Oh my God!
You just want to have your own point, irrespective of whatever person tell you. You know matter.
You can
It's
suspend the
what is
institution,
your
but you
head.
don't suspend the governor. You don't go and appoint someone to replace the governor.
When you say, listen, when you declare a state of emergency, what does that stand for in the first place?
It's taking over a state in terms of
exactly
this in
oh
rules,
my God,
but not the governor.
Oh my God!
And it has been done before. When it was done before, how was it done?
Check where Constitution say president have power to take a drastic decision on any state, on any part of a trouble state of emergency.
Let's ask him now. When state of emergency was done before, was the governor suspended? Did they install some other person in place of the governor? No, crickets, because it's never happened. This governor, this president, the only reason some people will say he justified is because the person he is targeting was Fubara. He said Fubara is the problem, so that's why he suspended him. But I don't think that is even legal because the Constitution didn't say that. It didn't say anything like that, and he just decided that he's going to suspend a governor from office and replace him, usurp his authority, and release billions of naira to local government.
You do not see when they are burning down, when they are building the pipeline, when they burn the National State Assembly.
What pipeline did they blow up?
Remove. Why are you talking like a
There's no proof that Fubara has anything to do with the pipeline at all.
The way you are talking,
one second. This is the problem. Let me hold on. Let's be honest with ourselves. Let's be honest with ourselves, right? The way I make my own argument, right? I can have my case both ways, right? So, did they have enough to suspend the governor? In my opinion, no, it didn't have enough. But did he have the powers to do so? Yes, it does. You can make two separate arguments. Okay, for me,
but
the
he
situation
doesn't have the power to do so legally.
The situation on ground in Rivers State it was not that bad for you to call a state of emergency to the point whereby you suspend the city governor.
Hold on.
Get to that point.
No. I think you are making a false statement here. Constitution didn't say he has the power to suspend the governor ever. The governor is supposed to be even immune.
Okay, hold on, Remy, hold on. So, are you aware that the State House of Assembly was also suspended as well?
Yes.
So, does he have the power to suspend the State of House of Assembly?
He didn't appoint some other person. I think as a matter of fact, State of Assembly is one of the main reasons that they put those things in place so that the affairs of the state can be carried out. But State of Assembly, hold on.
Do you know when fire
Sorry. State of Assembly members are different from executive positions that even have prosecutional immunity.
It's the same thing. They are elected position too. Are they not elected there?
The president's position is different from the state, his ministers or his assembly members.
Where are you getting your knowledge from?
He does not understand it.
Hold on. You see, this guy is just interrupting now. See, governors are executive position. There's a difference. He's an executive officer. Same is the president. In Nigeria, the 37 governors in Nigeria and the president, they are immune for prosecution. That's why we have
36 governors.
Are they really prosecuting Fubara? They are not prosecuting Fubara. Now, why are you talking this way now?
No, my point is that I'm trying to highlight the point that they are
You
different.
don't understand it.
It's an executive position. You can see. Hold on. Is there any governor that has ever been suspended in terms of taking out of office in Nigeria?
Fayose was suspended and General Luri was appointed to govern Ekiti State. What are you talking about?
He was suspended from,
you don't know nothing.
Let me find out. You said he was removed from office he wasn't allowed to govern in any way.
These people,
Like
they didn't know what happened. They didn't know what happened under Obasanjo. They say
They are Gen Z now.
if you know what happened under Obasanjo, you will know that look, God save Nigeria. I'm telling you, these guys when they come, so that Tinubu is
Obasanjo was trying to clear the deck after military regime. I can understand why he did some of the stuff he did.
If you know what happened, it was Obasanjo time that somebody contested election from inside police custody and still won the election. Omisho already did that. Omisho already did that under Obasanjo government. He contested the election for the House of Assembly's election while he was in police custody, being heard for the murder of Bola. And he ran for an election under PDP. And people will tell you today, oh, Nigeria is finished. Nigeria is dead. When I look at these people, man, I just shake my head sometimes. Like it's almost like these people start following politics yesterday. If you know what happened, right, from 1999 to 2007, oh my God, you would know that like we've made a lot of progress. You will know when Obasanjo come out sometimes and start making statements. People will say, "Oh no, maybe this." I'll just look at them. I'll shake my head. Look, people like Obasanjo can never say anything. Can never say anything in my own eyes. You know that will look at him and say, "Okay, no." Do you like
So this appears to be an abuse of power, even from the very get-go. From what I gather, there was been other governors that this has affected. Let me list them from so far. Plateau State, Ayo Fayose, that you mentioned. I think that was from Ekiti, disputed. Constitutional basis was disputed. And River State in Fubara, widely seen as unconstitutional. Even Fubara's one was widely. I don't know why widely Fubara's one was seen far more as unconstitutional compared to that of Ekiti and Plateau State. Actually, maybe there is something that they did that resulted in them this thing being removed that way.
What did they do? Do you know how many House of Assembly members Obasanjo used to impeach Fayose? Do you know how many House of Assembly members?
We impeach. What did Fayose do?
What did he do?
I bet don't engage this man again. No.
What did he do? Do you know how many House of Assembly members Obasanjo used to impeach him?
I'm asking you now. Did Fayose do anything? It's a straight question.
Is it not those bogus accusation of corruption? Do you know why we have immunity for governors today?
Hold on. Don't run away from that. There was a serious issue of I think was it not EFCC? Was there something that evidence was presented against that governor or something? Is there something like that?
Oh my God! So they brought up a trump up charges against the man that is never been convicted of. Even the Supreme Court annulled his impeachment.
You see what I mean? The Supreme Court was right then, isn't it? So the Supreme Court was right to annul it because it was unconstitutional. Some Nigerian leaders.
No. Even what happened in Ekiti was a child play to what happened in Rivers. It was not burning or removing state assembly or people are shooting guns in the local government. You've forgotten. In Rivers State, they were shooting. In local government, they were killing one another.
No.
What do you mean? No. That is the truth. Were they not killing one another?
No, they were not. They were not. What are you talking about?
See, this guy is just lying. I don't like people that lie.
No, they were not killing each other in Rivers State because of ethnic tensions. That hasn't started happening. And at the same time, the issue with the pipeline, it was something that was just fixed the very next day, and they pretended as if it was a massive issue.
No, you are talking. They were shooting one another. That means they are making That means they were making the state. They were making a lot of crisis in the state. Everybody knows the truth. Most of the local government, they were shooting among themselves, and they were bombing.
Yeah. In my opinion, Tinubu even is saved to Fubara. In my opinion, if you ask me, I would say that decision saved Fubara. The guy was going to get impeached. He was going to get impeached.
He created the situation. He created him and Wike created that environment, and now they pretend as if it's like you dig a hole and want to cover it, and you say it don't work. What kind of behavior is that?
How did he create the situation?
He's harboring Wike there, and
he's the one that burned down the House of Assembly.
no, hold on. I think Fubara plague on his house too. He took us the problem by burning out this thing. But two wrongs does not make it right. And Fubara didn't even campaign. It was Wike that got him elected. So from that point of view, plague on both of their houses. However,
Let me ask you one question. Is it normal to pass $1 trillion budget with 3 members of assembly?
If that is by law, why not?
Which law? There's no law that says you can pass a budget with 3 members of assembly.
It says the attending members. That's how. So that's why sometimes some members are not there.
I will just a second, please, and I'll be quick. I have a couple of people who are here. They are even laughing. What they are saying is that obviously the moderator just probably started monitoring Nigeria's politics not quite long, because he seems not to understand anything that happened in Nigeria in the past, and he keeps putting some people to ask some questions that if you don't know the processes of Nigeria's political landscape, take time and listen. Do you know in Oyo State, right? The road transport workers, imagine Oluomo that you see now impeaching the state governor. The road transport workers in Oyo State impeach Rashid Ladoja. Since you've been using GPT to follow Nigeria's politics, put that in your GPT again and check. Ewe-Omo, right? They impeached a state governor under OBJ. Under OBJ. Google, check your GPT again. How many?
Check what is the relevance? Hold on. What is the relevance of what he just said? What is the relevance of that point?
I'll be quick. Just hold on, please. Hold on. Under OBJ, right? Check how many Senate presidents that OBJ had under his administration. Under OBJ, right? Was it not under OBJ? Go and check the numbers of INEC chairmen and check the elections conducted under them. And the politicians that you see today, that they are talking about democracy is dead, right? And because I know probably you've been gone for a long time. Go to Anambra State, where Peter Obi was governor, right? Peter Obi's re-election in 2010 versus Ngige and Soludo. You can put it on chat.
What is the use
now.
of all these
points? Hold on. Put it on chat GPT now, right? Look at the returning numbers for that election and look at the widely acclaimed rigging metric of that election. Obi himself came out. They challenging both Soludo and the Ngige as one of the most rigged elections in Anambra State. And the election eventually had the least number of turnout because of his woeful performance. Because why I say that is, they will say in 2023, Nigeria's president won the election by minority, by low
36%.
By 36%. In Anambra State in 2010, Obi won his re-election by 34%, lowest in the federation for a re-elected governor. He won the election by I think 90%, 90,000 out of the whole population. So what we are telling you is, when you come to national platform, know Nigeria politics first before you pontificate on Nigeria's political gains now. So what you are seeing now, about Fubara, right, or what you are seeing right now, it means you don't even know where Nigeria is coming from. Was it not in this Nigeria where during Yar'Adua's election, people were still queuing up to cast their vote? They were already releasing results. Results were being released already, right?
Released or announced?
Announced already. In this same, because I knew that I was on queue for that election, and for almost we were still on the queue. Even the local government chairman, my uncle, was actually the senator then.
then already they were already announcing the results.
I don't know what you are trying to tell me. Are you trying to tell me that there's rigging, there is corruption, there is
people can listen. People can
that you don't have basic knowledge of Nigerian politics.
People can listen.
I think this is you've gone on a bit too long. With making
I'm not a bit too long. I just came here. Just calm down. You'll be here.
No. You can't just keep reeling out history of Nigeria.
Let him finish now.
No. I'm not going to be here because my life. You are not going to give me my time back. Hold on. Let me say my bit. You are not going to give me my time back.
You are a moderator. You'll be speaking.
Hold on. Calm down.
Let me speak.
Calm down. You can't be rowdy.
Let me speak.
See, I will take you out if you keep doing that.
Okay, I will go.
You can go. Then you are welcome to leave. Let me say my bit.
No, you are not saying. Let me speak. Be a moderator. You should be a moderator.
See, the point is that
the time you are using to go back and front, he would have finished what he was saying.
No, he wouldn't have. He's been talking forever. You see, you can't come and stunt the conversation pretending as if you are trying to make a point. The point can be made in 5 seconds. Why do you want to waste our life, time that we can never replace, the most precious commodity, by just repeating the same analogy?
Yo, Tunaja, what time do you have, what do you have that you are doing that you say you have precious time? What time?
Because I have other things that I need to do. The show is due to be ending soon anyway.
You want
I don't know why he's going on and on.
So why do you have to kick me out?
Because you won't let me talk. You can make other points.
You talk. You are a moderator, for crying out loud.
Of course I can talk. I see. I'm not just a moderator.
One man doesn't do this, man. You've been talking for 3
one
hours.
man does it. The only problem is that because he agrees with you don't see any problem with it. That's the only reason.
No, it's not that he agrees with me. You do not have the modicum and the etiquette and the ethos to actually be a good moderator. You are supposed to moderate.
See, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
You need to listen. You don't know Nigerian politics, but you want to speak every time. We are trying to teach you. We are trying to teach you.
You are not teaching anything.
You are a small boy. You are a kid.
You're not teaching anything. I call me small boy. Do your Nigerian nonsense that you like.
Nigerian politics 2 years ago, and you want to talk about Nigerian politics. But you don't even know.
You wouldn't even let the moderator talk.
At your age, you're almost 50 years. You don't know Nigerian politics at 2 years.
I don't know Nigerian politics. See, you have made your point. You have made your point. But maybe you should let me respond to let you know that I'm not totally
oblivious to everybody. This is the point. You want to respond to everything.
Okay, now let me tell you a few things I know about Nigerian politics.
You want to be you are supposed to
Hold
be
on now. Let me tell you something I know about Nigerian politics.
I'm talking to other people.
You say I don't know now.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to everybody.
Then why do you say I don't know? If you are worried that I will tell you something that you don't know.
Why are you muting the thing? Why would you be muting me? I just came later.
Have you got any other point to make that I don't know anything about Nigerian politics?
Because you don't know. It's obvious.
Is there any other point you've got to make that I don't know anything about Nigerian politics?
Absolutely, you don't know. I can bet. I know you don't know.
I am hoping that you have more points to make than just to come and say that.
Because I know
you don't know now. You don't know until I tell you about it.
Were you on the ground? Were you on the ground when Abiola was being buried? Hold on, let me ask you now. Were you on the ground when Abiola was being buried? You were not there. Can you let me talk? Were you on the ground when Abiola was being buried? Were you there when Saruwiwa was executed? All these people that think that they know a lot about Nigerian politics, they were not there. They were not there. Many of them were barely even there when Abacha was there.
Were you there when
Tinubu was overseas escaping Abacha throughout Abacha's period, when Gani was on the street fighting in Surulere and all those places? All you people think you know too much. You don't know what you are talking about. Just because somebody was away for a while and you have to know. And if I don't know anything, I ask you when I don't know anything. What is
we know now? We know it was you. We know it was you that dig the grave for Abiola. We know it was you that dig Abiola's grave. We know it was you that dig the Abiola grave.
What is shameful about when you are not clear about something, you ask for information?
No, you should learn. You should learn. We are trying to teach you.
I did ask for information. So what is your point?
Than me, I take it, but you are a kid in politics. You don't know anything.
Did I not take it? I took it just now. What kind of yeye talk is this one?
You have to use GPT for.
What kind of yeye talk is just because I don't agree with you? You come here and start making fallacious accusations.
You don't even know what happened. You don't even know what happened.
Okay. Was it not progressive? Hold on. Was it not progressive? If you meet was it not progressive or Remy, one of you spoke about Fayoshe and what happened? What did I say in the end? I said Supreme Court was right to do what he did then.
I didn't disagree with you. I asked for information. They gave me the information, and I fell in line. Your problem is that when I disagree with you, you get angry. But when I agree with you, you don't even notice it at all. I don't know what the whole this thing. Just if you have a point to make your point. I'm not saying that I'm an arbiter of knowledge. I don't know everything, and if I don't know, I will ask. I'm not ashamed to ask, and I did ask. To say I don't know anything about Nigerian policies, maybe I don't know that much about individual Nigerian politicians, but I know enough.
Why do you kick me out every time?
Because you keep shouting at me. You won't let me talk.
I'm just, you are the one, you know your voice is all over the place. But I came less than 5 minutes. You've been talking for 3 hours.
I really wish you had more points to make. You that know Nigerian politics.
And I was because from if you don't know where you are coming from, you'll be making mistake and error of judgment. Like I said, even in Anambra State, I don't know if you've ever been to Anambra State before. I don't know if you can even talk about Anambra politics. But all of a sudden, you are.
Why are you so angry? Just make your point.
What is the anger? What is the anger? Tell me the anger now.
No, because you just keep repeating the same point that I don't know about Nigerian politics. Because I've heard you.
I expect you at your age to know better than what you are speaking.
Is it about Nigerian politics or about what you disagree with? Tell me what you think I don't know anything about. Tell me, please.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Very pointed question, right? Very pointed question. Can you tell me the situation? Who this River State? Let's start on River State now, right? Because you want to talk about the constitutional reasons for emergency rule. Tell me one time in River State that you've never had political skirmishes, and could you tell me in 2019 or 2017 when a governor in River State ran unopposed? Do you know the governor?
I think it's Puvara now, isn't it?
That was Wiki.
Oh, was it Wiki? Yeah. Oh, look at that. He's trying to do gotcha question. So Puvara was basically unopposed.
No worry.
Puvara was anointed in the party of PDP. And there was basically nobody to challenge Wiki in that. See, the reason why I say Fubara was unopposed because there was no chance the other party was going to beat him in that state where Wiki was very popular. Let's face it, Wiki was very popular in River State. There was no way they were going to beat him.
That's not the reason now. Ask questions, they will tell you. When you ask, we will tell.
No, don't tell me. I'm not interested in that information even. Why is that information relevant to our conversation today?
I'm testing your Nigerian political knowledge. That's why.
Wow. Okay. I can ask you a question about Nigeria that you don't know.
So let me leave.
No, I can ask you a question about Nigerian politics that you don't know right now.
Ask your question.
What's your question?
Do you know the local government this in of Bayelsa State in Yanagwa? Do you know him? Oh my God! Shocker! You don't. Yeah, it's a clear question. Do you know the local government chairman in Yanagwa right now?
That's not the look.
It's Nigerian politics, isn't it? I thought you knew everything. I know it all.
That is local politics.
Exactly the same thing he's asking me. He's asking me about the question that I don't have to know.
This should be a general knowledge.
It's not relevant.
Okay, let me ask you the one that is very recent. It's very, very recent. There was a governor in Nigeria, right? People refer to that. There's a guy who is constituting nuisance now on the comment section from that state, right? And progressively from that state too. There was a governor in that state. Something happened, right? And he never allowed a tier of the government. A tier, there are 3 tiers of government: the legislative part, the judiciary, and the executive. The executive usurped the power of a section of the legislature. What happened? Do you know what happened?
Of which state?
Okay, let me give you the state. It's Edo State.
I think I remember that somebody accused one of the governors of suspending this, or at least not allowing them to sit for years.
For how many years? Wrong? Yeah, you are very right. You are very right. I don't
know how many years that happened.
Let me explain to you. It was actually Obaseki. He never allowed the opposition members, right, of the House of Assembly. He never even saw them. He didn't even swear them into office.
No. Enigmatic on that one, you're wrong. That one I disagree with you.
Hold on. Did he swear them into office?
No, they did not come forward for swearing him. They were the one who did not come forward for swearing him.
Let me land. Then you can correct me, okay?
Land. Yes.
Okay. So this is the thing. They won election as House of Assembly members. They are supposed to represent their local government, but for one reason or the other, political disagreement, he failed to let them be sworn into office. And for the entire years of, I think 4 years, they never had the chance to represent themselves, represent their people from the House of Assembly. So regardless of how it happened, if they came forward or did not come forward, I know they went to court, but the fact remains that the opposition members in those State House of Assembly were not sworn in, right?
Okay, that was wrong. So that is not for me. Okay. So what happened? Just give me a few minutes. Let me explain this, right? So what happened was after the Edo State have separate governorship election from the State House of Assembly election. So we had a State House of Assembly election. APC were the dominant party. Don't forget at the time we were talking about both the governor and this elected official. Who is that now? Where is that noise coming from? Somebody needs to be muted. Kunaja, are you there? Where is that noise coming from?
Progressive.
So yeah, what I was going
to before I go, hold on. That is not. This is irrelevant. Niger man, that fat guy where they always come. Where they always come. Dr. Damage's show that time back.
I don't know who's Niger man.
I think I know him.
Yeah, that fat guy where they always that.
It's not fat too. Maybe you're mistaking this one. I think he's not fat.
Okay. I think yeah, I know he's an Edo guy.
So what happened in Edo State was totally different. So yes, what did the Obaseki made some mistake. He played some political how would I put it? He did some political move in that period whereby they convocated the assembly in the middle of the night. He issued a proclamation letter in the middle of the night to try to form the assembly, because you know why? The Oshomole faction wanted to have the speaker of the assembly, and Obaseki at the time feel threatened that if they have the speaker, they probably will turn the tide against him and try to impeach him. So him and his deputy then Shaibu played a political move to try to he issued a proclamation letter at the wrong time, and then they went around and then start around grabbing assembly member to come form a quorum that night. Okay, so the next day and subsequently, the rest members said, "Look, that was wrong. The governor should reissue another proclamation letter." And the governor said no. They went to court, and the court said no. The governor have the right to issue a proclamation letter at any time, and that was the position of the law at the time. The problem was because Adams Oshomole was the national chairman at that time. These sections of that lawmakers who were not sworn in were then told, okay, now the assembly has been formed, come forward, let you be sworn in. They said, no, the governor must reissue another proclamation letter. They refused to bring themselves forward to be sworn in at the time. So after Oshomole got kicked out as the national chairman, this case went to court because the speaker then tried to vacate their seat. They went to court. So the case was in court until Obaseki left office. That was what happened. The case was in court all the time. That case stayed and died in court. It outrun its time, but initially it did not stop them from being sworn in. They just wanted to have their own. They wanted to have upper hand, and the governor said no. The problem there, if you remember, that issue was not only in Edo State. I think it was also in Bauchi State as well, where they were saying the governor should issue a proclamation letter for the House, and the governor said no. I've already issued one. So that was the problem there. That was it's totally different. It did not stop them. They stopped themselves at the time. If they had come, and the problem, what I didn't understand about these people was they were all APC members. Obaseki at the time was an APC governor. So they could have come in and get sworn in, and they would still have the big number to do whatever they want. They could have get sworn in and then impeach the speaker immediately if they wanted to do that. But because they were so power drunk, they felt Adams Oshomole was the national chairman. He had the powers from the federal government to do whatever he wants to do. But the problem, they forgot that Buhari was not playing ball at the time. Buhari did not want to use the institution of government like Tinubu is using today to pressure states. So that was the difference. If it was Tinubu that was the president, then I believe Obaseki would have had problem as well.
So let me just land my point before I leave. And I know to Niger, I think one thing I will tell you, right? I don't know. I think you are from Bayelsa, if I'm not wrong. Bayelsa has 8 local governments, and they are probably one of the richest states. I think one of the 3rd richest states by FAC allocation. Niger Delta allocation, 13% derivation, but they should. I think Niger, Bayelsa, Rivers, Delta, and probably Akwa Ibom State. They should be at the. If they are not really at the level of, I know no state can be at the level of Lagos, but at least they should be at 50% at the level of Lagos. There's no development in those regions, and I think what I'll tell you, like I've told somebody this afternoon, was that Nigerians, I know this may sound so pedestrian, right? I may sound so mean, but Nigerians, they say they are hungry, but I don't really think they are hungry. They are just pretending. When they are really hungry, for real, they will hold the feet of the governors to the fire. And like I said, I'm not the type of person that will speak about others and not speak about mine. My state governor, right, is one of the most useless governors in the federation. If I tell you how much that guy has received from FAC allocation alone in a year, right?
Is it not cutting to go to APC now? He's going to APC.
No, that is the other leg of my family now. That down Oshun for Ondo State, right? That guy in Ondo State, right, is one of the most useless governors in the federation. Can you imagine that the state was earning between 5 to 6 billion in FAC allocation prior to subsidy removal? After subsidy removal, FAC allocation alone, the base FAC allocation alone is almost 18 billion per month. And then this state received 13% derivation fund, almost another 5 billion. Another almost 4 billion coming from Niger Delta Development Commission being a member, right? That is total of almost 20 or 30 billion every month. Then the IGR of the state is almost 10 billion per month. So when you put all those things together, go to the state. The guy is not doing. He has won. He won. He completed Aketi's second term, right? Then he has won election over 100 days. This guy has not. He has not coordinated a cabinet. Can you imagine that? No cabinet yet. No cabinet. And then somebody will say they will be crying that they are hungry and they cannot hold that kind of person to fire. We've been writing. We've been petitioning. We petitioned ICPC, EFCC. Right, and we are contacting a lot of important people to let them know what the guy is doing in the state. If people can actually put the governors to fire like that, people will be.
But I think he's going to spend this one term, right?
Yeah, just one term because he started.
Because that's why they allow him.
That's so, but he cannot be. He cannot continue to be stupid now in the office. He can't continue to be stupid. So this is what I'm talking about.
Ondo State is supposed to be at par or nearly at par with Ogun.
Even when you look at
how can Ondo State be at par?
They have a lot of resources.
Look at the
Ondo has a lot, Ondo has a lot.
Ondo State has the largest deposit of bitumen, I think, after Canada, globally, the second largest bitumen. But
they also have a coastal region. So
the coastal region of this national mind that comes to platform every day that cannot even hold his brother, because this guy is from, and this is why I have problem with Sowore. Sowore is doing fake activism all over the country. He cannot hold his brother to fire. That guy is from Showore's place, and on those states we always have the problem. Whenever we have governors from that region, they are always useless. Always useless. When Agagu came, he was from that place.
So that is an indication that Sowore will be useless as a president.
this is what you see. I'm talking now. If people can be talking, okay, look at Rivers State, look at Delta State, for instance. Delta State has, I think, it's the richest state in the country per federal allocation. Bayelsa State just 8 local government. Have you been to Bayelsa State before? You will cry for them. Just one entrance, one exit. You will cry for Bayelsa. The level of deprivation and the level of poverty in Bayelsa. But
people are focusing on Tinubu.
They will be focusing on look at what the governors are taking now. I'm telling you about this Ayedatiwa now. Ayedatiwa, right, should be chained to the wall and be gone down with live fire. That's what he deserves. But people will not. When we start holding these governors accountable, things will change. People are hungry at the local level, and you are looking at the federal. Are people stupid? This I'm talking about. Okay, look at Osun State, my second leg of state. Look at Osun State. Is that a governor? The governor that went to England, he cannot pitch investment memo to the white folks. He can't read. He can't do anything. What he wants to do is dance all over the place. So tell me the governors that are doing the job on the ground, regardless of the FAC allocation, over 300% FAC allocation increment to the governors, and they are not doing anything.
I think that to be fair to you, and sure, not even to be fair, the point is that I think generally in Nigeria, what you tend to have is this phenomenon where every bad governor is other states' governor, not necessarily their own state governor. Most people within those states tend to feel a little bit either not passionately against the governor, or some of them actually like their governors, which is really strange.
Tunaja, let me explain something to you. A lot of our people, you see, when you go to let me explain something to you, what you see here, right? If you bring your own state governor, they will help you criticize it
That's what they do, but they don't criticize their own.
They will help you to criticize your state government from up to down. But when you will never hear them say pim about their own government.
That is a strange phenomenon I'm talking about. We do this a lot, even in senatorial and House of Assembly. That's how we behave.
What about your own state? Tell us your state name.
He's from Bayelsa.
You never tell us where you are from.
That one now.
Where are you from? Are you from Delta? So that we can
give me states. You know how many states I've got to so far in Nigeria?
Where are you from?
He's a Bayelsa guy.
I stretch all the way from Lagos to this thing.
Calabar. Rich but poor. That no state. Bayelsa should believe every indigenous of Bayelsa, like Tunaja's Cherio and Omori. Every indigenous of Bayelsa should be paid 1 million naira every month. If you go by their population, by their FAC allocation, just 8 local governments, and oh my. Please.
Those areas they remain poor. Now, I grew up in Port Harcourt, so I know those areas quite well.
Like I said, I think I've challenged you before, right, to Nigeria, and I beg you again, and I challenge you again. Whenever you go back to Nigeria, I don't know when that is. That time is gonna come. But when you go to Nigeria, please, no, listen to me. This is very serious. Whenever you go back to Nigeria, please visit these 2 states in Nigeria. Visit Anambra State, right? Visit Anambra State. When you go to Nigeria, visit Anambra State and visit Ebonyi State. Anambra State and Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State.
Why?
Okay. While Ebonyi was, because generally in the Southeast they look down on Ebonyi State until Dave Umai came and changed the trajectory of Ebonyi. Right? Now when you look at Ebonyi, how it was when Umai came to office and how Umai left Ebonyi State, you do not need a soothsayer to tell you or be developing word process or PDF document to say this is what I did. You can see it with your eyes. But when you go to Anambra State, like I said, I lived in Anambra State. When I go to Nigeria today, I still stop by in Anambra and Ebonyi because I have things there. But when people come to platform and they want to talk about certain things, that's why some people like us, we challenge them to until infinity, right? Okay. So that's why I say again, right? I'm not criticizing you, but you need to understand where these people are coming from, and you know the politics of what you are talking about. Nobody can tell me today, side by side, place Umai with any politician in the southeast. When Obi was governor, I tell you, and I've told you once, go and look at the list of governors in the southeast. Go and look at the list of governors in the southeast. It does not.
To be fair, when I came to Nigeria, when I visited Nigeria some time ago, from Lagos to
What do you mean sometimes ago, like 20 years ago, right?
Look at this one. Look at this one. I
How
was in Nigeria last year, you know. Look at this
old
one.
is
20 years ago.
How old
I
is
was in Nigeria last year.
You sound like somebody who hasn't been to Nigeria in 20 years.
No. Actually, I was in Nigeria last year. I don't know why you're going. I was in Nigeria for one solid
You are
month.
not in Nigeria. You are not in Nigeria.
I'm not like one of those people that go to Nigeria.
If you are in Nigeria, you will see the progress, a little progress.
That's what I
It's
wanted
a long
to say
time you
now.
have been
That's
to
what I
that
wanted to
country.
say.
No,
That's what I wanted
Remy,
to
hold
say.
on. When Tunaja said to you he was in Nigeria last year, it means that he just left Nigeria last year.
No, I went to visit Nigeria last year in I think it was June, July, or July, August.
So you cannot remember the month. You cannot remember the month you visited Nigeria.
Why are you wanting me?
No, you know he's lying. He's not saying the truth.
No, I was there. I can tell you now.
Did you go?
You can't even believe all the places I went to in Nigeria. I went to quite a lot of places, you know.
Please, go to Anambra.
You went to a lot of places under Tinubu.
Please visit Anambra State.
In one month, that I was totally in Abuja last year, but the one I went, I landed in Lagos. I traveled all the way from Lagos to Port Harcourt, so I saw all the developments along the way. In Lagos, the improvement I saw in Lagos.
Which month did you go into Nigeria last year? Which month?
July, August.
You see you on the internet every time.
I went late July and I left late August.
You are on Dr. Damages throughout July, August.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't actually. I wasn't. Look at that. I wasn't.
You are there. You did go.
When I was in Nigeria, I couldn't go online.
On the later note, to Nigeria, you're from Delta or you are from Bayelsa. Why are you so afraid?
Remy, hold on. June, July last year, to Nigeria, we were still seeing you in that your studio on in Dr. Damages.
No, I wasn't. What are you talking about? I wasn't there. I was in Nigeria. See,
did you carry your studio along with you to Nigeria?
You'll be surprised. I met a lot of people. I went to DSS. I went to Defense Headquarters. I went to all kinds of places. What are you talking about? I was in Nigeria.
Send us pictures. Send us pictures.
I was in Nigeria when they were protesting, actually. That is something you will know. When the protest was happening, I think that was a bad governance protest or whatever they call it. I was in Nigeria then. So don't tell me what I do. It's funny. I'm always in Nigeria when all these critical events are occurring.
Take the challenge. When you go to Nigeria next time, go to Anambra State, please.
Anambra.
Solido is working now.
It's Anambra. It's Onitsha, not Anambra. Onitsha, I saw a lot of improvement in Onitsha, actually. I actually liked what I saw in Onitsha. There was a lot of improvement.
Solido is really working now. Oh my God,
no. Then I think it was Peter Bio that was in office then. When? So I saw a lot. As a matter of fact, Onitsha was the single most improved area because the road used to be terrible before. You couldn't navigate.
So when was this? When was this?
I think this year, when I went through all this road, that year was either 2018 or 2016. I think probably more 2016.
No, Peter Abi was not in office in 2018.
Who was the governor then? Hold on.
It wasn't 20, then. It has to be 2016 then. So
I
remember somebody saying that the governor is the one that did it.
So it still wasn't in the office then.
I don't know, man. The road had already been done. They said the road was done. I don't know who did it.
The governor was Obino.
Okay, maybe that's him. So, yes. But the roads were very, very neat when I was going through Onitsha compared to what used to be there before. There used to be massive traffic there. There wasn't any. And then all the way through the southeast, I saw a lot of roadblocks, but the roads were clean. And then I didn't even know.
How did you get to Port Harcourt from Onitsha? Do you remember?
Yes, now it's through road now.
Where did you get? Tell us the road because I know that road to Port Harcourt.
How am I supposed to know the name of the road now? All I know is that I took a bus from this in Lagos. They drove us to Benin. I stopped at Benin, tried to see a few people, went to university. Then from there, I caught a bus again, traveled along. Then they took us all the way to Port Harcourt. But they
what
stopped
do you mean they took you? You said you are nice. See some of your friends at the university. The same bus waited for you. What
No,
are
no,
you
no, no,
saying?
not the same bus, not the same bus. I had to
I think this
catch
is
another
Nigeria,
one.
you are lying. No,
No,
I
no, no,
have
I
the
had
same
to catch
practice
another
in
one
other
now. I
laws.
had to catch another one. The
I
bus
mean,
I took from
let's
Lagos,
leave it to Nigeria.
the
But
bus
to
I took
Nigeria,
from Lagos.
do your
Oh,
findings.
stop it! I can tell you
Okay.
now. The bus I took from Lagos was to Benin. Then
Don't
I
worry,
caught
it's
another
okay.
one that is going
You
from
are part
Benin
of
What was the
to
name?
Port
What was the name of the bus? What was the name of the bus from Lagos to Benin?
It doesn't even have a name. I went with a very cheap bus. See, the bus was so bad that the driver was driving in the opposite lane, and his eyes were like color TV. It's like his head is not correct, and very very cheap bus.
You are coming from Europe and you endangered your life like that, guy.
Yes, now I'm the proper Nigeria now. You think I'm like you? You have a mobile police following you everywhere. You say you know Nigeria. You see all these
It's not
people that
mobile.
say
To Nigeria, it's not mobile police. You go when you get home. Listen, when you go home, you buy your flight ticket and you go to your next. You go to where you are going.
Exactly. It's not about mobile police.
I get down and
Even if
dirty
I'm
when I
using
get to
mobile
Nigeria.
police,
I get down and dirty.
to
I'm not
Nigeria, even
doing that
if I'm
water.
using mobile police, I can't be living at a certain standard abroad and I deprive myself of
How you go and
luxury.
there, you
Oh,
go
look
to
at that.
you go.
So
Before I left
you don't want
Nigeria,
to sleep with
before I
the
left
Nigeria
Nigeria,
poor
I was
masses.
living luxury. I was
You don't
living
want to
luxury.
sleep with the
So
Nigeria poor
why
masses.
would
You
I
want
go
to
back to
stop
Nigeria
them.
and
Oh,
be
look at that. Because
because
you are
of
overseas, you are above Nigerians now.
no, even before I left Nigeria, I was already living luxury. Now, what is it?
Wow, no wonder.
Exactly.
You see,
Matic, I
I
think
don't care.
is not telling the
Go
truth.
with the public transport like everyone else.
Tunaja is not telling the truth. Okay,
I'm telling you, I did.
No, hold on 1 second. Hold on now 1 second. It's almost impossible for you to from Europe enter Nigeria and then you go to garage to go and take bus to Benin. No, you will go to a park, whether a Degbe or God is Good or any of those transportation company. You go to their park. Then you tell it the taxi, oh, I'm going to Benin. They'll take you to one of those buses park,
Oh, no,
and they'll
I
take
didn't do that. I didn't do that day. I went with a small bus. I can remember, those buses that you can feel a little bit cramped. And that's the time I went with. And the driver wasn't exactly his head. It wasn't very correct. It was to Benin. So I wasn't that fussed about getting a big this thing. So I was fine. He took me there. I think the last time, when did I use that big bus? I think that was 2020. When I went, I used the big bus.
Let me just go now. But tonight, let me just say something. You see, when we are talking Nigeria, right? I know most of the time you always want to misunderstand me. But where I'm coming from is do not allow anybody to gaslight you about any politician, particularly those established politicians in Nigeria. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you are talking of
do you mean Tinubu?
Yeah, you say what?
Do you mean Tinubu?
Tinubu, Obi, Atiku, Kwakwanso, all of them, they are in the same box. All of them. So that is why, personally, myself, I don't get the hypocrisy when you are trying to differentiate any of those individuals. Because at the end of the day, if you are talking of Sowore now, regardless of how you feel about Sowore is still an outlier, an outsider politically. But not any of those guys who will still kowtow to the power holders of the nation, who we knew when they were in government what they did, particularly the one they are trying to claim is the Messiah. I'm telling you again, I did not hear it, not hearsay. I did not read it. I did not read PDF document, right? I was there live and direct when this individual was a governor. I was there when he was governor. So I knew his impact, regardless of the political shenanigans. Do you even know it was OBJ that gave Ngige most of his troubles in Anambra State then? So we can go back to Nigeria's history and we'll see that Nigeria is 25 years of our democratic process, right? It's not been we are making progress. Don't you know how election was held in the past in Nigeria? In the same Nigeria.
They don't know that. They don't know.
You don't know. In the same Nigeria. You know why I know? I know because I have families who ran election, who were in politics, and who are still in politics. It is this same Nigeria that an Attorney General of the Federation pied under the government, and as we speak, nothing about the case. It is under this same government that we had a lot of political pine, Harry Marshall, all of them at a point in Nigeria. It is this same under Nigeria, right, that we had a president who will unilaterally remove a national party chairman of his party and then remove Senate president at will. So look, a lot has happened. But now that we are discussing progress of Nigeria after 25 years of our democratic process, people shouldn't say, when somebody is saying democracy has died in Nigeria, the same person that the same Labour Party that he ran under, he ran them completely out of the state, in Anambra State. He never allowed them any ground to campaign. He never allowed them to do anything. They put their billboard, they will tear it out. The same person
for 7 years.
For 7 years, this same guy did not conduct local government elections for 7 years. So I tell you, where was he keeping the federal government allocation to local government for 7 years, 10 months, and he did not conduct local government election? And you take that kind of person serious in 2025, telling you democracy has died? Democracy did not die when you did not run election of local government. So local government administration for 7 years and 10 months was in complete comatose. What are you doing with the funds? Why did you keep the state funds in Fidelity Bank that you are part of the shareholders? Why are you, and I keep saying it again, why is your name on the Pandora paper? Why? So, and you want to tell me it's not part of the establishment? The person that Obasanjo is holding his hand, that went to Atiku, that he ran with Atiku, tried to run with Atiku again, that was with IBB, with Abdul Salam, with all of them. Man, Nigeria is not, Nigerians are not serious. So if you want to choose any of those,
they're not serious. Nigerians are not serious.
So don't tell. That's why I tell you that I know that I've seen you, but I know
you know. Let me just add something before we round up. Just yesterday, I would say this as a make no mistake that I'm saying that the situation of Nigeria is good. It's still very, very precarious, and we are facing an existential crisis. However, I was speaking to some South Sudanese yesterday, and they were going through a very, very difficult situation. They were talking about, they broke away from Sudan, and now they want to break the country up into 3 places again. So, and some of the problems that they are facing are problems that Nigerians by and large have solved. I was quite taken aback how problematic their situation was compared to where Nigeria is today. And I think that from that point of view, you can say, okay, Nigeria may be doing terribly. Question you can ask yourself is, maybe we could never have done any better, because almost every other African, they are struggling one way or the other. The fact that South Sudan is looking to break up into 3, and you need to see the way they are talking. And they say one country, one tribe is controlling the country, and the second tribe, and the minorities are completely being sidelined. Like compared to this Nigeria, where minorities govern the country, in South Sudan they are completely being sidelined.
To Nigeria, God forbid, don't forget Nigerians and Nigeria. We are too sophisticated. We are beyond certain pedestrian politicking and processes in Nigeria. Even as people think Tinubu is crazy or whatever, no president will be too crazy in Nigeria that they won't shake you. Like, but the way it is, right? Like, my own point is, at the time that Nigerians really want to take that paradigm shift, it means we are ready completely to take the entire 360-degree paradigm shift completely from the entire establishment oligarchy guys, the political oligarchs. So the political oligarchs are these guys now. Okay, let me to 2 minutes to sum it up about their coalition now, right? Because I've heard a lot about the coalition. But my own point about the coalition is, first of all, let's cut through the shades and the noise of rigging about this person will rig, this person will rig, right? Because when we bring it back to it, rigging has always been part of Nigerians' electoral process. That's not news. It's not breaking news. It's a political tradition. Even at this point, I see even the people that are crying about rigging now in Nigeria in 2023, right? I want you to understand the fact. Let's go back to check the lopsided numbers, right, and the intimidation tactics in the Southeast that they did not allow APC and PDP to vote. And while you are at it, fact check me, right? In 2020, in 2010, that I told you again, go and look at the the election again between Ngige, Soludo, and Obi again, and you see the pattern and you see the rigging hypocrisy. So everyone has played their part in that rigging shenanigan in the past. Now let's talk about the real issue. What exactly is the value proposition of this so-called coalition? Who is gaining what, and who is being asked to sacrifice their ambition, their presidential ambition for this coalition? So look at this in this instance. So you expect the South-South region now, who outmaneuvered, right, the politically immature, the politically lethargic, the politically angry and hateful Southeast to grab the Senate presidency, to now throw it away because of Obi and his brothers and his agenda, right? That they want an Igbo president. For what? For sentiment, for nostalgia, to make them happy, to throw away what they have.
To be fair,
hold on, let me complete
as
this.
a politician.
I will give you a minute to. So in 2027, you want the South again to surrender their Senate presidency so Obi can feel good about running again. Then in 2031, they should give up the possibility and the probability of their vice presidential slot, right? Also to keep the Southeast happy, and somehow they will still smile and support an Igbo presidency maybe in 2039. So who is fooling who in this arrangement? So let's talk about even the middle belt, because they keep talking about middle belt. You really believe they will share now their own, rising political ambitions to serve the interests of a few bitter politicians from the Northwest who are angry, who are mad, who are hot because they lost grip of power in 2023, like El-Rufai and the Atiku and some other shenanigans, or the upcoming northern politicians, young promising politicians in the north, who are hungry, who are strategic, and who are gunning for 2031 possibility of a northern rotation for presidential run. So you think they will waste their shot, their possibility, and their chances just to back a coalition led by a spiteful El-Rufai because of his ministerial whatever, or a desperate Atiku, or a delusional Peter Obi? So let's wake up from the slumber. Politics is power and it is interest, right? It is not vibes and it is not pity. It is not populism. Nobody is sacrificing his real position for emotional species and tribal wish lists in 2027. So you want support, go and add value to what you are bringing to the table. Go and negotiate very hard, and go and do a stone cold, demanding of political calculations, not just blind loyalty, and be talking about you're hungry, and you are not holding the governors accountable. I'm gonna go wire now. 2027.
I think most of the stuff you are saying, you are just worried that President Tinubu may be in trouble.
No, it's not
because most of the things you describe,
the
current president does the same thing. He did the same things.
He's coasting home already. That's what I'm telling you. And
yeah, that's fine. It's your opinion.
We are going to be here alive to celebrate.
There's a good chance that he's coasting home. Clearly, he has signed agreements with people that are going to ensure he does that. Who knows? Point is that there's potential if, let's say, P2B decides to stand forward and they have some kind of agreement that he's going to do 4 years or whatever, and El-Rufai backs P2B and maybe becomes VP, and
El-Rufai VP.
Yes. Because El-Rufai knows this is not his time.
Good night to Nigeria. God bless all of
us.
No,
I'm just saying. This is a thought experiment. It's not like
I know. So thanks.
But if this configuration is put in place, let's say El-Rufai is there, P2B is the top of the ticket, and Atiku gives his blessing, I think Tinubu will fall.
Atiku, okay. Once again,
because there's no space for Tinubu to operate fully. Then I think Tinubu is basically abandoning the North now. I think such issues that he's abandoning the North.
May Almighty Allah keep us alive beyond 2027, inshallah. Thank you.
People just
the way Tinubu is behaving, is abandoning the North, and he's hoping that the South will make.
Tinubu is not abandoning. Tinubu is trying to let the North know that they do not own Nigeria.
Yeah, but he's going to pay for that. Then
he's not paying for that. That's what I just told you. He's not paying for that.
He barely even had it.
He's not paying for that. He knows his route already through the middle belt, the northwest. Go and look at the numbers in the last election to Niger. Do you know he lost the northwest and the northeast? He was rescued in the
only one. This is what people don't understand. That people thought Tinubu won. People thought Tinubu won in the northeast. No, he lost. He lost in nearly all the states in both northeast and northwest. Nearly this is what I'm trying to say.
Even the majority and the 2/3, but this time it's going to be harder for him. The southern states, that's why I think P2B should run. If P2B runs and another candidate backs him, Tinubu is going to lose more votes in the north and give more votes in the south. And now the vote is not going to be split into 3 anymore.
Well, I think so. Let me say something to you. You think a Fulani man, in their majority, I will say in their majority, Muslims, right, will go to the poll, Muslims, and go and vote for a Southeasterner person? You're crazy, man.
They did already. They done it before. After all, it's not a new thing. Technically, they see someone like Jonathan. They see Jonathan as a Southeastern president.
The reason why Tinubu struggled in the last election was because a Northerner, a Muslim Northerner, was on the ticket, which was Atiku. If you take that out, no Southerner will beat Tinubu in the north.
Don't you understand that Northerners see Jonathan as a Southeasterner, and they voted for him anyway? He won the election.
When?
Jonathan dynamic is different.
Jonathan won an election.
You understand Jonathan dynamic?
Jonathan won election. Did he beat Buhari in the north? When did Jonathan beat Buhari in the north?
He didn't beat Buhari in the north, and you just acknowledge that Tinubu didn't win in the north too. He didn't beat Buhari in the north, but he won enough votes in the north to keep him in office. You can't win an election without the north.
What I just explained to you, Niger, right? Go back to the numbers again. Do not forget last election, right? A lot of internal saboteurs affected Tinubu, like in Yobe State, for instance, where May Malabuni comes from, who was at a point leading the National Working Committee of the APC. APC has never lost a single election in Yobe State, but in the same election, they won from top to bottom, from bottom to top, but they lost the presidential election. Even Lawan, who was the former Senate president, who had issues before the election, they won all the 3 senatorial seats. They won all the House of Rep, all the House of Assembly, the governor, and every other thing. But Tinubu lost. And it replicated that similar thing replicated in some states. All these Malami, do not forget they work against Tinubu. Do not forget they work against Tinubu from within.
I'm thinking that the way the southern politicians are trooping into APC, and
like I told you again, do you think the South will relinquish their ambition to?
I think my point is that I'm making a very, very simple point. If El-Rufai is on that ticket or backing that ticket, it doesn't even have to be on the ticket.
If El-Rufai joins, even El-Rufai being a part of this coalition, is already making some middle belt people angry already because they know the type of
enigmatic. Go and look at it.
It's not going to matter that. It's not going to matter that. If El-Rufai is on that ticket, is on that ticket.
Once again, we don't want to tell you that you don't really understand the dynamics. But
remember, the vote is not split anymore.
Hold on. This is why we keep telling you that your knowledge, your understanding of the political landscape is so. I don't want to look. Go and look at all you need to do about El-Rufai. Just check the last election result. That's all. Just go and check in Kaduna State. Go and check the last election result in Kaduna State.
It's not presidential election. I know how it is.
Both governorship election, both House of Assemblies election. The Kaduna nearly lost everything to the PDP. Everything.
Not nearly. What do they talk? Progressive. They lost the 3 senators. 1. They lost 12 out of the 14 House of Rep. They lost 10 out of in the House of Assembly. Right? It was split.
PDP had the highest margin. Victory.
Why do you think they did that? Why do you think they did that? Because if you think about it, let me just explain.
Hold on,
let me give you the reason why that happened. Remember, El-Rufai was supporting Tinubu, but Atiku, another candidate, was on the other side of the ticket.
This is the problem. This is the thing. Let me tell you, because the thing is that El-Rufai, right, even his protege, the governor, won just by less than 10,000 votes. What happened to El-Rufai was because, first of all, do not forget that election was a referendum on El-Rufai. For you to be a sitting governor and you get shellacked like that, he has completely demoralized APC in the state. He chased a lot of people. How would you chase Suleiman, as powerful as Suleiman Nkuyi is in Kaduna State? You chase him out of APC. The guy who went to run under Labour Party and won the senatorial ticket in the southern Kaduna, right, that now crossed back to APC now. You chased that person out of APC. You chased this Afro guy, what's his name? This senator.
Shehu
Sani. Do you know that Shehu Sani, right, he was the one that held the gubernatorial ticket in Kaduna State that Buhari had to prevail on him.
I think see.
And
All
Tinubu
the
should give the ticket to El-Rufai.
The point we are making is about the configuration of the potential coalition.
If you say we are telling you what's happening,
the way I just said,
El-Rufai will struggle to win his local government in 2027. That's what we are telling you in Kaduna State.
You know that El-Rufai, no matter what you say about him, no matter what you say about El-Rufai, people see him as competent.
You have to
No matter what you
understand
say about him,
before you start talking. That's what we are
telling you. As competent too.
If you say something like Kwankwan, so I'll say, okay, maybe you have a point, right? Not El-Rufai. Come on, man.
El-Rufai was the governor, you know. I don't know why we are keeping forgetting that he was the governor.
How did he become governor? He rode on the Buhari wave. Have you forgotten?
Either way, he was the governor and he was FCC minister, if I'm not mistaken. So
what are you talking about? When we just read out the numbers for you, your relevance as a politician is your last number. The reason why Obi is relevant now is because of the numbers he had in the last election. The reason why, we just told you again, the governor that you even anointed won the election by just less than 10,000 votes. He almost lost at the Supreme Court. You lost the entire Senate.
The current president won 37% of the vote. What does that even mean?
Who?
The current president won with
in a three-run race. Did Peter Obi not?
Then how do you know that Kaduna didn't have multiple parties there?
Hold on, like I told you again. I'll go and look at. Okay, let me challenge you again, and I believe progressive is listening. Go back to the presidential elections in Nigeria.
Kwamaso was running.
Hold on, this is very important because you keep bringing this number. Go back to the presidential elections in Nigeria. Anytime that Nigeria has voted beyond 40% of the registered vote, let me know. You can go and check it now on your ChatGPT. It's always between 36%, less than 40% of the registered population. Now in the last election, we had 3 candidates, right, running head to head. So you expect Tinubu to have more than 50% of the vote between Obi and Atiku. And I gave you a scenario in Anambra State when you had 3 strong candidates in the game, Soludo and Obi, who ran head to head. And somebody will be expecting Obi to coast on 50%. Obi won by 32% of the vote.
See, you are not hearing me out.
So it's the same thing that you are speaking now.
Let me explain what I'm saying here. These votes come from specific areas and they tend to go to specific parties. Like Southeast, if P2B wasn't there, was going to go to PDP. We know that already historically. That's what's happened. So if P2B wasn't there, PDP would have gotten 80-90% of the votes that P2B got. That would have been enough to give them the election. So that denied them that election. So now, if this group decide to come together, and people have now seen the handwork of Tinubu, he's no longer that Jagaban from Lagos anymore. They've now seen what he's put Nigeria
when
through.
When you are talking people, because let me put this straight so that you continue. When you are talking people, you are talking Nigerians, because people say Nigerians. Do not forget PDP. They do not have Togolese supporting them. When you say Nigerians, people who are supporting APC and Tinubu, they are still Nigerians and they have their numbers. So don't say Nigerians because people say Nigerians or people. There are people in every political party. Even Showore has his own people. They are not Togolese. They are not Beninoa. So when you are talking about that, when we say again, in the south, in the north, forget the south now. In the north, who are those spearheading the coalition? The northern people coming. There's no way you have an article. First of all, let me just clear it to you. There is no way you have an article in the midst of a coalition, and you are not working around article as that coalition presumptive candidate. It is dead on arrival. Article will walk out and go and pick a ticket somewhere else.
Let me quickly say something. I think what a lot of people did not understand, what they say the North as is revolting against Tinubu. No, that's not true. It's the Fulani North that is revolting against Tinubu.
They are not happy because Tinubu called them to size for the first time.
This is the first time. This is the first time since 1999 that you don't have a Fulani number 1, number 2, number 3 in government.
Yeah, so
the first time.
They wanted to take Akpabio out at all cost because they want
that was why they fought so hard.
Even if that was true, even if what you are saying was true, it still implies electoral consequences.
This was the reason why they fought so hard to give a first-time senator to make him a Senate president. Did not. They tried to make a first-time senator a Senate president from the North. They fought so hard within APC there, even though they know that Tinubu wanted Akpabio. They fought so hard. So the Fulanis are the ones fighting. Look, the first time in history since 1999 where you don't number 1, number 2, number 3.
That power grab thing, it's trying to cut them to size, and that's why even
the number 4 man. The number 4 man is not even a fully blooded Fulani person.
God bless you. I met that guy from Kaduna.
Yeah, it's not even a fully blooded Fulani person. So the Fulanis are not happy because they are used to being either number 1 man or number 1 and number 3 man or they've always been there. So this time around,
equally, the people that Tinubu has in his government, they are not the type of Fulani that they can control from outside to do internal damage. So the people that Tinubu has in his cabinet, like all this new Ribadu, they are not the people that can sabotage from inside. That's why you see this El-Rufai is mad because he knew El-Rufai would do a damage from within, and they know that.
Ganduje, Ganduje's daughter is married to a son. His son is married to his daughter is married to Ajimobi. Is it the other way around?
So even when you look at the power equation in the North,
the problem with Kwakwaso is that it's a little bit limited. It's in one state.
No, when you look at the power equation in the North now, to Nigeria, go with this. The power equation in the North has been divided for the first time. They do not expect that a president from the South will come, will not kowtow to them, will not be scared of them, will not fear them, right? And then he will come to divide the North politically because the middle belt, they are trying to say, we have our own voice too now. And the minority North, the majority, the Fulani who are probably the minority, but they control the political atmosphere in the North. For the first time, they are looking at the possibility of a presidential slot to the North, going to the minority North in 2031. They don't want to have that. They don't want to think about that. And 2 years after government, they're already scheming. They will look for any willing mumu from the South to use as their tool. If Obi is that mumu now in the South, they will use him. That doesn't mean they are going anywhere.
As long as they remove Tinubu from office,
they cannot remove him. That's what we are saying.
Hold on. Look at it from this other point of view.
I am very confident.
The Southeast has not produced a president in this democratic dispensation, and from that point of view, you can see that their own passion is stronger. You know how people supported Obama.
No, say that again. What you just said, I want you to repeat it.
The enthusiasm and passion for a Southeastern candidate is stronger right now, and they are not going to.
It was strong in 2023. Do not forget.
Let me just say this quickly. Okay. If Tinubu's economy remains like this as it is today, and it's walking into an election, I don't see him coming out of that election. It might change. There's a lot of chance for him to change the economy in 2 years. It might change, and I can see that he's making moves, populist moves like buying Nigeria and all those things. If he actually starts doing it and buying Nigeria-made cars or all, there are things he could do.
To Nigeria, let's say tonight.
Because the election like this,
let's say tonight.
Like let him have all the state governors and local government.
Let's say tonight, right? Let me say tonight. This is what will happen in 2027. right? I know you have your own belief, right? And you are very entitled to that. Tinubu is going to be re-elected easily. He's going to, first of all, Tinubu is going to be re-elected in 2027. The coalition or no coalition, two things are involved in the coalition that you are not seeing, and you don't think about that. First of all, El-Rufai being one of the arrowheads of the coalition is a trouble, right? It's a trouble. When I mean trouble, it's a concern to some part of the North. One. Then, whenever you are hearing coalition, that you see Atiku in the mix of that coalition, just know that every proponent of that coalition, they are working towards an Atiku being the presumptive candidate. First of all, Atiku is constitutionally barred to be VP, and Atiku will never sacrifice his presidential ambition and stay by the sideline and says he wants
but what
to.
if he does, though? What do you think happens then?
The Atiku that I know, you may not know
I
Atiku.
know the article you know, but what if he
Okay,
does?
that is the article I know, but the article you know is different. Your own understanding of article, I take it. I take your point. But my own understanding of article will not be in the mix of any coalition, and article will not be the presumptive candidate. If article is not the presumptive candidate, he will walk away again to go and pick ticket in another political party. So bring anything.
Okay, what if the question I keep asking again, but what if he chooses to back somebody? Do you see the danger now?
I just told you again. How many times do I want to tell you? The only person that could have given Tinubu a problem, should I say it, is Jonathan. Jonathan could have swayed a lot of people from the North because they know Jonathan will just do 4 years of Tinubu's next 4 years and move on.
Because it will be constitutionally banned for just 4 years.
God bless you. Because in the North, don't forget this, there are so many young people in the North. Why do you think the Northern Governors Forum, particularly from the North, they say they don't want coalition? Because they know Atiku, anything coalition is about Atiku.
And what you are saying now, just pray Jonathan is not co-opted in, because what you are saying right now makes
let
sense.
Jonathan come. Tinubu is
if
ahead of them.
Jonathan joins the race by any coincidence,
Tinubu, you know they are running a journey. It's like you are coming from Lagos to ABJ. Tinubu is already in Kogi State, in Okene, in Kogi State. You are just taking off from Oshodi. That's where Tinubu is. These people,
Tinubu basically, I don't know why
Tinubu
is invisible.
No, I'm not saying Tinubu. We are talking politics. No, nobody is invisible in politics. Nobody is
invisible. Go on 1 second. Let me quickly say something. So going into 2023, right? This is why sometimes I listen to people when they come to platform to talk about policy. I'll just shake my head. Right? Going into 2023, that even primaries, we're not even talking about the main national primaries, APC primaries. People were that were not even supporting APC. We're already against Tinubu not getting APC ticket, right? And I'm like, oh, so why are you're not supporting APC? Why are you against the man not getting the ticket? They said, no, Buhari is going to do this, Buhari is going to do that, Buhari will do this, Buhari will not let him get the ticket. So he did not just get the ticket, he whipped all of them, like he whipped their latches in that primaries.
My baby.
So he got the ticket now. Oh no, he will never win election. Buhari will not let him win. But look at the Naira constitution. Naira this. Buhari is against Tinubu. Election reached. Tinubu was announced president. Oh no, they will never saw him. The military will not let them saw him. Guys, you need to just stop all of this talk. The guy is going to win the election. Okay, he's the city president. He's not a baby politician. I've told people, this guy. Look, you might not like him. Look, you see, there are some people you don't like, but you just have to give them their own flowers when it comes to certain things that they do. The guy knows. Look, do you know how long Tinubu should have contested for president if he wanted to? Do you know how many opportunities he had? How many people do you think had that much patience to sit down on the sideline? Was even giving his own platform to other people to run
on. Don't like him now. He barely won. I don't know what are you living in the real world.
What are you talking about?
The guy barely won. Hold on. The party that he beat, beat a party that was split in 4 ways.
That's his story now. You are talking story.
They would have won over 60% of the vote.
Go in politics, right? In politics, there are variables, there are dynamics in politics. The variables and dynamics that played in 2023, first of all, is off the table. That one is gone. The dynamics and variables of, hold on, the dynamics and variables of 2027, like I said, I don't know if you know, I've said it maybe 2 years ago. Progressive camp, I think if you guys were on the platform, immediately Tinubu was sworn in. I said less than 6 months of Tinubu's administration, right? Immediately he declared that subsidy is gone on the podium. Do not forget, it has been codified. It's a parliamentary bill already, a parliamentary act already. By June 2023, subsidy does not have a budget. But for him to even say it on that podium that day, because if he had waited to say, okay, I'll wait for 2 months or whatever, political people will never allow that thing to fly. That's number one. Okay, hold on. Number two, I said it more than a year ago, over a year and almost five months now. A year, 5 months of 6 months now. I said Tinubu's 2027 electionary re-election has been done and dusted. So that when Tinubu will be focusing on who is going to be his successor in 2031, his opponents and opposition will start talking about how to get their act together. That is what they are doing now. Tinubu is gone. Tinubu is gone. Gone. When I say gone, Tinubu is gone far.
I think you are doing more of wishful thinking, and I really hope that you guys, because what I've seen in politics.
I pray now to Nigeria. God will spare our life to be here.
Let me just say this.
The only thing that you guys will come back with to say again is that that will be
if you are so convinced, why are you not that relaxed?
No, see, I'm just telling you what.
If you are relaxed, then calm down. If you are relaxed that he's going to win, then just hear what I'm saying. I've seen many political cycles come and go. As a matter of fact, the conservative government that used to rule in the UK for about 14 years.
No, let's talk Nigeria.
Let's talk Nigeria. People thought that election that they were going to go into, if they lost it, the party would collapse and there would be nothing left. And they managed to hang on and they won in a hung parliament and they went on to rule for
Nigeria.
No, that's in the UK.
Let's talk
and
Nigeria.
In other countries, in America, to the same thing. Like Democrats, watch now. Democrats are finished. They are this, they are that.
Let's talk Nigeria, please.
My point is that PDP that you are seeing right now that looks like it's dead.
I'm not saying they are dead. You are the one saying
hold on now. Let me finish my point. P2B looks like, oh, he's nobody.
I'm not saying that. You are the one saying it.
Okay, I'm saying looks like. I'm not saying you are saying.
So you are the one saying.
And hold on now. Then Jagaban looks like he's almighty.
I didn't say that. You are the one saying that.
And he's got. Is there anything I'll say you not respond to?
You are the one saying progressive. Did I say anything like that? I didn't say anything like that.
You are making it look like you all are saying it's unassailable. He's already done and dusted. It's gone.
The way I say it,
where it looks like
the way I say it,
everybody that is saying he's already won it. Ganduje was like, forget it. Nobody's gonna ever compete with him. He's already won. He's got all the government and everybody.
Let me tell you something. Whoever was on this platform before the last Ondo State election, I came to this platform. I said, Aida Atiwa is going to win landslide, almost the entire local government. He won the entire local government in the state, landslide, right? And I said, but Aida Atiwa, right? Either hand of both Aida Atiwa and the opposition PDP guy, Bola, right? The two of them were bad, woeful, absolutely lethargic hands for Ondo State. That either of them will be taking Ondo State back
bearing on what is happening nationally.
Hold on, Ondo State to 20 years.
I think
I said, hold on. I said in that election.
Carry on with that thinking.
So no, hold on. I said, but in that election, it will be better for Aida Atiwa to just win, so that it can be lethargic and be woeful for 4 years that we can manage, instead of Bola coming for 8 years of woefulness. But in the general election that we are speaking, the way I speak is different from the way you are hearing it. What I'm telling you is that you hear it as an obedient, and I say it as somebody, right, who has had people who have run for House of Rep, Senate, right, and I'm being government, and they are still in government. And when we talk politics, at the end of the day, when you see certain things in your opposition camp, go and start jubilating. When you see a coalition being formed, once again, I will repeat it and I will reiterate it again. When you see an opposition being formed and you see El-Rufai maybe leading the conversation around that opposition or that coalition, in some parts of the north, they don't want to hear about El-Rufai at all, particularly the Christian north. One. Number two, when you are hearing opposition and you are seeing Atiku dancing all over the place around that opposition, right? Nobody in this world will take that ticket because everything is being controlled and marshaled to favor Atiku. If he does not favor Atiku at the end of the day, Atiku will take a walk.
Okay, let me ask you a straight question and try to be brief with the answer.
Okay.
And let me ask the question before you answer.
Yeah.
If El-Rufai, P2B, form a ticket, El-Rufai as vice president, vice presidential candidate, and P2B as the main presidential candidate, and Atiku endorses them, what scenario do you see playing out?
It will if Tinubu was supposed to win both Atiku and Obi, right, by 70%, then put Obi and El-Rufai and Atiku supervising that malfunctioning train is going to be 85%. It's like you don't know the some people what they have against El-Rufai, and for people to see Obi on the same train with the same El-Rufai, oh my God! Look, you have to. Probably you don't know some part of the Christian North or the North Central, how they feel about El-Rufai, right?
Yeah, and then Obi, about him. That's why they elected him twice.
Okay, Obi, who they believe was speaking in a certain way, and they're still on the same train. When you keep talking about being elected twice, first of all, the first term of El-Rufai came through the wave of Buhari. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry won election then, just like the wave of obedience that you had. Even Keke people winning election. In the second re-election of
El-Rufai, under Tinubu too, you can argue the same thing. That is irrelevant. The point is,
hold on. I'm trying to. We are talking
politics together. PDP come together. They are going to be a formidable force against this in the APC.
Well, you are, like I said again, what you are saying is different from mine. What I told you again, and I will reiterate it. You said El-Rufai, they voted for him twice, and I'm trying to tell you how they voted for him twice. In the second term, go and look at the numbers versus the first term. And when he was exiting the government, go and look at the numbers. Right?
Yeah, maybe not very good, but still.
Not maybe not.
National candidate. What's his name? Obasanjo didn't even win his local this thing.
El-Rufai versus Kwakwanso in the north. El-Rufai, I mean,
Tinubu didn't win Lagos State. That is not a matrix to like in the presidential election. Tinubu didn't win Lagos State. It's not a matrix to decide
go back to election in Lagos State. Once again, go back to election in Lagos State. Show me anytime. Go and look at the presidential results in Lagos State. I know it's not an excuse for Tinubu to lose Lagos, but go back to previous elections in Lagos and look at the presidential elections. One. Number two, Obi that won Lagos State, right? And Atiku lost Lagos, and Tinubu lost Lagos. Where did he take Obi to?
I don't know where he took him. Atiku is very but one thing I can tell you for sure is that if this setup was put in place, because El-Rufai is not necessarily known for high corruption, Atiku is known for one. Tinubu is not known for high corruption, Atiku is known for one. But if these three come together, Tinubu is in trouble. That's
you see Atiku is known for what?
High corruption.
Okay, let me tell you one thing now. So Atiku is known for high corruption, but El-Rufai is not known for high corruption. I see you prefer El-Rufai to Atiku being
definitely.
Why? Because you think Atiku because
competent.
Hold on, because you think Obi will be the top of the ticket if El-Rufai is in the mix, right?
Oh, not necessarily. I think I like El-Rufai because one, he is very hawkish about security, which is very, very important for any nation.
Let me tell you something. Politics is not about who you, and this is why a certain region in Nigeria is getting politics wrong. It's not about who you like or who you hate. Politics is not like that. You like El-Rufai good.
I know that. I'm telling you my own opinion why I prefer
which I respect. Politics is, but when you are talking about corruption, right? At the end of the day, Atiku is the one offering Obi VP, not El-Rufai. So now Atiku that is offering Obi VP now that you've already christened a political, a corrupt person
P2B
now.
will not run for Atiku as VP.
Who?
P2B will never run for Atiku as VP.
Did he tell you that?
I'm saying that because he knows.
Did he tell you that?
Will never support it.
Who will not support it?
P2B supporters, they will never support
it. Who are
it.
the supporters? You and so
his core base will not support him.
Okay, let me ask you this question: did Peter Obi not promise Ojumegu Ojukwu that he will never leave Abga? That did he not swear?
I understand what you are saying, but this is politics, and
was it not politics? What? Okay, was it?
I'm saying that in the context that P2B has won 5 million votes.
Okay, I'm saying it again. A politician made a statement then that he will never leave Ojukwu because Ojukwu's idea then was to
I don't think Atiku will run. My prediction is that
you don't think Atiku will run?
Because if he doesn't get the PDP ticket, he's not going to run.
To Nigeria, you think Atiku will not run in 2020?
I am suspecting he's not.
All right, let's go and sleep. End of discussion.
All right, thank you.
Good night, bro. Thank you.
All right, then later. Bye.
To Nigeria.